Chapter 101. Leo noticed the ceiling fan was still spinning slowly, even though the house seemed empty. A ring of red light pulsed outward from him, scanning in all directions. After the scan, he confirmed that, aside from the basement, there were no other people in the building. "We'll check the first floor, then the second, and finally the basement," he said. They set their plan in motion. Lucy moved to inspect the clutter on the left side of the living room, while Rebecca headed for the couch and the smart home devices there. Leo turned to the right. Eventually, after a careful search, Leo spotted a small case for detachable chips on the messy table across from the TV. He pressed it lightly, and it popped open. Inside was a single chip. After a moment of thought, he inserted it into the slot on his tactical visor. Text appeared in his field of vision. "I'm so sorry, Juliet. Please forgive me for doing this. I'm nowhere near as strong as you, and I can't keep pretending anymore. I hate to say it, but there's no saving Rose now. At least don't throw yourself away along with her. It's not too late to back out. If you change your mind, I'll be waiting at the Sunset Motel. Please, think it over one more time. I'm begging you. Always yours. Say." After reading what was on the chip, Leo handed it over to Lucy and Rebecca so they could see for themselves. Lucy spoke first. It looks like the family emergency excuse wasn't just her brushing off El Capitan. Juliet really did have a problem at home. Rebecca scratched her head. That say must be Juliet's husband, but who's Rose? Juliet's sister? A friend. Lucy shook her head. Whoever Rose is, she's clearly in bad shape. Maybe it's an illness. Leo slipped the chip back where he found it. Given the tone in Say's note and the anti-surveillance scrambler in the basement, I doubt it's as simple as a regular illness. We don't have enough info yet, he added. Let's keep looking to see if we can find anything else. The three of them passed through the living room, rifling through the chaos in the adjacent rooms. Eventually, they discovered a second chip. This one contained the test results for someone named Rose Horrigan. Physically, she was slightly below the normal thresholds, but by Night City standards, that was still considered healthy, not even subpar. However, her mental evaluation was dreadful, urgently calling for psychological intervention. Rose Horrigan, Leo repeated thoughtfully. As he recalled, Juliet's full name was Juliet Horrigan, so Rose had to be Juliet's sister. Yet what kind of mental deterioration was she dealing with? Could it be cyberpsychosis? Leo, look, Lucy said, pointing toward a fallen painting lying on the floor in a deeper part of the house. The three walked over and saw that it must have fallen off the wall. Behind where the canvas should have hung was a safe embedded in the wall. Clearly, the painting hadn't just dropped on its own. It looked as though Juliet had removed it to take something from the safe, or perhaps place something inside, only to be interrupted so abruptly that she never put it back. Leo inspected the safe. It was locked. He frowned, considering whether there might be a key hidden somewhere. But since Lucy was right there, he quickly decided otherwise. "Should I hack it?" she offered. "Please." In less than a minute, Lucy electronically forced the safe open. All three of them leaned in curiously, only to find something surprising. The safe was practically empty, containing only a lone chip and a Militech M76E Omaha Tech pistol. No money. Seriously? Rebecca exclaimed. She reached in, searching every corner of the safe. Then she even stuck her head inside, checking if there was a hidden compartment. Lucy and Leo couldn't help smiling at the sight. Lucy grabbed the chip and held it up for Leo to see. "Shall I verify it?" "Yes, better safe than sorry. If it's not the data El Capitan wants, we'd hate to leave and then have to come back." Lucy slid the chip into her neural socket. Pale blue light flickered in her eyes. Moments later, she removed it. "It's definitely the data El Capitan hired us to find." She placed it in a small storage case and handed it to Leo. Meanwhile, Rebecca finally pulled her head out of the safe, looking disappointed. "It makes no sense. Not even a single Eurodollar," she grumbled. Typically, netrunners were some of the wealthiest mercs around. They might not excel at frontline combat, but they more than made up for it by diving into secure networks and extracting data that could be sold or used for infiltration. All that to say, it was odd for Juliet to have no stash of emergency cash at home, unless it was hidden elsewhere. Maybe there's another safe somewhere in the house, Rebecca reasoned, still unwilling to give up. Leo chuckled and pointed at the Omaha Tech pistol. "If you want that gun, it's yours." "Really? You don't want it?" "Nope. Take it." Though the Militech Omaha, like the Arasaka Kenshin, was a burst-firing tech pistol, Leo already had the means and know-how to craft an equivalent anytime he liked. So he didn't mind letting Rebecca have it. Beside the safe sat a computer, left in sleep mode. Chapter 102. Leo lightly touched the computer's power button, and the screen lit up. No password had been set. Sitting down in the chair, he began sifting through the files. He soon noticed that this computer was networked to a camera installed in the basement. However, when he attempted to take control remotely, the screen remained pitch black. It was as though the basement camera had been destroyed. Left with no immediate way to check the basement feed, he moved on to the saved messages. Hey. Asterisk from asterisk Rose Horrigan. Asterisk to asterisk Juliet Horrigan. Juliet. Oh my god, how long has it been since we last talked? Are you doing okay? I guess I'm only writing because something's really weighing on my mind. Remember that old dam we used to play on when we were kids? We'd shout our names and random nonsense just to hear the echo. Our voices would bounce across the valley. Sometimes it still feels like I can hear those echoes, like they drifted far from home and then found their way back. It's strange, right? I'm not sure. Honestly, Juliet, everything's been going downhill for me lately. It's only getting worse. And the worst part is, I lost my job, so all those new implants for work were basically useless. I hope I'm not scaring you or asking too much. It's just that I wish I could actually hear your voice again, more than just an echo. Maybe that would help me snap out of it somehow. Rose. Asterisk from asterisk Juliet Horrigan. Asterisk to asterisk Rose Horrigan. Rose. Of course I remember that damn. And that time we wanted to kick that jerk Benny Dillard, and his stupid drone, off the edge. Tongue sticking out. Yeah, I heard about your job. That's really rough. But listen, I talked it over with Say, and we both agree you can stay with us for a while, at least until you feel better. Come on, just like old times. Juliet. After reading, Leo, Lucy, and Rebecca exchanged glances. So, Leo began, this Rose must be Juliet's sister. Initially, Say was okay with her coming here, but maybe Rose's condition got out of control. He couldn't handle it and left. Seeing Leo's thoughtful expression, Rebecca asked, what are you thinking? That Rose might be another person who replaced her limbs for a job, and then lost that job. A victim of Night City's harsh realities. He recalled an episode of Night After Night, hosted by Zig Q, featuring a former New American Auto Company worker named Martin Coleman. That corporation forced employees to get Zeta Tech prosthetics, on loan, no less, or face termination without severance. Many had mortgages, families, and no other choices. Some took on crippling debt just to keep their jobs, only for the company to go under within a year. Suddenly unemployed, they still owed huge sums to Zeta Tech. When they couldn't pay, the repo squad came knocking, literally tearing the implants off their bodies and leaving them physically disabled. Leo refocused when he noticed Lucy and Rebecca watching him. He waved a hand to show he was fine. Let's see if there are other emails. Maybe we'll learn what actually happened here. About Rose. Asterisk from asterisk Victor Vector. Asterisk to asterisk Juliet Horrigan. Ms. Horrigan. I'm glad you came to me for help instead of trusting one of those scammer street clinics. But I'm afraid I don't have good news. The symptoms you've described suggest a severe dissociative break. No matter the treatment, it's going to keep getting worse. In this situation, there's nothing you can really do for your sister. The only real cure is a visit from MaxTac, if you understand my meaning. It's good you reached out to me, but your next step should be to contact them. The sooner they handle her, the safer it'll be for everyone, including you. Victor. Vic. Lucy said, startled. All three looked at one another. None of them had expected Victor to be caught up in this. It appeared Juliet had tried to get his help. MaxTac. Leo shook his head. Although he'd only suspected before, this practically confirmed it, Rose was deep into cyberpsychosis. That also explained the empty safe. Juliet must have been pouring all her resources into treatment, leaving her with nothing left. And Say, Juliet's husband, had likely left because he couldn't cope. The last two emails on the computer came from Juliet's mother and from El Capitan himself. The one from her mother mentioned Rose calling 40 times in a row, breathing heavily into the phone but never speaking, then cutting off. Her mother, worried, asked Juliet what was happening. Juliet replied with reassurances that everything was fine. The message from El Capitan was sent after Juliet had dropped out of contact. He asked for an update on the Zeta Tech data and said he had other jobs he only trusted her to handle, but she hadn't replied. It was unclear whether something had happened to Juliet by then or if she was simply too busy dealing with Rose to respond. Juliet's home wasn't large. They had seen all there was to see downstairs, so they headed back to the sofa area. Sticking close to the wall, they climbed the stairs to the second floor. The space up here was even narrower, with only 2 rooms. Leo opened the one closest to the landing, a small bedroom with bunk beds, like the sleeper compartments on a train. Immediately in view was a wardrobe door stained with a good amount of dried blood. A chair lay overturned on the floor. The room was in chaos. Just from the condition of the place, Leo's mind pieced together a possible scenario. Juliet or Say had been trying to restrain a rampaging Rose. Someone's back or arm got injured, bleeding heavily, and then Rose shoved that person against the wardrobe, leaving those bloody smears. A foul odor lingered in the air. On the table, an open medkit lay nearly empty of supplies, as though they desperately tried to patch someone up. Chapter 103. Leo spotted large bloodstains on the tabletop nearby, along with blood-soaked bandages scattered across the floor. What's that smell? Rebecca pinched her nose, grimacing. Lucy frowned. Leo took a quick sniff. It's blood. They never cleaned up, so it turned foul. Rebecca glanced around nervously, still holding her nose. All this blood, and nobody bothered to clean it. Did Juliet end up getting killed by her own sister? But there's no corpse. Would a cyberpsycho even know how to hide a body? A laptop rested on a small desk in the bedroom, apparently Rose's, not Juliet's. It contained only 2 messages. One was the email from Rose to Juliet they had already seen downstairs. The other was a reminder from something called the Quickblade Clinic. Judging by it, Rose had realized she had a problem and scheduled an appointment. However, the reminder messages spanned from August 9th of last year to January 8th of this year. It was named Redwood Psychiatric Hospital before. Rose had never gone. Leo exhaled slowly. She never visited Quickblade Clinic. I can't decide if that was lucky for Rose or unfortunate for Juliet. Lucy and Rebecca both looked at him. How so? Do you know who runs that clinic? Maelstrom. Much like other Night City gangs, Maelstrom is splintered into multiple factions. The group operating out of Quickblade Clinic used to be Scavs. I'm not trying to defend Maelstrom, nothing could make them look good, but you can imagine how ruthless ex-Scavs can be. He paused, then went on, there's a rumor in Watson that if you go to Quickblade Clinic, they'll rip out your implants and organs to sell on the black market, while you're still awake. Lucy and Rebecca both shivered. And you're sure it's not just a rumor? I'm clarifying that it isn't a rumor, Leo said flatly. Rebecca swallowed. How do you know all this? Because I took the clinic down with Jackie and V, just the 3 of us, Leo replied. At that time, he needed the extra eddies, and some intangible benefits, and requests to wipe out Scav strongholds came in constantly. He and his team had also purged another scavenger den disguised as a hospital near a mega building in Santo Domingo. The last room on the 2nd floor was a bathroom, its shelves lined with bottles and canisters of sedatives for treating cyberpsychosis. Various types, from different manufacturers. Such medication required a doctor's prescription at a legitimate hospital, something far beyond most people's means in Night City. On the black market, it was pricey, too. Clearly, Juliet had sunk a fortune into helping Rose. Having checked everything upstairs, the trio headed for the basement. They passed behind the living room couch, where the door leading down was set into a wall of peeling plaster, cracked tile, and exposed pipes. A red LED on a small device above the basement door blinked ominously, the anti-surveillance scrambler. Without waiting for Leo to say anything, Lucy flicked a length of golden monowire from her wrist and sliced the device into useless scrap. Once the door opened, all 3 filed in. A dingy light revealed a lonely surgery chair and swathes of dried blood. Anyone else might have assumed they'd stumbled into a Scav den. A figure lay on the floor near the chair, a knife buried in her back. The scanner ID'd her as Juliet. She had bled heavily, soaking her clothes and leaving a large dark stain. Lucy started forward to check, but Leo placed a hand on her shoulder, silently motioning for her to look deeper into the gloom. A flickering silhouette slunk into view, moving like a wraith. It was Rose, prowling the shadows as if possessed. Rebecca aimed both pistols at Rose, ready to fire if Leo gave the word. Instead, he pressed her guns down and looked at Lucy. Force her eyes to reboot. After that, I'll handle it. Lucy nodded. A few seconds later, sparks burst from Rose's cyber optics. She let out a raw scream, clutching her face in pain, oblivious to Leo's rapid approach. His reinforced fist connected with her jaw, sending her flying like a rag doll. She crashed against a storage rack, bringing its contents down with a noisy clatter, half burying her in debris. Rose went still beneath the scattered junk. Leo glanced back at Juliet, still not moving, when Rose suddenly twitched. She burst free, skimming along the ground with shocking speed, right hand hidden behind her back. Die. Rose shrieked, eyes wild, lunging with a blade aimed for Leo's chest. Yet her weapon struck nothing but air. She froze, finally registering the hiss of a blade returning to its sheath. That was too fast. She gasped, voice weak. Her body hit the floor like deadweight, life snuffed out in a matter of seconds. Once certain Rose was gone, Leo moved to Juliet, crouching down. Lucy and Rebecca hurried over. Is she alive? She's hanging by a thread, but yes. Leo produced a pneumatic injector and administered 2 doses in quick succession. We should get her upstairs. The air down here won't do her any favors. He scooped Juliet into his arms and headed for the living room, calling El Capitan on the way. Leo. So, you found Juliet, did she give you the data? El Capitan, send someone ASAP to pick her up. I just gave her a couple of shots, so if you're quick, there's still a chance she'll pull through. Leo quickly summarized what they'd found in Juliet's home. Damn it. El Capitan sounded frustrated. So that's why she went off the grid for 2 weeks, taking care of her sister. She never mentioned that. Thanks for everything, Leo. I'll get people over there immediately. Back in the living room, Leo laid Juliet on the sofa. He removed the knife in her back, then flushed the wound, stanched the bleeding, and bandaged it. He had done all he could, now they just had to wait for El Capitan's crew. While they waited, Leo didn't just sit around. He opened the recording module in his tactical visor and saved a video clip of the scene, passing it to Rebecca. Show this to the rest of our crew, especially Maine. Rose had outfitted both arms with gorilla arms, replaced her spine with a basic Sandevistan, and installed special cyber legs designed for power jumping. She had clearly worked in corporate security or a similarly high combat role. Leo hoped that, once Maine saw these clips, he would rethink piling too many upgrades onto his body before adapting to what he already had. Speeding from one implant to another only drained a person's physical and mental reserves faster. Leo understood mercenaries all too well. They took any job they could to scrape by, drank themselves senseless between gigs, and prayed they'd see another sunrise. Many sank into the same self-deception, believing, I'm different, I'll be fine, even as the red flags stacked up. Then that one last straw would break them, exactly the way it had broken Rose, by the time they realized they were never special in the first place. And by then, it was too late. Chapter 104. Leo knew there was no turning back the clock, and no cure-all for regrets. Over the past few days, he had read more research and documents about cyberpsychosis, deepening his understanding. One striking observation was that nearly all victims were rank-and-file cybermercs or low-level corporate security guards. Meanwhile, top-tier enforcers, like Arasaka Saburo's personal bodyguard Goro Takemura or Hanako Arasaka's retainer Oda Sandeu, had complete, high-grade cybernetic bodies without any signs of cyberpsychosis. They didn't even display early symptoms. Why? A former Zeta Tech researcher provided one explanation: cyberpsychosis was more a byproduct of modern lifestyles and societal pressures than purely a side effect of prosthetics. Yes, cybernetic implants could affect brain chemistry, but they were just catalysts. The real culprit was how people lived in a heavily dehumanized world. Machines and AI were everywhere, and even loved ones replaced faces with metal plating. Some individuals lost their connection to humanity, slipping into isolation, distrust, and fear. They lost empathy, and their suppressed anger or paranoia twisted into violent outbursts. Most terrifying of all, many cases went undiagnosed because not everyone with cyberpsychosis turned into a rampaging ex-soldier loaded with Sandevistan reflex tech. Some had only a single implant, maybe a new knee or a cyber liver, and lived quietly, shutting out friends, family, and the outside world. In the end, their isolation and mental collapse were no less tragic. They just never made the news. Put simply, too much stress, too little relief. Minds snapped under the weight, pushing people to blame society or humanity as a whole for their suffering, until extremism became the final step. However, this still was just one of many plausible explanations. By the way, Rebecca, do you know any reliable Ripper docs? Leo asked. Rebecca shook her head. Her brother, Pilar, was a halfway decent tech, but installing new implants was way beyond his skills. Some general upkeep was fine, but a full cyberware operation was out of his league. So, how do you normally upgrade your implants? Leo pressed, curious. Rebecca tilted her head and launched into an explanation. Either we salvage them from dead bodies as loot, or we buy them through Faraday. You know, fixers can get you anything if you have the money. She continued, as for the surgery, we could go to a legit hospital, but it's too expensive. Besides, hospital docs ask a million questions, run a pile of tests, and in the end, probably say you're unfit for surgery until you improve your physical condition. It's frustrating. She clenched her fists, cheeks puffing in anger. And even if we do pass all that, we can't afford them anyway. So we usually go to underground clinics. You've seen them, right? Places with those pink neon signs that look like they belong to, certain other businesses. Lucy instinctively touched the back of her neck. She recalled her own brushes with shady medics back when she was on the run from Arasaka. If not for her skill and luck, she'd have ended up dead more than once. Leo asked, aren't you worried about black market docs? Of course. That's why whenever Maine goes in for an upgrade, Dorio tags along, Rebecca said, flexing an arm that had little muscle to show. Dorio's ex-animals. With her build, any sleazy doc would think twice. Leo nodded. But half the Ripper docs in Night City don't even have a medical license. They're basically amateurs. Surviving under their knife is mostly luck. Rebecca's face fell. We know. But what choice do we have? We're just regular folks in Night City. There are thousands of merc teams like ours, and very few top-tier docs like Vic Vector. We're not always that lucky. Leo could see where she was coming from. He patted his chest. Listen, if you trust me, I can introduce you to a real pro. You know a reliable Ripper doc. Rebecca's eyes lit up. If you say he's good, I believe you, but, how good are we talking? Leo laughed. First you say you trust me, then you doubt me right away. He teasingly ruffled her hair. Strangely enough, she didn't protest. She had begun to accept his head pats as oddly comforting. Don't worry, he assured her. Vic is the best ripperdoc in Night City. I'm serious. He's no back-alley quack, he studied in Japan, top-notch credentials. Back when Leo had hung around Vic's place, he'd scanned the clinic with his tactical visor and discovered a certificate in a desk drawer indicating the doc had done advanced medical training at Tokyo University's affiliated hospital. Leo asked Vic about it once, but Vic had only smiled, saying it was ancient history. Anyway, Leo went on, if your team ever needs firearms, kinetic, tech, or smart, I can hook you up. I can make kinetic and tech guns myself, as long as I have enough materials. My costs are pretty negligible, so I can let them go cheaper than random street dealers selling who knows how many hand gear. He paused. If you want smart weapons, I can still help. I'll just order them through a fixer. The difference is that I can offer you a payment plan. Faraday and other fixers deal in strict full payment, but with me, you can do installments. Or even run a tab if you're strapped for cash. That way, Maine and his crew wouldn't have to risk high-stakes jobs just to afford new cyberware or gear, nor would they keep throwing themselves into lethal missions, feeling forced to upgrade their bodies faster than they could handle. Leo liked Maine's group. They were rough around the edges, but they had heart and looked out for each other. He didn't want them to burn out and dissolve, or worse, end up like so many short-lived merc teams in Night City. Maine's current breakneck upgrade schedule practically courted Cyberpsychosis. After chatting with Rebecca a while longer, El Capitan's people finally arrived. They picked up Juliet, along with the data he wanted. The next day, Leo got a call from Rebecca. She told him that Maine and Dorio had reviewed the footage of Rose's final breakdown. Watching Rose, a normal person who had gradually become a cyberpsycho, pushed Juliet to the brink and nearly killed her. It left Maine in a long, pensive silence. Chapter 105. Maine spent a long time in silence before finally agreeing not to upgrade his cyberware any further, at least for now. He also took Leo's advice and stopped running with Faraday. Instead, he decided to side with El Capitan. One piece of good news after another followed. A few days later, T-Bug, the female cop, and Juliet all called to express their gratitude. They even transferred several $1,000 to Leo as a token of thanks. Juliet felt no resentment toward Leo for killing her sister, Rose. Instead, she seemed relieved. Maybe in this world, there were no true cyberpsychos, only the sickness of poverty. She had spent her life savings on her sister and driven her husband away. Now, with her sister freed by death, she felt freed herself. Ever since her husband, Cy, had left home, he had stayed at the Sunset Motel waiting for her. While El Capitan helped Juliet find a reliable ripperdoc, he also tracked down Cy, and Cy returned to her side. They couldn't simply go back to how things were before, but at least their nearly broken family hadn't been destroyed. Neither Juliet nor Cy forgot that it was Leo who reunited them and gave them a chance at a new life. Juliet made it clear that if Leo ever needed her help, all he had to do was ask. Meanwhile, the NCPD officers Leo had rescued had once mentioned he deserved a medal. He thought they were just being polite. To his surprise, a week later the NCPD privately presented medals to him, Lucy, and Rebecca for their brave act in saving those officers. At first, the three of them looked baffled. Then Leo watched Commissioner Jerry Ford on TV, boasting that he alone was responsible for wiping out the Eden gang. It turned out those medals were basically hush money. Dirty politics at its finest. A woman walked alone along a deserted street in the Northern Industrial District late at night. The darkness was deep, and only the cold glow of streetlights lit her way. Locals called this area Little Taiping-jo. It lay in the northern part of Watson, far more desolate than Little Chinatown or Kabuki in the south. Even the NCPD didn't bother much with patrolling here. It hadn't always been like this. Decades ago, the Northern Industrial District had been packed with factories, providing thousands of jobs and fueling Night City's economy. Back then, people used to call it Little Manchester. But after the unification war of the 60s and 70s, Saburo Arasaka returned to Night City, and Watson's prosperity quickly faded. Arasaka's lawyers and bankers pushed all other interests out of the district, carved out the western portion behind walls, and called it Arasaka Waterfront. The capital fled, leaving the old factories to rust away like abandoned husks. Despite rampant crime and a worsening security situation, this district had one advantage no one could ignore: the rent was cheap. Just a few $1,000 a month could get you a decent apartment of dozens of square meters, far better than a flimsy shack or cramped trailer. That was reason enough for the woman to live here. The street remained deathly silent as she hurried home, glancing around as though worried someone might be tailing her. Suddenly, a noise made her jump. It came from a nearby alley. Tiptoeing closer, she found a stray cat on a trash can lid and breathed a sigh of relief, just her imagination. She had good reason to be on edge, though. People had been vanishing in the Northern Industrial District at night. Commissioner Ford had appeared on TV, promising a thorough investigation, but after a week of coming up empty-handed, the NCPD stopped acknowledging the disappearances altogether. Normally, the woman worked from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, so she wouldn't be out so late. An emergency had forced her to take leave, catch the subway from Kabuki to the Northern Industrial District, and then walk home alone in the dark. She felt a bit safer knowing she was only 2 blocks away from home. Just then, she spotted a car approaching from up ahead, its headlights so bright she had to shield her eyes. She stepped aside and waited, relieved when it seemed to pass her by. But her relief didn't last long. She noticed from the shadows on the ground that the car had turned around and was heading back toward her. She tried to stay calm and kept walking, but the car drew closer, its glaring headlights locking onto her like a spotlight. Finally, terror overwhelmed her, and she sprinted. The car sped up as well, following right behind like a cat playing with a mouse. When her legs grew tired and her pace slowed, the car pulled in front of her and stopped. Its doors swung open, and several heavily tattooed men got out. Before she could resist, they bundled her inside. The engine revved, and the car sped off, leaving the street silent once more, as though nothing had happened. 2 days later. At the Mox headquarters in Lizzie's bar, Susie, leader of the Mox, sat in a dimly lit room lined with screens on the walls. She frowned at the data on the monitors, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door behind her opened, and a Mox girl stepped in. Her hair was dyed in a gradient from green to pink, with bangs covering half her face. She wore only a small white tank top, leaving her neck, shoulders, and arms covered in tattoos. Black suspenders completed the outfit. Seeing the newcomer, Susie rubbed her temples. What now, Judy? The girl named Judy was relatively new to the Mox. She used to work at Clouds, not as a doll, but editing brain dances, and had once been tangled in a complicated relationship with Maiko Maeda, the second in command there. Something happened, they fell out, and Judy cut ties with Maiko before leaving Clouds for good. Susie had taken Judy in, giving her a home and a job. It was a decision she both loved and hated. She loved Judy because her skill at creating brain dances was among the best in Night City. It was a stroke of luck for the Mox to hire such top talent without an enormous salary. And indeed, ever since Judy joined, Lizzie's bar had seen its brain dance sales skyrocket several times over. The girls were making more money than ever. But still, there were times Judy tested Susie's patience. And right now, Susie could only brace herself for whatever Judy wanted to say next. Chapter 106. Judy was like a stray cat wandering the streets. She often pulled stunts that left Susie both furious and exasperated. One such habit involved bringing streetwalkers over to Lizzie's bar. It was true that it boosted the Mox's numbers, but it also meant more mouths to feed. The Mox only had Lizzie's bar as their turf. There was no way they could support so many people. Besides, these streetwalkers didn't know much of anything about working in a bar. This line of work required a certain amount of skill. Nobody could just flop down on a couch like a corpse and expect to make eddies. You didn't bring in more people off the street again, did you, Judy? Susie asked, sounding drained. I like you, but don't push it. We can't feed them all. Judy froze. Susie, that's not why I'm here. Oh. Then what's the matter? Susie's face softened. As long as Judy wasn't dragging more streetwalkers in, it would be easier to talk things through. Susie, it's been 2 days, and Dorothy still hasn't shown up for work. Susie frowned. Have you tried calling her? Judy nodded, looking worried. Several times. No one picked up. Damn it, Susie swore under her breath. So what do you want me to do? What else can we do? We're about to open. Tell the girls to get ready, the customers will be here soon. Judy looked stunned, as if she was only just now seeing Susie for who she really was. You're just going to ignore Dorothy's disappearance? What do you expect me to do, pull every girl off the job to search all over Watson? You know how big Watson is. How dangerous. The Mox don't rule this entire district. But. No buts. In reality, Susie wasn't heartless. She was actually the first to realize Dorothy was missing. The moment Dorothy hadn't shown up for her shift, Susie tried calling her. When there was no answer, she sent people to Dorothy's place and even went to the NCPD headquarters several times to file a missing person report. Every time, the NCPD told her the same thing, go home and wait, they'd take care of it. It was clear, though, that Dorothy had likely run into something awful. Susie suspected it was related to the string of missing person cases plaguing Watson lately. Still, Susie was responsible for everyone at Lizzie's bar, and if the bar fell into chaos, the Mox would be in serious trouble. She had to hold things together. Judy could tell Susie didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she gave up. Fine. Got it. She was about to leave when another Mox girl rushed in. Susie. Susie. Susie glared. What now? I've got a friend who transports bodies for the medical center, the girl said. She told me they found 2 women at a landfill in the northern industrial district. She sent Susie and Judy a photo. It popped up in their vision moments later, showing 2 women being carried away on stretchers. One had obviously been tortured before death, her body was mutilated beyond recognition. Just looking at the picture made it clear how much she must have suffered. It's Dorothy. Her face was the only part left untouched by whoever did this. Susie and Judy recognized her instantly. The other person. Anna Knox. She's still alive. Susie and Judy exchanged shocked looks. Anna had also been a member of the Mox. She went missing so long ago that they'd assumed she was dead. But here she was, turning up alive. Though Anna had clearly been abused, she was in far better shape than Dorothy. According to the medical center, she was still alive when they found her. Susie immediately sent people to pick her up. The Mox kept an abandoned factory in the northern industrial district as a safe house, and Anna could recover there. After Susie got off the phone, Judy's face darkened. It has to be that maniac Jotaro Shobo. That psycho. In recent weeks, one woman after another had gone missing in Watson, even Mox members weren't spared. Dorothy was already the third. The Mox girl who had brought the news looked confused. How do you know it's him? Judy's lip curled in disgust. He's been supplying plenty of new material for the black market brain dances on the dark net. That scum is notorious for it. Susie, however, stayed silent. She knew about this neighbor of theirs. Lizzie's bar was located in Kabuki, territory of the Tiger Claws, and Jotaro Shobo was a Tiger Claws officer. The Tiger Claws themselves were a powerful gang hailing from Japan, with their main branch there and a massive presence in Night City's Japantown. Rumors said they even had shady ties to Arasaka. A small gang like the Mox, controlling nothing but a single bar, couldn't possibly take on a giant like that. You can both go, Susie said after a long pause. Susie. Judy stared in disbelief, while the other girl still seemed lost about what was going on. So you're really just going to act like nothing happened? Judy demanded. Jotaro Shobo is right there. If you don't kill him, our girls will never be safe. Susie felt a surge of frustration. Why are you yelling at me? Who's in charge here, you or me? Judy opened her mouth but couldn't muster a reply, glaring at Susie like a feral cat. Susie realized she might have snapped too harshly. She took a few slow breaths, lowering her voice. Look, just let me think, okay? I'll come up with something. I just need some time alone. Given Susie's request, Judy and the other girl exchanged glances and left. Once alone, Susie swept everything off the desk in a burst of anger. The more she raged outwardly, though, the calmer she felt inside. People might have forgotten, but she remembered clearly, Lizzie's bar was named for its former owner, Elizabeth Lizzie Borden. Lizzie had been killed after offending the Tiger Claws, and the Mox formed in the aftermath. Even now, the Mox only numbered around 200, counting non-combatants. Going to war with a massive gang like the Tiger Claws would end the same way it had for Lizzie. Susie wasn't afraid to die, and it wasn't just fear of retaliation, either. She was the Mox boss, responsible for 200 lives. She wasn't young anymore. She wasn't about to lead everyone into ruin for some hollow slogan or ideal. On the other hand, she couldn't simply brush off the blood spilled by the Mox. They were still a gang, after all, not clay waiting to be molded by whichever hand came along. Chapter 107. Susie took one look at the items scattered across the floor, then sat back in her chair and dialed a number. Before the person on the other end could speak, Susie jumped in first. Regina, I have a job for you. I'm willing to pay top dollar, money's not an issue, but I need this done right. Bring me the very best mercenaries you can find. El Coyote Kojo. Chihiro was behind the counter, wiping it down with a cloth, when she looked up and saw Leo walk in from outside. Hey, Leo. You're here early. Leo nodded, glancing around. El Coyote Kojo was quiet in the morning, with hardly any customers around. Other than Chihiro working behind the bar, the only other person present was Ryoko, who sat in a corner reading. Leo went over to Ryoko first and took out a piece of chocolate. The little girl's eyes lit up. Leo. He placed the chocolate in her palm and patted her on the head. How's your reading coming along? Ryoko froze for a second, right when she started peeling off the wrapper. There's a lot I don't really understand. Take your time, and don't stress. No need to push yourself. Ryoko broke off half the chocolate and held it out to him, her face glowing with a sweet smile. Leo, let's share. Half for you, half for me. Impressed by how considerate she was, Leo accepted it without hesitation. Sweet. Tastes great. Thanks, Ryoko. Heh. You're welcome. Ryoko wrapped up the remaining half and slipped it into her pocket. I'll save this piece for Mom. Chihiro watched her daughter with fondness in her eyes. Leo went back to the bar and sat down. Jackie isn't awake yet. That's right. Jackie came home really late last night, something about helping an old buddy in the Valentinos. Chihiro automatically reached for a liquor bottle but stopped, recalling that Leo didn't drink. She paused and asked, So, Leo, should I get you another cola? Yeah, thanks. She quickly brought his drink. Leo sipped his cola while watching a rerun of the previous night's Night After Night on TV. The host, Ziggy, dressed in his signature gold-tone jacket, faced the camera and launched into his monologue. Night City, good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Tonight's guest is the NCPD spokesperson, Inspector Sarah Krakowski. Welcome, gorgeous, thanks for joining our show. A long-legged Krakowski stepped into frame from off-camera and sat on the couch. Hello, Ziggy. It's an honor to be here. How was the trip to our studio? No run-ins with robbers or biker gangs, I hope. She laughed. No. The city's getting safer by the day. This year's homicide numbers have dropped from last year's shocking 7,103 cases down to. Krakowski was clearly reading from a press release. But when she saw the figure on the page, she abruptly stopped talking. It was obvious she hadn't actually reviewed the script in advance. Ziggy, a seasoned host who hadn't simply risen through connections like some other host, immediately caught her slip and went on the offensive. Hold on. If you say the streets are safer, what's going on with all those recent kidnappings in Watson? Krakowski looked startled. What? Seeing her confusion, Ziggy pressed the advantage. Lately, people have been disappearing all over Watson, Little China, Kabuki, the Northern Industrial District. Kidnappings everywhere. So what happened? Who's behind it, and what's the NCPD's response? Got any plan in mind? Krakowski clearly hadn't expected that question. She stammered, as the NCPD, we're responsible for ensuring the personal and property safety of every citizen within Night City limits. But in Watson. Ziggy couldn't hide his impatience. He stood up, walked around the desk, and stood in front of her. Sarah, my dear, please, stop reading the NCPD handout. The audience just wants some honesty here. Have you identified any suspects? Are you going to boost nighttime patrols in Watson? And let's not forget the big one, NCPD stocks are in free fall, diving into the abyss. Got any plans for that? Krakowski gave up on her press release entirely. But at that moment, her mind went blank, like thick paste. She had no idea how to respond. She stuttered, it's just a technical adjustment. No need to panic. As for those kidnappings, we, the NCPD, will do our best. Ziggy left her to stumble over her words and returned to his seat, signaling the camera to focus on him again. Well, it looks like our lovely guest is out of things to say. Not really her fault, the NCPD dropped the ball. You want my advice? If the NCPD can't help, maybe you should help yourselves. Until the cops catch the perp, or, realistically, until the perp just gets bored, please avoid going out at night unless absolutely necessary. If you must go out, bring friends. And whatever you do, don't walk, even if it's just a short distance. Drive. Cars, friends, what else? Oh, right, I conveniently left something out. If you're sharp, you've already figured it out. That's right, weapons. Praise the sacred Second Amendment. Hallelujah. Which leads us to Arasaka's newest smart pistol, the HJKE-11 Yukimura. Back in the day, soldiers had to train for months before they set foot on a battlefield, imagine that. Now, with a smart pistol, you can lock onto targets automatically and fire homing rounds. All you need is the right implant. The smart revolution began with the Yukimura, developed by Arasaka in the 2040s. No matter how terrible your aim, stormtrooper-level stuff, you can still hit your targets 100% of the time. Even 30 years on, the Yukimura is still considered one of the greatest handguns ever made. It has 2 firing modes, fully automatic and 3-round burst, so you can adapt to any situation. Plus, its ample magazine capacity means you can keep shooting if you run into multiple scumbags at once. The Yukimura Smart Pistol. You know you want one. So why wait? Pick up the phone and order now. Oh, and if you mention Ziggy Q and Night After Night, you'll get a 10% discount. The show ended, and the channel cut to a noisy commercial block. Chihiro, still wiping down the bar, couldn't help commenting, that host sure has guts. He says anything he wants, doesn't care about the NCPD's reputation at all. Isn't he afraid they'll come after him? Leo chuckled. It made sense that Chihiro didn't realize the deeper politics behind these shows, the whole setup was complicated. All these stations in Night City have a big corporation backing them. Compared to a corp, the NCPD is nothing. Even if Commissioner Jerry Ford is annoyed, there's nothing he can do about it. Leo finished the last of his cola, set the bottle down, and admitted that the sudden segue into an advertisement caught him by surprise. It was a perfect example of mass consumerism at its finest, sticking an ad wherever it would fit. Just then, his phone rang. It was Regina. Hey, Leo, you up? I've got a gig for you, a big one. High risk, but the pay matches the danger. You in? High risk, high pay. He wondered if it involved butting heads with Arasaka. In Watson, the only big job with major risks that came to mind was something related to Arasaka waterfront. What's the job? Regina rarely used words like high risk and big job, so it had to be something serious. Leo hesitated, not wanting to accept a contract he couldn't fulfill. A single failure would damage his reputation, and a mercenary's reputation was tied directly to how much they could earn. Up to now, he had never failed a mission, and he didn't want this one to be the first. We've been working together a while, and I love that you're so cautious. Plenty of folks talk a big game but can't deliver jack. This one's too complex to explain on the phone. The client wants to meet you in person at Lizzie's bar. Lizzie's bar? Mox territory. So the client might be the Mox. Regina's next words confirmed his suspicion. I don't know if I mentioned this, but it's Susie Q, boss of the Mox, who needs your help. She's in a hurry, so drop by as soon as you can. Got it. I'm on my way. Ending the call, Leo left El Coyote Kojo, summoned his Fenrir motorcycle, and headed to Lizzie's bar in Kabuki, Watson. It was still early, and the bar exterior was practically deserted, nothing like its vibrant nighttime scene. He parked Fenrir in a designated space and locked it. Then he walked to the entrance of Lizzie's bar and knocked. No response. Chapter 108. Leo knocked again. A woman's voice came from the speaker beside the door. We're closed, handsome. If you're looking for fun, come back after 6 in the evening. Leo glanced up at the security camera mounted above the entrance. It was staring right at him. I'm not here to party. Regina sent me. She said someone's waiting for me inside. Regina. So you're the help she hired. 1 SEC, cutie. Half a minute later, the door swung open. A woman with her hair in a bun, holding a spiked metal bat, leaned against the doorframe. Follow me. She led Leo through a curtain made of woven plastic strips. The main hall was dimly lit, and the stage was practically deserted. A few employees who had worked all night lay sprawled on the couches, exhausted. A handful of people sat at the bar, smoking and drinking in silence. Someone caught sight of Leo following the woman with the bun and frowned. Thought we were closed. Why'd you bring him in? She snapped back without missing a beat, not your business. Go sleep. If you're too restless to sleep, go find something else to do. Then she guided Leo into a darkened hallway next to the main hall and finally opened the door to a private room. Inside, the lighting was dim. A large woman sat on one of the sofas. Her arms were covered in metallic implants that resembled spiked maces, and her face also bore signs of cyberware. She motioned for Leo to sit. Want a drink? Just a cola, thanks. Bring a cola and a bottle of whiskey, the big woman said to the one with the bun. Only then did she turn her attention back to Leo. You probably guessed who I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway. Name's Susie Q. I run Lizzie's bar, and I lead the Mox. Leo nodded. He didn't beat around the bush. Regina told me you have a high-risk job you need handled. What's it about? Straight to business. I like that. Susie placed the cola in front of Leo and cracked open the whiskey bottle, taking a swig before continuing. Have you heard about the string of kidnappings in Watson lately? Leo didn't touch his cola. His expression turned serious. Yeah, it's all over the news. I was just watching a rerun of Night After Night, and Ziggy was talking about it. What about it? Did somebody from the Mox go missing? Susie set the bottle down and wiped a bit of whiskey from her chin. Yes. Leo thought for a moment. So you want me to help find them? Why not hire a private detective? They're better at that kind of thing. Night City had more than one detective agency, and there were some with solid reputations. As long as you could pay, they usually got results. Susie shook her head. I don't need you to find someone. I want you to kill someone. Kill someone. Leo looked puzzled. If her request was for an assassination, why bring up the kidnappings? I want you to eliminate the mastermind behind these missing persons cases. Leo's eyes lit up in understanding. So you know who's responsible? Susie nodded. I do. Mind telling me? There's no reason not to. You need intel to get the job done. Susie paused, then straightened her posture and stared Leo in the eye. His name is Jotaro Shobo. Have you heard of him? Jotaro Shobo. So it was tied to the Shobo ring, Leo thought. He recalled Chihiro and Ryoko, the mother and daughter hiding at El Coyote Kojo. They had escaped not just from the massive Fusagumi, but also from Jotaro's crew. The two groups operated separately, but at the end of the day, they were both part of the same larger organization, the Tiger Claws. No matter which branch they ran from, they were still running from the same beast. Are you sure? He asked quietly. Susie had been watching him closely, and when she said the name Jotaro Shobo, Leo's only reaction was the faintest flicker of emotion. That surprised her. Jotaro's reputation in Watson was anything but gentle, he was feared and reviled. Plus, he was an officer of the Tiger Claws and ran his own division under his family name. Some parents used his name to scare their kids into behaving, finding it more effective than the NCPD. Either Leo was too green to know fear, or he was truly capable. Given Regina's recommendation, Susie suspected it was the latter. Absolutely, she said. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. My time is valuable, running a bar that pulls in thousands of Eurodollars a minute. Leo confirmed once more, "You really want me to kill Jotaro Shobo?" "That's right." He immediately shook his head. "Can't do it." Susie froze. Just moments ago, she'd thought Regina's contact was the perfect choice. Now it felt like she'd been slapped in the face. "I know what you're worried about, but you really don't need to be that scared," Susie insisted. Apparently, the Shobo ring recently took a major hit. They lost a lot of people, including that so-called Dragon of Masafusa, Nanto Masayuki, in some conflict. Right now, they're at their weakest. You don't have to worry. Leo thought, "I know more about that than you think, since I'm the one who took out that dragon." But for Chihiro and Ryoko's safety, he didn't say it aloud. With all due respect, Leo replied, "If it were really that simple, why wouldn't the Mox handle it yourselves? Why spend money hiring mercenaries at all?" Susie flinched at the question. Leo smiled a bit and went on. "Sure, the Shobo ring is weakened, but the Tiger Claws in Night City aren't just that one group. The entire Tiger Claws presence in Japantown is still sharp enough to shred anyone who dares provoke them. Don't worry. You won't be fighting alone. The Mox can back you up," Susie said, trying to argue. Leo waved a hand dismissively. "That's not the point. If the Tiger Claws decide to retaliate from Japantown, the Mox will be wiped out too." Susie's expression turned grim. Indeed, she'd done some digging before Leo arrived, quietly asking around about the cost of a job targeting the Tiger Claws. She hadn't been stupid enough to reveal her actual aim, just dropped hints and asked how Mercs would handle it. Much to her surprise, 9 out of 10 flat-out refused. The Tiger Claws were different from other gangs, they were more unified. Even if only a low-ranking member got killed, the entire Tiger Claws force might mobilize. In their eyes, murdering one of their own was a direct provocation against the whole gang, absolutely intolerable. They'd come down hard to defend their name. So now seeing Regina's Merc also backing out, Susie felt a crushing disappointment. Is there really no other way? Leo rubbed his thumb and fingers together, as though weighing coins. He looked conflicted. "We'll need more money." Susie's face immediately softened. If money could fix it, it wasn't really a problem. "How many people are in your crew?" she asked. "After it's done, I'll pay each of you €10,000. Each person. That's fair, right?" She considered that a generous sum, higher than most Merc rates, so Leo had no reason to refuse. But he had a different idea. €50,000 for each member of my team, he said firmly. And the Mox must provide support throughout the job, follow my lead, and be at my beck and call whenever needed. Susie's eye twitched. She had no issue with offering support, in fact, she planned to, given who they were up against. A fight with the Tiger Claws called for maximum caution. Helping Leo and his team was in the Mox's best interest. But, 50,000 per head? That was a much bigger pill to swallow. Chapter 109. If Leo's crew had 4 people, that would mean €200,000 total. And 200 grand was no small sum. Even a top-tier platinum membership with Trauma Team only cost a few tens of thousands per month. Susie frowned. "No way. 50,000 each is too much. The most I can offer is 20 grand per person." Leo refused to budge. 50,000. Not one eddy less. Susie tried haggling. "What about 25? Or 30? Leo stood up abruptly. "If that doesn't work, forget it. In that case, Miss Susie, you and the Mox can just barricade yourselves in Lizzie's bar. Worst case, don't go outside at night. At least you'd save some money." Irritated, Susie let out a cold laugh. "Fine, I'll find someone else. It's not like you're the only Merc in Night City." She didn't even finish her sentence before an urgent ringtone cut her off. Susie glanced at her phone. Yes, even in 2077, not everyone had a comm implant in their body. Plenty of people still used phones, like Wakako Okada, or corporate suits you saw around town. Without a second thought, Susie hung up on whoever was calling. Barely a second later, it started ringing again, as relentlessly as death summons. Only then did Susie answer, annoyance in her voice. "I'm in the middle of a meeting. Talk later if it's not important." A weak, coughing voice responded. If I didn't call you now, I might not make it till later." Susie froze, she recognized Judy's voice. "Judy? Who did this to you?" "It's Anna. The Ripper Doc Regina sent over was checking on her when she suddenly went berserk. Anyone she sees, she attacks. Regina's doc and his driver are both dead. We're hiding in a shipping container. Anna's still outside. Stay hidden, don't budge. We're on our way." Susie hung up and looked at Leo. "What's going on?" he asked. "No time to explain. I'll fill you in on the way. Didn't you want 50,000? Prove to me you're worth it." Half an hour earlier, outside a Mox-owned factory in the Northern Industrial District. A dark van cruised slowly up to the gate. "This is Mox territory, no trespassing," called out the guard in the security booth. The driver, a young man, lowered his window and jerked his thumb toward the back of the van. Regina sent us. We've got supplies on board for Anna Knox's treatment. The guard relaxed. All right, go on in. He opened the gate, letting the van roll inside before coming to a stop. The young man got out, followed by a ripperdoc wearing a white coat. After opening the rear doors of the vehicle, Judy and another Mox girl named Sylvia arrived, carrying a stretcher. On it lay Anna Knox, the woman Susie had rescued from the medical center. That's her. The ripperdoc noticed the restraints binding Anna to the stretcher. What's going on? Judy, holding the front of the stretcher, explained, she attacked people once before. Better safe than sorry. Nodding, the doc motioned for them to bring her into the van. The interior had been converted into a mobile clinic. It couldn't compare to a fully equipped hospital, but it was enough for basic examinations and initial treatment. Sedate her first, then take off the restraints, the doc instructed. Judy smoothly administered a pre-prepared dose of sedative. She watched Anna's eyes drift shut before unfastening the straps. Judy and Sylvia lifted Anna from the stretcher onto a surgical chair, but even then, they stayed on guard, reusing the stretcher's straps to secure Anna's hands and feet. The ripperdoc stepped inside the van. I'll check her condition. Plug in her personal interface. Judy nodded and pulled a cable out of Anna's wrist, plugging it into the diagnostic equipment. The doc focused on the screens showing a torrent of data, frowning deeper by the second. She has a daughter. Judy shook her head firmly. No, she doesn't. The doc tapped the data on the screen. Then why does her cyber-brain show memories of a daughter? Judy covered her face, unable to keep looking. They're fake memories. When Anna fell into Jotaro Shobo's hands, he forced her to relive a black market brain dance nonstop, a story of a mother who lost her beloved child. She spent so long in that nightmare, she began to believe she was that mother. The doc let out a sigh. That's about as bad as it gets. Judy froze. But you can save her, right? He shook his head. Hard to say. Imagine driving a nail through a board, pull it out, and the hole is still there. You see what I'm getting at? Judy and Sylvia traded glances, both looking uncertain. Sylvia blurted out the question that had been on both their minds, since that bastard Jotaro Shobo could implant fake memories with a brain dance, can't we do something similar to erase them? The ripperdoc gave a bitter chuckle. The human brain is still the most complex instrument there is. Even in 2077, with people more and more cyberized, memories, consciousness, thoughts, they're not something we can just delete or cut and paste. It's not that sim. Asterisk SHLKK. Asterisk. A blade tip suddenly burst through the ripperdoc's chest, with no warning at all. Judy and Sylvia stood there in stunned silence. The doc slowly lowered his head, eyes fixed on the knife protruding from his own torso, not yet grasping what had happened. Blood spilled from his mouth as he tried to speak. Judy instinctively shut her eyes, feeling droplets splatter her face. At some point, Anna, strapped to the surgical chair just moments before, had woken up. Evidently, the sedative had no effect. Her hair fell messily around her face like a horror movie specter. When she spoke, her voice was a terrifying shriek echoing from the depths of hell. My child. Where is my child? Where is my child? Anna's optics flickered like a glitching program, morphing from insect-like compound lenses back to a single pupil in an instant. She flung the ripperdoc's body out of the van as though discarding garbage. Slowly, her gaze settled on Judy and Sylvia. Under that stare, Judy felt her blood run cold, as if she'd been tossed into a barren wilderness where a rabid wolf glared at her with glowing eyes. Did you take my child away? Give my child back. Give her back right now. Judy, get up, Judy. The frantic shout of her companion roused Judy from her terror. That was when she realized she'd fallen. Sylvia hauled Judy to her feet and pulled her out of the van. Run, Judy, run. Judy, still in shock, let Sylvia drag her along. We have to warn Susie. Anna's gone psycho. She's beyond help. What's going on? The young man who had arrived with the ripperdoc had been smoking outside. Hearing the commotion, he ran over, seeing Judy and Sylvia flee as though chased by death. They bolted right past him, scrambling out of the van. He turned to see what they were running from, and came face to face with Anna, hair disheveled like a ghost in an old Hong Kong horror flick. Shit. A chill shot from his spine to his skull. Most people would freeze. But he managed to reach for his gun, only Anna was faster. Two gleaming mantis blades slid from her arms, piercing his back as though pulling him into a deadly embrace. Then she leapt straight up, vanishing into the darkness of the ceiling, the young man still impaled on her blades. Judy and Sylvia heard his screams, spun around, and saw Anna clinging to the ceiling with all four limbs, head twisted 180 degrees in a grotesque, inhuman position. She peered down at them from above. You took my child. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. She tossed aside the man's body and kicked off, hurtling at the two women like a bolt shot from a crossbow. Chapter 110. Judy shoved her companion aside, darting in the opposite direction. Anna landed hard on the spot where the two of them had been standing just seconds earlier. The impact fractured the ground into a spiderweb of cracks. Get away from me. Sylvia rolled across the floor, pulled out a kinetic shotgun, and aimed it at Anna. Bang. Anna's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Judy. Are you okay? She yelled, hurrying over to Judy and helping her up. Only then did she notice a strange, sticky sensation on her hand. Frowning, she glanced down. Her palm was soaked in blood. Judy, you're bleeding. Sylvia realized Judy had a shallow wound on her abdomen. The dark color of her suspender pants was quickly staining red. Sylvia slipped one of Judy's arms around her own neck and curled her own right arm around Judy's back, holding her right under the armpit. Come on, up you go. Let's get you out of here. Together, they stumbled toward the exit. They had barely covered a few steps when Anna, who had been blasted away moments ago, closed in behind them at terrifying speed. With no subdermal plating to protect her, Anna's flesh looked shredded where the shotgun had hit. She was bleeding so heavily that it sprayed around her like a fountain as she ran, but she seemed completely oblivious to any pain. Shit. Sylvia glanced from the exit to Anna barreling toward them. The factory gate was only a few meters away, but it felt like an impossible distance. This way. She half-carried Judy, rushing into a nearby shipping container. Just as Sylvia yanked the door shut with all her might, Anna slammed against the container with tremendous force. Sylvia hurriedly jammed her kinetic shotgun through the door's latch. That improvised brace held up, no matter how many times Anna rammed against the container. On the other side, Judy clutched at the wound on her abdomen, fighting the pain as she called Susie on her hollow. Perhaps realizing she couldn't break through, Anna stopped slamming the container. A moment later, her presence outside faded away, no one knew where she'd gone. Only then did Sylvia exhale in relief and go over to Judy. Lie down, don't move. She wanted to give Judy a shot from a pneumatic injector, but after rummaging through her pockets, she realized she must have dropped it during their frantic run. There was nothing to do but help Judy lie flat and press down firmly on her abdomen to stanch the blood flow. Meanwhile, Sylvia kept talking to her, trying to keep her from passing out. They waited inside the shipping container for what felt like an eternity. Checking their implants, though, only 10 minutes had passed. The silence outside was absolute, as if the factory itself had died. Sylvia placed Judy's hand over her own wound. Noticing the motion, Judy weakly grabbed onto Sylvia's hand. Where are you going? I'm heading out to find a pneumatic injector before you bleed out. No, don't. Judy, I promise I'll be right back, Sylvia said. Pulling her bloody hand free of Judy's grip, she forced a calming smile. Then she carefully approached the container's entrance, removing the shotgun jammed into the door latch. She loaded fresh shells, pressed the muzzle against the door, and gently eased it open. Silence. Mustering her courage, Sylvia peered outside. Everything looked deserted, quiet as a graveyard, and Anna was nowhere in sight. Stepping cautiously out of the container, Sylvia spotted the pneumatic injector she'd dropped earlier. She moved toward it when she felt something wet and sticky land on her face. She froze, instinctively touching it. There was some kind of viscous stringiness to it. A second later, her brain registered what it was: saliva. She jerked her head upward and saw Anna crouched on top of the shipping container, staring down like a predator eyeing prey. Sylvia's blood ran cold. Still, she shakily raised the shotgun. Bang. The blast grazed Anna just as she pounced. Sylvia went down, and Anna's mantis blade skewered her shoulder, the one holding the shotgun. Sylvia screamed in agony, her grip failing as the gun clattered to the ground. Give me back my child. Anna shrieked. Anna, wake up. You don't have a child, it's me, Sylvia. Sylvia tried to shove Anna away, but the woman wouldn't budge. Worse yet, Anna raised her other mantis blade, poised to strike right at Sylvia's face. Sylvia's cheeks went pale as despair gripped her. Just as the blade was about to descend, an engine roared at the factory gate. The lock shattered under a burst of gunfire, and a white blur on a black and gold motorcycle barreled inside. Leo revved his Fenrir, pulling the front wheel high. Then he crouched on the seat, kicked off, and sent the bike hurtling forward. The airborne motorcycle slammed into Anna, knocking her clear of Sylvia. Leo rushed over to Sylvia, pulled a pneumatic injector from his belt, and gave her a dose. You okay? Relief flooded her body, and she almost wanted to collapse on the spot. But she saw Anna rising again in the corner of her vision. Behind you, look out. Leo's reflexes kicked in. Spinning around, he drew his tech revolver from its quick-draw holster. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk. 2 shots blew out both of Anna's knees, sending her crashing to the ground. Even then, she didn't stop, she used her arms and mantis blades like crude limbs, dragging herself across the floor. Leo leveled the revolver at her head. Rest in peace. Boom. A final thunderous shot ended the struggle. Anna's body was zipped into a bag and carried away. Chapter 111. Judy and Sylvia were taken to a medical room for treatment. Meanwhile, the two people Regina had sent, intended to help Anna, ended up in body bags. Anna had killed them. Susie slipped away to a separate room and called Regina. Nobody knew what they discussed. When she finally came out, looking visibly drained, she invited Leo into her office. The moment they sat down, Susie straightforwardly agreed to the terms Leo had named before. I've seen what you can do. Your crew will each get €50,000, and the Mox will back you up whenever you need us. Also, thank you for saving Judy and Sylvia. She slammed her fist on the desk, teeth clenched. They're good girls. They didn't deserve to die here. Through the office window, Leo could see Mox girls cleaning bloodstains off the factory floor. I'm sorry about Anna. Susie shook her head. When we found her alive, I should have been more vigilant. She'd been missing longer than Dorothy, but she had fewer signs of abuse. I should have known what Jotaro Shobo did to her. She met Leo's gaze, eyes full of determination. Please, do whatever it takes. Jotaro Shobo needs to pay for what he's done. Count on it. With the deal settled, Leo saw no reason to stay. He stood to leave. When he reached the door, Susie suddenly asked, "What's your plan?" Hand on the door, Leo turned back to Susie. Don't worry about that, Miss Susie. When we need the Mox's help, we won't hesitate to call. Even though the Mox had hired him to take out Jotaro Shobo, there was no guarantee the Mox didn't have a Tiger Claws mole. After all, not even Megacorp could clean out all their traitors, what chance did a gang have? Leaving the factory, Leo rode Fenrir from the northern industrial district all the way to Little China, where the crowds bustled. The stoplight changed to red, and vehicles halted while pedestrians crossed the street. At a corner cafe, a group of shady types whispered among themselves. Overhead, an AV carrying some rich suit and a trauma team flyer zipped past. Leo pulled out his phone and called, "Jackie, you up? I've got a job, big money on the table." A few hours later, Leo, now in casual streetwear, appeared in Japantown's lively night market. Spotting a group of tiger claws in biker jackets, neon tattoos glowing on their skin, sitting in a small eatery called Midnight Diner, he walked in and ordered a plate of sliced sausage and a tamagoyaki. He downed them in a few bites. When paying, Leo made a point of unzipping his bag just enough for the tiger claws to glimpse all those pretty Eurodollar bills inside. They looked at each other, silently confirming one another's thoughts. As soon as Leo left, they settled their own tab and followed him. Outside, they spotted him right away. Leo pretended to notice them trailing him, acting flustered. In a fake panic, he darted into a narrow alley like a trapped rat. The tiger claws were thrilled, roughing him up on a crowded street would have been messy, but now he was conveniently taking them somewhere quiet. They rushed in after him, only to see the helpless little rabbit transform, the corners of his mouth curling into a predator's grin. In less than 10 seconds, Leo had snapped each tiger claw's arms and legs, slapping duct tape over their mouth so they couldn't scream. Lucy stepped out from deeper in the alley, her personal interface cable already sliding from her wrist and into the neural socket at the back of one man's neck. How long? Leo asked. He hadn't gone through all that trouble, buying a flashy outfit, carrying a bag of cash, just to kill a few tiger claws. He wanted intel on their hideouts. No need for torture. In 2077, hacking someone's neural port was faster and more effective. Of course, high-ranking corpo agents and security forces often had failsafes built into their cyberbrains, ICE, demons, even self-destruct protocols. But these low-level gangsters had nothing advanced. Lucy, not even looking up, replied, "Not long." A moment later, Lucy withdrew her cable. Got it. They have a base at a mechanic's shop in the southern part of Japantown. She glanced at the immobilized men. What about these guys? Leo rested a hand on Muramasa's hilt. In a few flashes of steel, the tiger claws stopped moving, blood pooling beneath them. Armed with that intel, Leo and his three partners headed to the mechanic's shop, a tiger claws outpost with no outsiders on site. Perfect. Once Lucy hacked the cameras to loop old footage, the group stormed in. Anyone who moved got a bullet. In under 3 minutes, the place was cleared out. They took the shop's computer systems and valuables, then rigged it with grenades and left it in ruins, making it look like just another gang scuffle. In Night City, large-scale gang wars had mostly died down, but stuff like this still happened all the time. They jumped into a Delamain cab and hurried away, heading for the afterlife. There, they rented a small netrunning suite. The plan was to crack the computers they'd seized and sift for valuable intel. Strictly speaking, Lucy alone could handle that job. So Jackie and V posted up at the afterlife bar, chatting and sipping drinks. That left just Leo and Lucy in the rented workspace. Lucy had changed into a light white Netrunner's cooling suit, her expression complicated as she eyed the netrunning chair. She felt an instinctive revulsion, remembering how she'd once been forced into deep net dives at an Arasaka lab. Last time, in the Eden Gang's hideout, it was life or death, she hadn't had time to think about her fears. Now. Suddenly, she felt Leo's hand over her own. She turned and saw him standing there. "Don't worry," he said gently. "I'll stay with you. I'm not leaving. Lucy bit her lip. Resolve flickered in her gem-like eyes. She mustered her courage, peeled away the disguised port for deep dives, and lay back on the netrunning chair. Leo personally plugged the cable into the back of her neck, then stayed by her side, fingers interlaced with hers. The Tiger Claw's computer was connected to their subnet, though only at the lowest clearance. But Lucy was a skilled netrunner with a 4th-gen, Tetratronic Ripple 4, hacking implant. Bypassing the gang's ice was just a matter of time. 3 hours later, Lucy opened her eyes. You got it? Leo asked. She nodded. He carefully unplugged the cable from her deep dive port. Lucy tried to get up, but rummaging through the Tiger Claw's subnet had consumed so much of her energy that her limbs felt drained. She swayed, and Leo immediately reached out to steady her. Chapter 112. Lucy propped herself on the netrunning chair, but her arms suddenly went weak, and she nearly toppled to the floor. Careful. Leo rushed forward, catching her just in time. Don't move, he said quietly. He didn't tell her to lie back down and rest, he knew how much she disliked using a netrunning chair. She'd only forced herself to use it because they needed intel as quickly as possible, and this was the fastest, most efficient way. Leo scooped Lucy into his arms and carried her to a nearby couch. He gently brushed aside the hair over her forehead. Take a minute to rest. Once you're feeling better, you can tell me what you found. Southeast of the Taiping district lay the Jackson Plains. Its barren hills rolled on under a scorching sun, the baked ground shimmering with heat haze. Leo installed a disguised tire shredder on the highway, made to look like a simple speed bump, then dashed up a hill for cover. Across from him, at varying angles, Lucy, Jackie, and V each took up a vantage point of their own. With 4 people spread out, there were no blind spots in their field of fire. According to the intel Lucy had extracted from the Tiger Claw's subnet, each division under the gang had its own focus. The Jotaro division, for instance, handled the manufacturing and transportation of glitter. Operating multiple dens across Kabuki, the Jotaro group sold this glitter to the Badlands through the Raffen Shiv. One might wonder, aren't the Raffen Shiv just an evil version of regular nomads? Most nomads don't have the money to buy top-shelf weapons, cyberware, or vehicles. How can the Raffen Shiv afford glitter? Well, it wasn't for their personal use. They simply served as a relay, smuggling the drug to other cities or even other countries. In Night City, almost every gang dabbled in the glitter trade, except for the Mocs and the Valentinos. The Mocs made enough profit from brain dances alone. Susie Q, ever cautious, forbade involvement with glitter to avoid the extra risk. The Valentinos, with many members of Mexican descent, despised the drug. Mexico had long been ravaged by narcotics cartels brazen enough to go head-to-head with the government. Trafficking was a key factor in their homeland's downfall. So while the Valentinos earned money both legally and illegally, one line they never crossed was the sale of glitter. Lucy hadn't lingered too long inside the Tiger Claw's subnet so as not to raise suspicion. She grabbed the intel on the Jotaro group and promptly disconnected, scrubbing all her traces. The Tiger Claws had no clue what Little Cat had slipped in. Armed with this information, the group loaded up and headed straight to Jackson Plains to ambush a Jotaro group cargo truck. They didn't wait long. Soon, a truck emerged from the wavering heat on the horizon, an Archer Villefort Columbus V340 model. Released in 2068, the Columbus was Archer's cheapest, most cost-effective cargo vehicle, widely popular among mid- to lower-tier shipping companies and families needing a transport van. It was known for straightforward specs and a modest engine, nothing fancy, but more than enough for the job. At a glance, it looked just like any other delivery truck plying the roads. The only unusual detail was the stylized phoenix painted on the side. In Night City's Kabuki, there was a place called Phoenix Casino, the turf of the Jotaro group. Which meant this was undoubtedly their target. Hold position, Leo hissed over the comms. Wait for my signal. He kept his sights on the truck. Once it drew close, he jammed his thumb on the detonator. The disguised speed bump suddenly sprouted teeth, turning into a tire shredder. The driver, startled, slammed the brakes, afraid to swerve and roll the vehicle at such speed. Bang. Bang. The front tires burst with deafening pops. The truck skidded onward for dozens of meters, finally screeching to a halt, while the driver's forehead smashed into the horn, triggering an incessant blare. Those in the cargo hold were thrown about like rag dolls, dazed and disoriented. Moments later, the cargo door swung open and several armed Jotaro group members jumped out, scanning the area. Now. Take M down. Leo's low voice crackled in everyone's earpiece as he opened fire. Before this ambush, Jackie had purchased the tire shredder from Padre, while Leo had sourced 4 Ashura Smart Sniper rifles from Rogue. The Ashura wasn't just any rifle. In the old days, snipers had to be experts, hawks-eyed elites who carefully calculated bullet drop, wind, and even the Earth's curvature. Nowadays, as long as you had the right implants and enough zeros in your bank account, anyone could shoot with perfect accuracy. Developed by Tsunami Defense Systems, the Ashura fed target data and magnified images directly into a user's optical gear and automatically corrected ballistic drift. Its built-in targeting hardware meant no more missing your mark. Leo himself didn't have any cyber optics, but his tactical visor provided the same function. With 4 snipers on 4 different hills, the Jotaro group members had nowhere to hide. Half of them dropped in seconds, and the rest dug behind the truck. It did no good. Between Leo, Lucy, Jackie, and V, they had every angle covered. Within moments, the entire squad was wiped out, never even laying eyes on their attackers. Clear, Leo said after sweeping the area with his visor. No survivors. He signaled the others to move in. The bodies. Not worth a second glance. Leo marched straight to the truck, pulled out his katana, Muramasa, and stabbed at the tires one by one. He found nothing in the first few, but at last, in the final tire, he hit the mother lode. A pile of Eurodollar bills large enough to rupture the rubber. The stash glimmered vividly in the sun. This was Jotaro Shobo's dirty money, drenched in blood and culpability, each bill reeking of countless sins. We splitting this, or what? Jackie asked, grinning from ear to ear. He stuffed his share into a bag, then zipped and unzipped it a few times just to be sure the cash was really there. Satisfied, he slung the bag over his shoulder. So, what next? Even with a hefty windfall of several tens of thousands of eddies, Leo looked utterly emotionless, like a bleak political map carved up in old wars, no joy on his face. It wasn't an act. Ever since he started partnering with Padre to craft high-end tech weapons, pulling in daily profits in the tens of thousands had become routine. Plus, Maine's team still owed him money, and the rent on his Valley District apartment was raking in thousands more every month. He'd already shelled out a small fortune just to outfit their team with Ashura rifles for this operation alone. When you were used to bigger numbers, a few thousand in drug money didn't move the needle much. Chapter 113. A few measly €1,000 were hardly enough to excite Leo. He planted several charges in the truck, and once the group was a safe distance away, he detonated them. A brilliant firework exploded across the desolate landscape. Watching the blaze flare in the wasteland, V suddenly voiced a concern. Jotaro Shobo isn't stupid. After this, his division will definitely alter their transport routes. What do we do next time? Lucy raised a hand. I can dive into their subnet again and grab any updated routes. Jackie shook his head. No way. That's too dangerous. Even you could get trapped in there. Leo just smiled. It doesn't matter if Jotaro Shobo changes how they transport glitter. Our next target is the core of their division's operation. Watson District, Kabuki, inside the Phoenix Casino. Baka Euro. Hi. A foot slammed into the henchman, knocking him over. He scrambled back to his feet in a flash, snapping to attention as if nothing had happened. Still fuming, Jotaro Shobo struck the same underling with a string of vicious slaps, leaving him bruised and bloody, teeth knocked out. Finally, after venting his rage, Jotaro Shobo dropped heavily into a chair and took a swig of sake to soothe his throat. All right, talk. What happened? Who leaked our intel? The henchman hung his head. No idea. No idea. Jotaro Shobo slammed the bottle down so hard it shattered into shards, soaking the floor with sake. We lost a fortune, and you can't even tell me who the traitor is. They'd already lost an entire squad of men in the botched chase after Chihiro, and Jotaro Shobo had been chewed out by the Tiger Claw's higher-ups for losing the so-called Dragon of Masafusa. If word got out that this latest shipment of glitter had also been hijacked, those higher-ups might decide to demote him. Inside the Tiger Claws, failure had consequences. No amount of connections would save him if he kept screwing up. That was how the gang had expanded from Japan to Night City in the first place, strict discipline, and ruthless methods. Falling from his current position would make climbing back up nearly impossible. A black mark on his record meant all his future efforts would yield half the results. Jotaro Shobo's face twitched. He couldn't risk any more screw-ups. As for the lost shipment, he'd have to cover the cost from his own pocket to keep the bosses from finding out. Seeing that their boss had calmed down somewhat, one of Jotaro Shobo's subordinates mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Shobo, could it have been that woman, Chihiro, who leaked our intel? Everyone inside the Tiger Claws already knew how Chihiro, one of the gang's trained killers, had defected. She had not only escaped but also wiped out every squad sent after her, humiliating them. Jotaro Shobo's first thought was the same, Chihiro. But then he shook his head. No. Absolutely not. In his mind, if Chihiro had really survived, she would have fled Night City long ago. Even if, by some miracle, she was still here, she'd be living like a rat in a sewer, not foolishly making moves against them. If Chihiro was acting alone, Jotaro Shobo might have worried a bit, but she had a daughter. It was like a man with a wife and kids, trapped in a miserable job but forced to endure it for his family. In his eyes, Chihiro would shelve any grudge just to ensure her child's safety. Besides, during her time with the Tiger Claws, Chihiro had never been allowed near any vital details of the glitter operation, locations, supply routes, production sites. She couldn't possibly know enough to sabotage them. Mr. Shobo, the henchman ventured, we don't know how the transport route got out, but if it did, there's a high chance the production sites have also been compromised. Should we, maybe? Jotaro Shobo had already considered that. But the situation wasn't so simple. Glitter was contraband, a product they couldn't just openly sell or advertise. Their 3 production labs in Kabuki slums were hidden in the dingiest corners possible. Finding suitable replacements wouldn't be easy. Even legitimate businesses spent a lot of time choosing the right location. So until he secured a new place, Jotaro Shobo had no choice but to stay put. He couldn't let anything disrupt the flow of glitter. The tiger claws wouldn't forgive the losses. After some thought, he decided to go with a 2-pronged plan, reinforce the 3 labs while sending people out to scout new sites. The minute they found a good spot, they'd move everything. While Jotaro Shobo was fretting over the ambush truck, Leo, Lucy, Jackie, and V were already at the entrance to a slum in Kabuki. Night City slums came in many forms, but the most common was what lay before them, makeshift expansions of corrugated metal and scavenged materials built atop existing roofs. Lucy's hacked intel indicated that the Jotaro group had one of its labs hidden here. Altogether, they had 3 production labs in Kabuki. The challenge was to take them all out at once, hitting fast and giving Jotaro Shobo no time to react. To do that, they needed simultaneous strikes on all 3 locations. With only 4 people, there was no way they could split up effectively. They had no clone jutsu, as Jackie had joked. That was where the Mox came in. On the way over, Leo had placed 2 calls, one to the Mox, one to the mayor's hotline. The Mox would handle one lab, while an anonymous tip to the NCPD would guide them to another. Mayor Lucius Rhine, busy with upcoming elections, would jump at the chance to grab votes by leading a high-profile crackdown on a drug ring. Why not just tip off the NCPD for all 3 sites and skip the risk altogether? In theory, that might be safer. But Leo worried that with so much money at stake, the mayor or his people might be tempted to turn a blind eye or even collude with the Jotaro group. Campaigns cost eddies, lots of them. It was better to let the mayor handle only one lab, to limit the risk of corruption. Stop right there. This is private property, civili. A tiger claws guard at the entrance barely got out a few words when Leo's blade flashed. In the blink of an eye, Leo strolled right past him, leaving the man's headless body collapsing to the ground. Enemies at the door, someone inside shouted. They're attacking us. The lab's tiger claws scrambled for their weapons and charged out, triggering a storm of gunfire. Jackie hefted his heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage across the upper floors. Chapter 114. Machine gun fire roared wildly, tearing through anyone rushing down the stairs to help. The unfortunate backup fell dead right there on the steps, riddled with bullet holes. Their bodies tumbled down to the landing below. A Tiger Claws member hiding behind cover peeked out and opened fire, but Leo, standing beside Jackie, blocked the incoming bullets. Bang. Leo gripped his blade in his right hand, sweeping it in a whirlwind of steel. His left hand held a tech revolver, which let out a thunderous roar. The Tiger Claws member's forehead exploded on impact, sending the body flying a few meters. With Jackie providing covering fire, Leo, V, and Lucy broke into the workshop. Once inside, the 3 of them split up to clear the Tiger Claws from 2 different directions. Leo had no trouble on his side. The workshop was cluttered with obstacles, and in such close quarters, a blade worked better than a gun. Anyone from the Tiger Claws who crossed his path fell in a single exchange. Meanwhile, V and Lucy moved together, flawlessly using the Mozambique drill, 2 quick shots to the body followed by a rapid shot to the head, essentially a double tap plus a headshot. The first 2 shots were meant to strike quickly and accurately, aiming for the torso since it was easier than going straight for the head. Those rounds also left the target momentarily unable to fight back, giving the shooter a chance to line up the next shot. The 3rd bullet finished the job by obliterating the brain, ensuring the enemy stayed down for good. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Where the hell did these people even come from? The officer in charge of this hideout, Ogata Michiko, was cowering inside a makeshift tin shack, too afraid to step out. She watched helplessly as her subordinates were cut down like blades of grass. Neither Jackie, carrying a heavy machine gun outside, nor the 3 who had stormed into the workshop could be stopped. One by one, her men were slaughtered. A gang member beside her was shaking in terror. Michiko. What should we do? How am I supposed to know? Ogata Michiko lashed out without thinking, but yelling wouldn't solve anything. Despite her frustration, she wasn't a complete fool, she had become an officer for a reason. Hearing the unrelenting gunfire downstairs, she forced herself to calm down. Call Jotaro Shobo. Tell him to send reinforcements immediately. Got it, I'll. Before the underling could finish, a high-caliber round tore through the metal wall, striking him and flinging him back against the opposite wall. When he collapsed to the floor, he was already dead, blood spilling from a massive wound that quickly drenched the ground. Soon after, the barrage of gunfire below came to an abrupt end. Ogata Michiko peeked out warily and saw Leo climbing the stairs, blade in hand. A Tiger Claws member lay there, barely alive. He trembled, raising his weapon in a final, desperate attempt to shoot. But Leo moved faster. He kicked the man's hand aside, then ended his life with one swift slash. When Leo entered the office, Ogata Michiko hurriedly threw down her gun, raised both hands, and sank to her knees. Wait, please wait, don't kill me. I have money. Lots of it. Enough to make you happy. She trembled as she looked Leo over. His outfit didn't resemble anything from the NCPD or a corporate agent, so she came to a single conclusion: Leo was a mercenary, someone who worked for cash. You're only here because someone hired you, right? If you let me live, I'll give you all the money I have. Since you've seen what we produce here, you know I can pay, and I'll pay more than whatever your employer promised. She took a breath. What do you say? Think it over. Leo paused for a moment, then slowly smiled. Ogata Michiko mistook that for a hopeful sign, and her tense expression eased. However, Leo's next words were a death sentence. Listen. The corpse is talking. Michiko blinked, confusion flickering in her eyes. Then, she noticed something strange. A warm trickle ran down her neck. She reached up instinctively, fingers brushing against wetness, then pulling away, slick with blood. Her blood. Her breath hitched. When had he? A thin, precise line ran across her throat, so clean that for a moment, it was as if her body hadn't even processed what had happened. No pain. No choking. Just the slow, horrifying realization that the cut was already there. Her lips parted, but no sound came. Leo raised Murasame, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he snapped the blade to the side, sending a sharp arc of blood splattering onto the floor. The crimson droplets trailed in the air for a brief moment before vanishing into the mess beneath him, leaving the blade clean and gleaming once more. A heartbeat later, blood erupted from Michiko's throat, and her head slipped from her shoulders, hitting the floor with a dull, wet thud. Her wide, unblinking eyes stared up at nothing as the rest of her body swayed, then collapsed into the spreading pool of crimson. In just a few minutes, the tiger claws had been utterly wiped out from this drug lab. While Leo and the others were raiding one of the hidden labs, the remaining two were simultaneously taken down by the MOX and NCPD. Mayor Ryan's reaction was exactly as Leo had predicted. Just one busted lab wasn't enough for him to risk covering it up. Solid votes and political achievements were far more enticing. If they had only hijacked the truck carrying glitter shipments, Jotaro Shobo might have patched the loss with his own funds. But a major blow to the entire Tiger Claws glitter operation was impossible to conceal. Besides, Mayor Ryan wanted to boost his image. Surrounded by heavy security, he arrived personally at one of the Tiger Claws hidden labs. In front of cameras from News 54 and WNS, he delivered a speech about justice and the fight against crime, using the flaming remains of the busted lab as a dramatic backdrop. The publicity was enormous. Because of this, the Tiger Claws higher-ups deemed Jotaro Shobo incompetent. They stripped him of his officer status and replaced him with someone else. Regina's informant saw Jotaro Shobo for the last time outside his casino called Phoenix in Kabuki's Elton Street. The informant staked out the area and confirmed that once Jotaro Shobo went inside, he never came out again. Attacking various Tiger Claws outposts, hacking their subnet to learn about glitter transport routes and production sites, then delivering a crushing blow to their entire glitter operation, Leo had planned all these moves to ruin Jotaro Shobo's standing. Only after Jotaro Shobo lost the trust of his bosses, falling from his lofty perch, would he become vulnerable. That was the best time to go after him. Still, Leo decided not to send the MOX and guns blazing. He wanted to scope out the casino first to see exactly what was going on inside. Kabuki earned its name back when a Japanese medical corporation controlled this part of Watson. It used to be their pride and joy, located near a major medical center and flourishing because of it. Eventually, Arasaka either crushed or absorbed most competing corporations. Others fled to the far side of the bay, leaving Kabuki in a state of poverty, much like the rest of the Pacifica region. But if there was one thing Night City never lacked, it was people. Kabuki quickly filled up again, transforming into a haven for black market trade. By day, it looked like a cramped warren of narrow alleys full of discount shops, bootleg cosmetics, and cheap junk stores. Neon signs and paper lanterns glowed over the cramped stalls and storefronts. By night, though, Kabuki showed its true face, a bustling center of Night City's black market. Implants, organs, combat stims, cyberware components, steroids, synthetic viruses, and brain dance recordings. If you knew the right place and the right people, you could get anything. Rumor had it some Ripper docs operated hidden clinics in basements or back rooms, claiming their wares came from labs in Chiba City or Scandinavia. Anyone tempted to buy such exotic items had to be cautious. Some black market merchants acquired their stock from scavs. These ghoulish criminals were the scum of the earth, hunting naive tourists and dragging them off to be dissected so their implants and organs could be sold to unscrupulous Ripper docs. Leo and his three companions stepped out of the Delamain taxi and headed deeper into a narrow alley. The cramped, winding lane was lined with messy storefronts, street vendors, and food carts, creating a stark contrast to the rest of the city. Unlike Night City's trademark, steel jungle, Kabuki's buildings were hastily constructed and low-rise, leaving the sky open above. Sunlight streamed through gaps in solar panels, illuminating the dusty streets. Garbage drifted along like tumbleweeds, swirling in the breeze. East Asian influences blended with a gritty Wild West flair in a way only Night City could produce. Walking further in, they spotted several scavs squatting in the alley. Scavs were effectively body snatchers who didn't bother waiting for their victims to actually die. Their specialty was acquiring high-grade implants by any means necessary. If you happened to be sporting a piece of cyberware so expensive it could buy a mansion in North Oak, you were asking for trouble. Whenever you walked a dark, rainy street, you had to make sure you were worth saving so trauma team might come for you. Otherwise, you risked running into some filthy scav with a heavy Eastern European accent and a beat-up bag full of black market gear. Chapter 115. Upon hearing someone enter, the scavs looked up. Seeing Leo and the others, they pointed and muttered among themselves with obvious bad intentions. If not for the fact that all 4 newcomers were visibly armed and looked like a hassle to provoke, the scavs would have attacked on the spot. They didn't move in, but that didn't stop them from blatantly sizing up the group, loudly discussing whose implants were worth the most as if Leo and the others weren't there. Damn scum. Jackie spat on the ground, and V's face was equally disgusted. Leo, however, expressed his opinion through action. Murasame sprang from its sheath, and the scav pointing at V was immediately cleaved in 2. The remaining scavs never expected Leo to strike first. It wasn't until their buddies' blood splattered over them that they snapped out of it and scrambled for their guns. With lightning speed, Leo's left hand shot forward, gripping one scav by the neck and using him as a human shield. After blocking the incoming bullets, Leo finished him off with a slash that also skewered another scav fumbling to reload. Pulling Murasame free, Leo spun around and sliced in a single motion, cutting in half the scav who had tried to ambush him from behind. Ugh. Ugh. The last scav turned to flee, but he managed only a few steps before V put a bullet through his skull. I thought we were here on a recon job, keeping it low-key, V said. We're just cleaning up trash, Leo replied. Even if someone heard the shots, they wouldn't come over to check. Around here, people had endured all kinds of chaos. They'd learned long ago that the moment they heard gunfire, either they hit the ground or ran as fast as possible in the opposite direction. Nobody in Night City stuck around to watch a firefight unless they had a death wish. Besides, scavs weren't even a proper gang, just the lowest of the low. Even major gangs in Night City treated them like rats or roaches. Spotting a scav hardly required moral debates, eliminating them on sight was the norm. Phoenix Casino lived up to its name by focusing mainly on gambling. Beyond that, it offered brain dances, including illicit ones. Customers could come here to enjoy mainstream brain dances or indulge in forbidden black brain dances, illegal on the open market and only available through shady dealers or places like Phoenix Casino. At the entrance stood 2 members of the Jotaro group. They merely glanced at Leo and his group but made no move to stop them. After all, the casino was swarming with Jotaro group members. Who would be crazy enough to start trouble on their turf? As soon as the group stepped inside, they were hit by a wave of noise, heat, and the smell of sweat. The interior was surprisingly spacious. Directly ahead was a bar selling drinks, and to the right lay the gambling area, packed with a variety of slot machines. Every machine had a huddle of bettors, their rowdy shouts blending into a chaotic din. Leo overheard 2 gamblers chatting in front of a pachinko machine. This time's gotta be it. I feel it in my bones, I'm gonna win big. How much have you lost lately? Not much, just a watch, a few implants, and my apartment. You lost what? Relax, I'll get it all back. Tonight's the night, I can feel it. Just lend me a little. Hell no. Don't even think about it. After wandering the first-floor hall for a bit, Leo and the others headed for the stairs. But they were stopped by Jotaro group enforcers at the stairway. Hey, hold up. Where do you think you're going? Upstairs off limits. Second floor's VIP only. We don't serve newbies off the street. So how do we become VIPs? You gotta spend at least €100,000 here. Leo certainly had that kind of cash, but it would draw attention if he just threw down $100,000 on his first visit, all for a chance to go upstairs. In their team comm channel, which only they could hear, Leo said, let's head out for now. So the 4 left without a fuss. Right as they were about to exit Phoenix Casino, though, an unexpected interlude occurred. A man who had been desperately gambling, losing his watch, implants, and even his apartment, came hurrying over, having failed to borrow money from a friend. Hey, you guys look like mercs, right? Leo turned to him. That's right. What's up? I've got a job for you, a big deal. If you pull it off, you'll get super famous, believe me. Jackie sneered. Famous, huh? You. Give me a break. Jackie might have been a heavy drinker, but he avoided glitter and gambling. Both brought nothing but misery, as far as he was concerned. This guy seemed so far gone he probably couldn't save himself, let alone anyone else. Let him finish, Leo said. The details are top secret, too important to share with just anyone, the men claimed. I need you to prove your sincerity first. And how do we do that? Just a bit of earnest money, say, €1,000 per person. That's not too much to ask, right? In his mind, typical merc gigs ranged anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand. 1,000 each was hardly exorbitant. If he could get the money from these four, he was sure he could head back to the pachinko machine and claw back his implants and apartment, and maybe even make a fortune. He just needed some starting cash, so he had no qualms about using a harmless lie to get it. "Look, pal," Leo said, stepping closer. "Normally, I don't bother preaching, but I'm in a decent mood today, so here's some free advice. Gambling's a nasty business. You really ought to quit." Leo patted him on the shoulder, then walked off without another word. The men stood there, speechless. Night eventually fell over Kabuki, and the once bustling streets grew quiet. No matter how lively people were, they couldn't party forever. Phoenix Casino also wasn't open 24/7. Once midnight passed, all gamblers and black brain dance junkies were kicked out, and the doors locked behind them. In the dim glow of the street lamps, the entire district lay in eerie silence. Most folks slept soundly at this hour. Then, a convoy of vans pulled up outside Phoenix Casino. Their doors slid open, and a swarm of Mox women piled out, all armed with various guns. Decked out in bright, eye-catching outfits, they would have looked like they were en route to some rich client's party, if not for the weapons clutched in their hands. Leo raised his right fist, signaling everyone to focus on him. "All of you, connect to my squad comm channel. Let's get linked up." Chapter 116. Several comm requests came through, and a long list of names appeared on the retinal display, dozens of them, all at once. Once everyone had joined, Leo spoke through the team's comm channel. "Can you all hear me? Good. From this moment on, to ensure success, everyone has to follow my orders. No charging in recklessly, no losing your cool. Got it?" As soon as Leo finished, Susie, who had insisted on coming along to keep an eye on such a big operation, backed him up. "Listen to him. Anyone who refuses can forget about coming back to work at Lizzie's bar." Early on, Susie had worried about how expensive it was to hire Leo and the others. But after they sabotaged the Jotaro Group's glitter shipment trucks and destroyed several production labs, all doubts had vanished. Even in a weakened state, the Jotaro Group was still huge and powerful. Susie never imagined that just her mock squad could deal such a blow to one of the Tiger Claw's most formidable factions. And now that Leo was leading them straight into Jotaro Shobo's turf, she found the mercenary fee more than worth it. With Susie's endorsement, none of the Mox women had any objections, even the usual hotheads who would sometimes mouth off to Susie stayed quiet. Satisfied that everyone agreed, Leo nodded. "Great. Now follow my instructions." He divided the assembled Mox into 3 teams. One was to circle around the back of Phoenix Casino and block any escape route the Jotaro Group might use. Another stayed here, ready to jump in at a moment's notice. The rest went with Leo, heading straight for Phoenix Casino. Phoenix Casino had 3 floors. The first catered to everyday customers, anyone could stroll in, grab drinks at the bar, or play pachinko machines. The second floor was strictly for VIPs, offering illicit brain dances on top of the usual entertainment. As for the third floor, that was Jotaro Shobo's private domain, home to his office and the studio used for recording and filming the black market brain dances. Regular patrons certainly weren't allowed there, and even the Jotaro Group foot soldiers needed special orders before they could go upstairs. Right now, the entire third floor was plunged in darkness, except for one lit room, the office. It was in total shambles. The desk had been hacked into pieces, the computer severed clean through, and even the cozy beanbag and round table in the corner weren't spared. A ceiling fan had been ripped down and thrown onto the floor. This wasn't the result of an attack. The culprit behind the carnage was none other than the office's owner himself, Jotaro Shobo. At the moment, Jotaro Shobo was shirtless, his body covered in scars and evidence of cybernetic implants. Most striking was the military-grade cyberware on his back, blinking with ominous red lights, the Sandevistan. Anyone in Night City who worked as a merc would recognize the iconic design at first glance. This specific model was the Zetatech Sandevistan MK.2, a mass-market version, still expensive enough to make people's eyes water. And it wasn't just the time-slowing combat advantage or the huge cost that made the Sandevistan notorious, it was the risk. The Sandevistan was known to be the most taxing implant on the market, riddled with brutal side effects. Think of it this way, implanting a Sandevistan was like lighting a fuse. Some people had high resistance, meaning their fuse was longer, while others had lower tolerance and a shorter fuse. Some couldn't handle the implant at all, dying on the operating table from rejection or literally exploding the moment they activated it. Those with enough tolerance had to downgrade or remove it at the first sign of health problems, then seek proper medical treatment and rest. Usually, they could recover. But keeping the latest version of the Sandevistan installed, without downgrading or going insane, was nearly impossible. Atom Smasher was perhaps the only living legend to have pulled it off. He'd walked among mythic names like Morgan Blackgun, Johnny Silverhand, and Andrew Wayland and was still active in Night City to this day, albeit doing Arasaka's dirty work behind the scenes. Actual cyberpsychos would probably steer clear of him. "You know Phoenix Casino belongs to you, right?" came a voice from nearby. "Wrecking everything here just means you'll eat the losses." The speaker was a bald man wearing mirrored shades atop his shiny scalp, someone called Saiken, a trafficker responsible for the recent spree of disappearances in Watson. Jotaro Shobo glared at him. I'll do whatever I damn well please. If you don't like it, tough. You got a problem with me. Saiken raised his hands in surrender. Jotaro Shobo was clearly on edge, and no one wanted to catch a stray slash. Still, his interruption seemed to calm Jotaro Shobo a bit. The Tiger Claw's lieutenant slid both blades into their sheaths and pulled on his suit jacket, hiding the glowing tattoos that traced across his body. Why the hell did Ikeda Marcus and Hanakami Juina demote me? Who do they think they are, replacing me just like that? Ikeda Marcus and Hanakami Juina were senior officers in Night City, Jotaro Shobo's top superiors. Their domain included the Cloud Top Club in Japantown and several other profitable areas. Speaking of which, Jotaro, you really have no idea who trashed your operation, do you? Saiken asked, noticing the dark look that flitted across Jotaro Shobo's face. I'm not mocking you. I'm saying that whoever nailed your glitter shipments, blew up 3 different labs, and predicted both the mayor's and the NCPD's moves so perfectly, you don't suppose you might have pissed off some formidable figure. Jotaro Shobo paused, the words striking him like a jolt of clarity amid his tangled thoughts. Yet it felt like there was a missing piece, some half-familiar realization just out of reach. Seeing Jotaro Shobo lost in thought, Saiken patted his shoulder and stood up. Think it over. If there's nothing else, I'm out of here. You're stuck in a rough patch, but it's only temporary. Sooner or later, the Tiger Claw's higher-ups will realize you're still a hidden gem. When that happens, you'll be back on top. No sooner had he spoken than a burst of gunfire shattered the late-night silence below. Saiken leaped like a startled cat. What was that? Jotaro Shobo, on the other hand, remained unsettlingly calm. They're here. They. Saiken echoed, still not fully grasping. The ones who dragged me down into this humiliating mess, Jotaro Shobo snarled, his eyes flashing like a cornered beast. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? If they're already outside, we need to get out of here. Saiken figured whoever dared to bust into this place had to be packing serious firepower. Judging by the racket downstairs, most of the Jotaro group goons must have already been wiped out. If he didn't seize this chance to escape, he'd be done for. Panicking, Saiken turned toward the emergency exit, but a gleaming blade barred his path. If he took another step, he'd impale himself on the spot. Chapter 117. The blade was poised to mercilessly slice open his throat. You can't leave, stay with me, Jotaro Shobo warned. Are you crazy? Saiken shouted, a mix of shock and anger on his face. He couldn't fathom what sort of madness Jotaro Shobo was exhibiting. Yet, in truth, Jotaro Shobo was completely lucid, he couldn't run. The reason was simple. Phoenix Casino was Tiger Claw's territory, an asset of the Jotaro group. If the Tiger Claw's higher-ups discovered that someone had smashed Phoenix Casino while Jotaro Shobo himself fled, the lightest punishment would be relegation to a permanently low-ranking member. The worst outcome might even be expulsion from Tiger Claws or being forced into a humiliating seppuku. In either case, Jotaro Shobo couldn't accept it. He had already savored the sweet taste of power, to be forever trampled upon as nothing more than a minion was unacceptable. He'd rather die gloriously in battle. Moreover, he still had a chance, after all, he was implanted with the Zetatech Sandevistan MK.2. Even though it was only the basic model, it might just be the key to turning the tide. I might be crazy, he murmured as he pressed the blade gently against Saiken's neck, leaving a shallow cut, but if you choose to run, you'll die by my blade. You know very well you can't outrun my Sandevistan. Saiken's face fell into despair. He was merely an ordinary trafficker with hardly any combat cyberware. In the end, he didn't dare challenge Jotaro Shobo and, dejected, slumped back into the office. Crazy, absolutely crazy, he muttered. A few minutes earlier, even though the doors of Phoenix Casino had already been closed, one member of the Jotaro group remained on guard at the entrance. He wore headphones, listening to music while chain-smoking, his body swaying along with the beat in a state of bliss. However, when he saw the Mox emerging from the darkness, his eyes widened in terror. At the forefront of the group, Leo raised his hand and fired his silenced pistol with a soft puff. In the next second, a bullet punched a hole right through the guard's forehead, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Without waiting for Leo's further command, 2 Mox women sprinted forward, quickly retrieving keys from the fallen guard. They inserted the keys into the lock and swung open the main door. In a corner of the first-floor lobby, 2 more Jotaro group members, who, despite the late hour, had not yet retired, were sitting by a pachinko machine. Just as one of them was about to insert coins, the sound of the door opening behind them froze them in place. When they saw Leo and his team entering, they were instantly dumbfounded. The women following Leo immediately raised their guns and opened fire. A burst of bullets rained down, reducing the 2 group members to a bloody mess. Their dying screams, shrill and pained, served as a grim warning to their comrades upstairs. Soon, the lights on the upper floor flickered on. Almost immediately, the clamor of chaos spilled downwards. The Jotaro group members, awakened by the gunfire and the agonized screams of their comrades, grabbed their weapons and shouted as they rushed toward the lobby. What met them was Jackie, hefting a heavy machine gun in his arms. Since their presence was already compromised, there was nothing left to conceal. Their plan was simple: if they eliminated every enemy they encountered, Tiger Claws in Japantown would never know who was responsible. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of the heavy machine gun filled the room as large-caliber rounds, accompanied by a furious clamor, tore the leading Jotaro group member to pieces. The others scrambled for cover behind any available debris. Before long, the gunfire ceased, whether due to depleted ammunition or an overheated barrel, no one could tell. Just as the members hunkered down began to catch their breath, a figure brandishing a samurai sword burst upward from the stairs. On the stairway, Leo launched himself with a powerful kick, his body moving with the lightness of a butterfly as he twisted midair and struck the stairwell wall with his foot. That single burst of momentum was so extraordinary that, to the onlookers, he appeared nothing more than a fleeting blur before he had already sliced his way into the midst of the enemy. A Jotaro group member at the front instinctively raised his gun in defense, but both he and his weapon were cleaved in two by Leo's assault. In a swift reversal, Leo's downward slash pivoted upward with one fluid step, carving open another Jotaro group member's chest. The ferocity of Leo's attack terrified one of the remaining group members into a frenzied scream, his finger desperately pulling the trigger even as chaos reigned around him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Leo immediately retreated, dashing around a stairwell corner. He emerged unscathed, while the surrounding Jotaro group members suffered grievous injuries from stray and ricocheted bullets, their casualties mounting. One such member, persistently mashing his trigger, soon emptied his magazine entirely. In his panic, even as he continued to pull the trigger, no bullet fired, only the hollow clack of an empty chamber echoed. Leo then gripped his blade with his free hand and made a light slice. Clutching his throat, the hapless man collapsed onto the blood-stained stairs. After quickly clearing the remaining Jotaro group members from the stairs, Leo led the mocks further upward. The second floor catered to VIP customers, offering illicit black brain dance experiences, while Jotaro Shobo's office was located on the third floor. The squad assigned to block the rear exit had yet to report back, an indication that Jotaro Shobo had not fled via the rooftop or back door but was still holed up on the third floor. Their next objective was clear: eliminate Jotaro Shobo and then withdraw before the Jotaro group reinforcements from Westbrook arrived. In various rooms on the second floor, several Jotaro group members had taken cover. Unlike their earlier comrades, they were not reckless. They planned to wait until the mocks had moved through the second floor and onto the third before launching a surprise attack. Believing they were well hidden, they failed to realize that their positions had already been exposed through Leo's tactical scope. Leo shared the live feed from his scope with every member of his team. Leading the charge with him were Jackie, V, and Lucy, while the mocks women followed behind, heading straight for the Jotaro group's hiding spots. With Jackie's heavy machine gun and the tech weapons wielded by V and Lucy, capable of penetrating any cover, the concealed enemies were in for a brutal reckoning. After spending a few tense minutes clearing out the Jotaro group members on the second floor, Leo and his team continued their ascent toward the third floor, with the mocks trailing closely behind. As they raced upward, Leo activated his tactical scope to scan the third floor once again. Suddenly, his face changed expression. He quickly crouched and signaled for the mocks behind him to halt. In the next moment, rapid gunfire erupted, bullets pounded the walls and floor, sending dust and debris flying. Had they not stopped, they would have been torn apart by the relentless barrage. The gunfire was coming from a sentry turret installed inside the third-floor office. No one could fathom what Jotaro Shobo had been thinking, installing the turret not on the exterior but inside his own office. Who was it meant to guard against? His own people. "Lucy, I'm creating an opening for you," Leo called out. With that, he dashed forward. The sentry turret immediately swiveled its barrel, unleashing heavy machine gun rounds that shattered the floor and walls. Yet Leo moved with extraordinary agility, weaving through the hailstorm of bullets without sustaining a single injury. Taking advantage of the turret's momentary realignment, Lucy peeked out from beneath the stairs, her eyes flashing with a fierce red light. A few seconds later, the thunderous machine gun fire abruptly ceased as Lucy successfully hacked into the turret, forcing it into a remote shutdown. "Let's go, time to meet that bastard Jotaro Shobo," Leo commanded with a gesture. The mocks followed as they stormed into Jotaro Shobo's office. The moment they stepped inside, everyone gasped in unison. The office had been ravaged as if caught in a storm of blades. Few items remained intact. The walls, floor, and ceiling were scarred with countless cuts. Desks, computers, and sofas lay in tatters. Even the ceiling fan had been torn down and discarded onto the floor. Seated on the one sofa that had survived the carnage was Saiken, whose eyes widened in surprise at the sight of so many intruders. Chapter 118. Saiken fought the urge to bolt and stayed put. Before Leo could speak, Susie stepped forward and jabbed a finger at Saiken, shouting, "You're not Jotaro Shobo, who are you?" Yes, you're absolutely right, big sis. I'm not Jotaro Shobo. So can I leave now? I'm just an innocent bystander who got dragged into this." Innocent bystander? Since when do innocent bystanders hang out in Jotaro Shobo's office? Spill everything you know. I don't know anything. What do you expect me to say? Oh, you refuse to talk. Then we have no reason to let you live. Before setting out on this raid, Leo had made it very clear, if they didn't want a repeat of the tragedy at Lizzie's, they couldn't leave a single witness alive. Even if someone spouted the most pitiful sob story, there could be no risk of them running off to warn the tiger claws. Despite the mocks being mostly women, they were hardly soft or gentle. Seeing Syken still playing dumb, Susie didn't bother with more threats. She was about to kill him on the spot. Too bad, Syken muttered under his breath. I was hoping to bluff my way out. He raised his arm, aiming it at Susie, the obvious leader among the mocks. His skin split open to reveal an internal arm cannon. But Leo had been expecting it. He darted in, closing the distance in a flash. A cold gleam swept across, and Syken's entire arm was severed at the shoulder, spraying blood across the walls and ceiling. Syken collapsed, howling in agony, until Leo finished him off with another slash. Susie and the others gave regretful sighs. They had inflicted heavy damage on the Jotaro group tonight, but the biggest disappointment was failing to capture Jotaro Shobo himself. The intel had come from Regina's informant. If Jotaro Shobo truly wanted to lie low now, who knew how long it would take to find him again? Susie was about to order everyone to pull out when Leo suddenly drew his pistol and fired 4 shots into the ceiling above her head. Bang. 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 4 neat holes appeared in the ceiling. The mocks, Susie included, jumped at the sudden commotion. Susie opened her mouth to demand an explanation but froze as she realized someone else had appeared in the office, a figure dropping down from above. It was Jotaro Shobo. He had been hiding between the rafters, biding his time to stab Susie in the back. Leo's preemptive attack forced him to reveal himself, leaving him no choice but to activate his Sandevistan and flee his hiding spot. Jotaro Shobo, you didn't run after all? Susie asked. Why would I run? Jotaro Shobo glanced at Leo warily before focusing on Susie. This is my turf. Why should I run away from it? He turned back to glare at Susie. So it's you're the ones who hijacked my group's transport trucks and destroyed our glitter labs. Why? The mocks never had any quarrel with my division before. Why would the mocks pick a fight now? Susie began trembling in rage at Jotaro Shobo's twisted sense of righteousness. Us picking a fight? Jotaro Shobo, why don't you ask yourself how many girls you've harmed? Our mocks alone lost 3 people to your brutality. Instead of showing any remorse at Susie's accusation, Jotaro Shobo appeared almost nonchalant. So it's just about that. Relax, I didn't let them die for nothing. They contributed to a great work of art. Even if they're gone, the custom brain dances I made for them will circulate forever on the dark web. His shameless bragging revolted the mocks women. Ugh. Disgusting. You're scum. Garbage. Worthless. Just die already. A rat like you is wasting our city's food supply. Jotaro Shobo paid no heed to their curses. He'd stepped on countless enemies, both inside and outside the Tiger Claws, to rise to the position of lieutenant in the Tiger Claws gang. There were more people who hated him than he could count. People who insulted him to his face usually ended up sealed in cement and dumped in Arasaka waterfront. Their hatred didn't bother him in the slightest. What did pique his interest was the men among these women, Leo. Hey, you, Jotaro Shobo said, pointing his blade at him. I know these mocks girls don't have the brains to pull off something like this. You're the real mastermind, aren't you? He narrowed his eyes. Fine. We lost fair and square. But if you think you can just walk out of here with my life, you're dead wrong. Susie scoffed at his bravado. Dead wrong. There are enough of us here to turn you into Swiss cheese. Oh, really? Jotaro Shobo's lips curled in a sneer. In the next instant, he vanished, only to reappear moments later. All around him, the mocks' guns clattered uselessly to the floor, severed into twisted scraps of metal. What the hell? The women looked around in shock, clearly unable to process what had just happened. You, don't tell me. Susie's eyes widened in horror. She realized there was only one way for him to achieve such a feat, you implanted a Sandevistan. Everyone stared at Jotaro Shobo with a mix of disbelief and dread. Susie's face turned pale. So that explained why he hadn't run. If he charged in and took them on at close range, he could unleash a massacre, thanks to that Sandevistan. The very idea sent a chill down her spine. A tense hush fell over the office. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out from within the group. Jotaro Shobo, that's your name, right? All eyes turned as Leo stepped forward. No one knew what he intended to do. As you guessed, I'm the one who orchestrated these attacks on your division, Leo continued. Jotaro Shobo's gaze sharpened. And now you're stepping up to do what? If you're here to beg for mercy, you're too late. Beg for mercy? No, not at all. Jotaro, I'm challenging you to a one-on-one fight. A fight. Jotaro Shobo repeated, caught off guard. Then he thought he understood. This guy must be trying to serve as bait, giving the Mox a chance to take him down somehow. A man-to-man duel, huh? Fine, I accept. Zetatech's Sandevistan MK.2 offered up to 12 seconds of heightened speed. Whatever Leo was planning, Jotaro Shobo figured 12 seconds would be more than enough time to kill Leo and then slaughter every last Mox in the room. After all, a Sandevistan's greatest advantage lay in close combat. Once he was in their midst, the Mox women wouldn't stand a chance. You really plan on fighting him? V whispered urgently to Leo. I said I would, and it's too late to swallow those words now. But, V bit her lip, unable to finish. Jackie, more direct, chimed in, come on, don't do this. Lucy stayed silent, but in her mind, she already made up her mind. If this so-called man-to-man duel started going south, she was going to hack Jotaro Shobo's cyberbrain and fry him from the inside out, unspoken rules be damned. Meanwhile, Jotaro Shobo was happy to see the others fussing over Leo. He needed a bit of time to let his Sandevistan's cooldown finish resetting anyway. Once he regained full power, he could move in for the kill. Leo reassured his companions, then pulled up his system interface. A flood of data scrolled across his retinal display like a waterfall of glowing text. Chapter 119. Name, Leo. Personal points, 110. Skills. Gun Maintenance LV5. Blades Mastery LV5. Firearms Mastery LV5. Fitness LV5. Dodge LV8. Block LV5. Throwing LV5. Vehicle Driving LV5. Eureka LV. Leo had saved up these 110 points of personal points from previous jobs. He spent them all on Dodge. Dodge LV8 Dodge LV9, minus 10 points. Dodge LV9 Dodge LV10, minus 100 points. You have attained Dodge LV10. Modern Italian author Italo Calvino once proposed an intriguing theory in his writing process. A lion pounces on a hunter, the hunter draws his bow, and for an instant, time seems frozen, like a movie still. It becomes an absolute sliver of time, a time zero. That concept was originally just a literary device. Yet in this era of advanced cybernetics, technology has made similar feats possible. But could there be another way to achieve the same effect, tapping into human potential without relying on cyberware? You have discovered the talent, Time Zero. Time Zero. Seeing the newly unlocked talent on his system interface, Leo felt his heart pound. He kept his composure outwardly, but inside, excitement surged. He had planned to max out dodge so that even if his neural reaction speed couldn't keep up with the Sandevistan, his body would instinctively move to evade. Because the Sandevistan's active window was very short, and since Jotaro Shobo's was the Zetatech MK.2 model, not the more advanced MK.4, its drawbacks were substantial. Jotaro Shobo had already used his implant twice that night. At best, he could probably only activate it 1 or 2 more times. Each activation required a cooldown of several dozen seconds. As long as Leo made use of that opening, finishing off Jotaro Shobo wouldn't be difficult. That had been his strategy. What he never expected, though, was that pushing dodge to LV10 would earn him an additional perk. Did this mean he would get a perk every 10 levels? Meanwhile, Jotaro Shobo checked on his own Sandevistan, realizing the cooldown was complete. Worried about any further surprises, he frowned impatiently. Hey, can we start now? V, Jackie, Lucy, and the Mox, including Susie, all withdrew from the office, giving Leo and Jotaro Shobo plenty of room for their duel. They stood with blades drawn, facing each other in silence. Jotaro Shobo closed his eyes, then snapped them open a moment later. Sandevistan, activate. Time abruptly slowed to a crawl, as if the world were playing at 1/10 speed. Everyone else was frozen in place while Jotaro Shobo was free to move. Blades in both hands, he lunged like a predatory cat. Dust scattered underfoot, hanging in midair before his figure streaked forward like an arrow. He swung for Leo's neck with a gleaming silver arc. In Jotaro Shobo's mind, taking Leo's head was a trivial matter, almost too easy. But in that instant, the unexpected happened. Leo, who should have been stuck in place, suddenly vanished. Alarmed, Jotaro Shobo crossed both swords in front of him on instinct. Clang. Sparks erupted on the steel. The impact from the strike was so great that Jotaro Shobo's knee slammed to the floor. He looked up in shock, meeting Leo's chilling gaze. Did you install a Sandevistan too? Nope. I'm fully human, no neural slots at all. That's impossible. A mere flesh and blood body can't keep up with a Sandevistan. You are messing with me. Interesting, isn't it? The human body. Jotaro Shobo's expression twisted as he knelt. Suddenly, he jerked sideways, wrenching himself free of the deadlock. Spinning like a top, he lashed out with both swords, trailing silver arcs across the air. Leo, thrown off balance, should have been an easy target, anyone else would have been gutted right there. But Leo quickly drew the scabbard at his hip and used it as a makeshift shield. Clang, 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 clang. Metal crashed against metal, sending a storm of sparks raining down. Each blow against the scabbard provided enough counterforce for Leo to recover from his forward momentum, letting him plant his feet and retreat a short distance. Then, at that exact moment, both Jotaro Shobo's Sandevistan and Leo's time zero ended simultaneously. Reality resumed its normal pace. Everyone else stood there, stunned. From their perspective, Leo and Jotaro Shobo had simply vanished the moment they squared off. They heard the clash of blades compressed into a few impossibly swift seconds, though they could scarcely follow it with the naked eye. What in the... Their gazes darted between Jotaro Shobo and Leo. The Sandevistan explained how Jotaro Shobo could bend time. But what about Leo? Had he implanted a Sandevistan as well? A quick glance showed no signs of surgical modification to his back. Those who knew Leo best, Jackie, V, and Lucy, exchanged bewildered looks. They were certain Leo never used cyberware. So how had he matched Jotaro Shobo's speed? Regardless of what anyone thought, the entire crowd held its breath, fearful of disrupting the tense standoff. Jotaro Shobo assumed a two-sword stance, sweat beading on his face. He didn't dare lift a hand to wipe it away. Everything he had planned was unraveling before his eyes. Some mercs did implant a Sandevistan, true. But Jotaro Shobo had never imagined this seemingly inexperienced young man could afford one. And if what Leo claimed was true, that he had no implant at all, did that mean raw human potential could keep up with Sandevistan speed? Jotaro Shobo shook the thought from his mind. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. It had to be some trick of the eye, or, more likely, he was trying to mess with his mind. He took a long breath, holding one katana horizontally before him in a standard grip while reversing the other and keeping it low behind him. Lowering his center of gravity, he lunged before the Sandevistan could finish cooling down. Jotaro Shobo, known as the Devil of Kabuki, wasn't feared just because of his position. He wasn't some desk-bound suit barking orders from behind a screen, he was muscle, reflexes, and killing instinct, all wrapped in chrome and ego. If he weren't running with the tiger claws, he could have made a name for himself on the streets as a mercenary. A good one. The kind that crews built themselves around. He swept both blades near the floor, aiming at Leo's legs with ruthless precision instead of targeting his torso or head. Two silver arcs lashed out, swift and deadly, and Leo was forced to retreat step by step. Chapter 120. Leo found his back pressed against the wall, forced into a corner step by step. Suddenly, he planted a foot on the wall and kicked off like a bird in flight, launching himself into midair. Right then, Jotaro Shobo activated his Sandevistan once more, causing time to crawl again. Mustering all his strength, he drove both blades at Leo like two venomous serpents, aiming for a decisive blow. But Leo vanished in midair. Startled, Jotaro Shobo glanced around, yet he couldn't see the young man anywhere. "Where are you looking?" A voice spoke from behind him, cold and calm, followed by the flash of steel. In a blink, Leo moved. Murasane whistled through the air as he swept past Jotaro Shobo, blood already streaking the blade. Without breaking stride, he flicked the edge sharply to the side, casting a fan of crimson across the alley wall, then slid the katana back into its scabbard. The instant the hilt clicked into place with a crisp snick, a thin, black line etched itself across Jotaro's chest, silent and clean. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then his chest split open with a sickening wet crack, flesh peeling apart as a geyser of blood erupted from the wound. It sprayed in wild, pulsing jets, soaking the ground, painting the air red. His arms twitched violently, knees buckling as internal pressure forced blood up his throat. He choked once, twice, before collapsing backward in a gruesome heap, leaving behind a steaming pool of viscera and arterial spray. Well, dying like this is too good for him, Susie spat on Jotaro Shobo's corpse. Many of the Mox women felt the same. The raid that night had gone almost too smoothly, so much so that they had barely broken a sweat before their enemy had fallen. Worse yet, Jotaro Shobo, ringleader of the kidnappings and murders of several Mox girls, was taken out entirely by an outsider, leaving them with no real part to play in his end. Annoyed, they turned their frustration on everything left standing in the casino, smashing any property they laid eyes on. Meanwhile, Leo wasted no time. He signaled to V, Lucy, and Jackie, and together they set charges throughout Phoenix Casino. Their plan was to destroy this Tiger Claw's stronghold completely after leaving, delivering a clear message to the gang's leaders. Right then, Leo got a call. It was from one of the lookouts he had stationed on key streets around Japantown. "Mr. Leo, the Tiger Claws all over Japantown have gone berserk. They're on their way to Watson now." Got it. Leo expected as much. Even if Jotaro Shobo was unpopular among Tiger Claw's higher-ups after his recent mess-up, they wouldn't stand by while someone burned down their casino. He immediately switched to the team channel and gave the order he had long prepared. "The Tiger Claws are coming. We're getting out. Everyone, head back to your vehicles." Hearing that reinforcements were inbound, the Mox, who'd been gleefully demolishing everything in sight, composed themselves and hurried to the vans. The squad Leo had sent to block the back exit also returned and piled into their vehicles. "Listen up. Don't drive straight to Lizzie's bar altogether, that'll draw too much attention. We'll split into 4 groups, Leo said. First group heads through Little China, then swings north toward the Northside Industrial District before cutting back to Lizzie's bar. Second group travels south through City Center, passes Haywood, circles into Westbrook, then returns to Lizzie's. Third group goes east to Japantown, through Santo Domingo, then onto Haywood and City Center, eventually back to Lizzie's. Fourth group. Leo had planned for this well in advance. If a bunch of vehicles drove in a convoy straight to Lizzie's bar, any Tiger Claws scouts would notice. Splitting up and taking various routes would keep everyone under the radar. Susie and the other Mocs had no objections, immediately setting off according to Leo's instructions. Once the cars had covered some distance, Leo pressed the detonator. Boom. Even from afar, the explosion and the brilliant flames consuming Phoenix Casino were impossible to miss. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for many people. The sudden eruption in Kabuki made headlines all over Night City, especially since the blast site was none other than Phoenix Casino, a Tiger Claws property. Night City's population knew the Tiger Claws were not to be trifled with, so everyone wondered which lunatic had the nerve to blow up the gang's place. Weren't they afraid of retaliation? Everyone had assumed that provoking the Tiger Claws was as suicidal as riding shotgun with Kennedy in an open-top car. But they were proven wrong. The Tiger Claws did go wild, combing Watson and Japantown in an obsessive manhunt that lasted for days. Yet they found nothing, not even a lead on who was behind the attack. Another group, Maelstrom, took particular delight in the Tiger Claws' misfortune. They already resented that the Tiger Claws, who had the prime real estate of Japantown, still butted into Watson. Seeing Phoenix Casino destroyed felt like sweet justice to them. The Tiger Claws suspected the culprits might have escaped to Haywood or Santo Domingo, but they couldn't simply barge into those districts. The Valentinos in Haywood and the 6th Street Gang in Santo Domingo were both formidable in their own right. Neither would welcome Tiger Claws strutting around on their turf. One war with Maelstrom was more than enough, the Tiger Claws didn't want to make new enemies. At the end of the day, even the fiercest criminals weren't complete idiots. Unable to find the real threat, the Tiger Claws started clashing more frequently with Maelstrom and Watson. Both sides suffered casualties, and with no progress in sight, other than risking an all-out gang war, the Tiger Claws were forced to swallow their anger and pull back. Half a month passed. At midnight, a Delamain cab pulled up outside Lizzie's bar, bright lights reflecting off the neon signs. Leo, V, Jackie, and Lucy stepped out and made their way inside. The Mocs bouncers on duty recognized them at once and greeted them with courtesy. Pushing through the heady mix of purple and pink lighting and the chattering crowd, they were guided to a private room. Several fine bottles of liquor, and 1 bottle of cola, were already prepared. As soon as Susie heard Leo's group had arrived, she dropped whatever she was busy with and came straight to see them. After some pleasantries, she heaved a sigh of relief. From now on, there's one less piece of scum in Night City without Jotaro Shobo around. It's a pity we can't brag about it. Otherwise, I'd march right up to City Hall and collect a medal. Leo shrugged. Awards aren't much use, just a bit of vanity. Right. That's exactly why you deserve one. Susie smirked, then shot a glance at Jackie, who was practically rubbing his hands in anticipation. I'm not trying to rush anybody, Jackie said, but can we maybe get down to what everyone's been waiting for? Susie laughed, amused at his impatience. She didn't seem offended in the slightest. Relax, I'm not about to shortchange you. A deal's a deal. She placed 4 neat stacks of money on the table. Want to count it? Chapter 121. Leo picked up one of the stacks of bills first, slipping it away without even glancing at the amount. No need. I trust you, Susie, and there's no point in trying to cheat us anyway. The other 3 did the same, collecting their money. Straight to the point. If you ever need help with anything, just come by. The Mocs owe you a favor, and if we can help, we will. Susie smiled. I've also told Mateo, the bartender at Lizzie's, that from now on, whenever you visit, you'll get 20% off everything. Jackie's eyes lit up. 20% off. Nice. He didn't really care about cheaper drinks. His mom ran the El Coyote Kojo, and it wasn't like Lizzie's would ever beat his family bar's prices. But Lizzie's had more than just booze. They had the best brain dance editors in Night City, and that meant top-quality BDs. Who didn't love a fully immersive, high-sensory brain dance? Sure, Jackie had a girlfriend, but a ring on your finger didn't mean you stopped watching spicy vids. Plenty of married folks indulged, too. After they got their pay and drank their fill, Leo and the others finally said their goodbyes and left Lizzie's. But as they stepped out of the bar, heading for their Delamain cab, a sultry female voice called out from behind. Mr. Leo, wait a moment. A woman approached, poised and confident. She had short blue hair and wore a glimmering silver coat over a tight, hip-hugging skirt, with red thigh-high boots completing the ensemble. She stopped in front of them, her gaze settling on Leo without even glancing at the others. Extending her hand, she gave a seductive smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Evelyn Parker. Out of courtesy, Leo shook her hand. So, you clearly know who we are. Are you with the Mox? No. I left the Mox a while back but still drop by Lizzie's occasionally. Leo nodded. All right, Ms. Parker. What do you want from me? Evelyn's red lips curved in an almost hypnotic smile, the color so vivid it seemed ready to drip like blood. Call me Evelyn, please. Leo's expression didn't change. He'd been around Night City long enough to know something was up whenever someone sidled up out of nowhere, acting chummy. He wasn't the type to fall head over heels just because a pretty face batted her lashes. Besides, Evelyn wasn't really any more attractive than V or Lucy, both of whom could snap a Scav's neck or melt a corp netrunner's brain on a whim, which, lately, he found hotter than any pair of perky tits. He hadn't gone insane, had he? Ridiculous. He was a model citizen, he even got a medal from the NCPD. Miss Parker, if you've got business, go ahead and spit it out. Let's not waste each other's time. Evelyn's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected her usual charm to fail so spectacularly. Leo didn't show the slightest hint of interest, which was unlike all the men she'd dealt with before. Still, she rallied quickly. How about we talk in private? She nearly purred, the subtle provocation in her tone leaving little to guesswork, just shy of whispering for one night. Leo waved her off with disinterest. Sorry, I'm busy. Not happening. He pivoted and walked away without another word. Lucy and V both shot Evelyn an icy glare, as though warning her to stay in her lane. Jackie looked at Evelyn, apparently guessing her real motive, but he said nothing. Evelyn stood rooted in place, staring after them in surprise. Only when the four had climbed into their cab and sped off did she snap out of it. Truthfully, she hadn't come to offer Leo some well-paying gig. The talk in private routine was a ploy, using her charm to latch onto someone young and talented like Leo, so that if a high-risk, high-reward opportunity cropped up later, he might do the dirty work for her. She figured someone Leo's age would be easily enthralled. Evelyn was good at making men feel like they could soar, she'd had plenty of success that way. But this time, her tried-and-true technique fell flat, and she couldn't fathom why. Inside the taxi, Leo and Jackie sat in the back, with Lucy and V in the front. Delamain's AI driver handled the entire journey. Jackie glanced at Leo's calm expression and couldn't help but look curious. Leo, it seemed like that Evelyn lady was pretty into you. If you tried, maybe you could have had a fun night. He gave Leo a brotherly pat on the shoulder. If you don't know how to get the ball rolling, I can show you the ropes, you know. I've got a girlfriend, so. Before he could finish, sparks flickered around the neural port on the back of his neck. Jackie yelped as though he'd been electrocuted, head slamming against the roof with a dull thud before dropping back into his seat. Dazed, he clutched the back of his neck, staring at Lucy and V in the front. What the hell was that for? In answer, the two women flipped him the finger. Leo snorted a laugh, explaining matter-of-factly, she's not my type. He'd seen how Evelyn dressed. He was well aware of her line of work, legal in Night City, sure, but definitely not something he found personally appealing. He didn't look down on it, it was a job like any other. Just not his thing. If Leo had to describe his type, it wouldn't be someone who lived for attention or played at being irresistible, it'd be someone he knew he could trust his back to. A ride-or-die type of girl, as some would say. Leo eyed Jackie, who was still rubbing his neck in bewilderment. You're not thinking of getting together with her, are you? You already have Misty. Me? Hell no. My Misty's way prettier, Jackie replied with conviction. Besides, I'm not some kind of sleaze who ditch my girl the moment I see a new flame. Honestly. You should be thanking your lucky stars Misty's with you at all, especially with that hairline creeping back every day. Lucy cut in dryly from the front seat. Hey, I resent that. I'm just, maturing gracefully. They bantered back and forth, enjoying the easy vibe that came from good friends shooting the breeze. The ride flew by, and soon they arrived at the mega building in the Glen. They got out of the cab and headed up to Leo's apartment, the best place to tally up their spoils without being disturbed. Once safely inside, Leo shut the blinds on every floor-to-ceiling window and switched on the overhead lights. He then took out all the money for a full count. From the Tiger Claws glitter transport truck alone, they'd found €150,000 hidden in the tires. On top of that, they'd nabbed a cool $1 million from Phoenix Casino's safe. Leo had spotted it on his tactical display. He'd stuck around last on the way out, pocketing the money without anyone noticing. Not even V, Lucy, or Jackie had known about that until now. Finally, there was the payment from Susie, $300,000 total for the four of them. Originally, she'd promised $200,000, but because they had done such stellar work, she threw in another $100,000. Susie didn't consider it a loss, either. Spending that extra money earned her goodwill from Leo, a worthwhile investment in Night City's favor economy, as people often called it. When you had valuable allies who remembered your kindness, things usually worked out in your favor. When the Mox needed help again in the future, getting in touch with Leo would be no problem. Chapter 122. Gazing at the piles of cash stacked on the table like a small mountain, Jackie's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Holy, this is a ton of eddies. V looked equally stunned. This single gig had earned more than 100 of her previous gigs combined. Don't just stand there gawking, Lucy said. Let's split it up so we can all go enjoy life. With this kind of payout, we can take a decent break. The three of them exchanged a glance, as though reaching an unspoken agreement. Of the €1,450,000 heaped on the table, Jackie and V each took only 100,000, leaving the remaining 1,150,000 where it lay, still forming an impressive mountain. Leo blinked. What's the meaning of this? Jackie rubbed his braided bun. We can't take that extra million you found in Phoenix Casino's safe. You're the one who spotted it. Don't talk nonsense, Leo said. We all went in there together. Even if I discovered the safe, I couldn't have hauled the cash out alone without you. V chimed in. But from start to finish, it was your planning that let us beat the Jotaro group against all odds. Walking away with 100,000 each is more than enough for us. The rest belongs to you, fair and square. Lucy nodded in agreement. No matter how Leo tried to persuade them, V, Jackie, and Lucy refused to accept more. Ultimately, he had no choice but to keep the extra money himself, albeit reluctantly. Only after Leo put the bills away did the other three sigh in relief. In Night City, even close friends could fall out over money. Jackie and V had seen plenty of people who ended up turning against each other over a few $1,000, let alone a huge pile like this. Sure, money was great, but friendships like this were rare treasures in Night City, worth far more than the cash. You could always earn back lost $, but a lost friend was gone for good. Jackie stood up. Well, that settles business. Time for me to head out. Oh, right, Leo, can you help me with something? What is it? You got any tips on making a girlfriend happy? Jackie scratched his head sheepishly. Misty and I have had some, typical couple spats. I was hoping for some way to cheer her up. Leo shook his head. Sorry, man. I'd like to help, but I've got zero experience in that area. You're asking the wrong guy. No big deal, Jackie said. Worth a shot. He waved at V and Lucy, getting ready to leave. V suddenly stopped him. Jackie, wait. She leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Jackie stared at her suspiciously. Really? You think Misty'll be happy if I do that? V grinned, confident. Definitely. Trust me, I'm a woman myself. Figuring it was worth a try, Jackie shrugged. If it works, dinner's on me. After Jackie took the elevator down, Leo couldn't help asking, V, what did you tell him? Secret. V pressed a finger to her lips, smiling playfully. Leo shrugged. All right, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. V patted his shoulder. So, what's next on your agenda? You just scored enough eddies to retire for a few months. Think it's time you treated your partners to a big meal. Leo waved a hand with a flourish. Sure. Got over $1 million in the bank, why not? Name a place, name a dish. But since it's late, you sure you don't want to head home and sleep first? Sleep's always there, but how often do we get to stick you with the bill? V winked at Lucy before turning back to Leo. Lucy, what do you want to eat? Me. Lucy obviously hadn't expected V to toss the question at her. She scrunched up her face and thought for a while, then shrugged. Anything's fine. Anything isn't acceptable, V teased. We're living large today. Lucy hesitated, mulling it over. Then, sushi. V patted her shoulder. Perfect. I know a high-end sushi place in Japantown. Lucy looked a bit nervous. High-end? Won't that be crazy expensive? V just smiled. No worries. We've got a high roller footing the bill. Yeah, Leo added. Don't sweat it. I promise not to slip away and leave you two to wash dishes. He stood, grabbing a white coat from the rack. V nudged Lucy from behind, ushering her toward the elevator. As Leo followed them inside, the door slid shut and carried them downward, his tactical visor suddenly lit with an incoming call. The ID read, Rebecca. Several hours earlier, Maine's team had gathered in a booth at the Afterlife. Maine lounged on the sofa, legs spread in a bigman pose, with Dorio seated beside him. Rebecca and Sasha were perched together, two petite figures, while Pilar occupied a separate couch by himself, arms draped over the back as he stared at the ceiling. So, Maine, what kind of gig are we looking at this time? Pilar asked, his tall frame stretched out lazily. Maine glanced around the group. Our fixer's got a job for us, high risk, high reward. If you're not up for it, no problem. But if we pull it off, the payout's huge. Pilar waved a long-fingered hand dismissively. Come on, big boss, don't say it like that. We're in this together, ride or die. Sitting across from him, Rebecca had no trouble tearing down his flowery words. You've only been on the team for a few days and you're already ride or die. Pilar leered. Wanna find out how serious I am? Bring that cute little head of yours closer. Let me show you some big brotherly love. Try it, and you'll be short a few fingers. Rebecca and Pilar instantly started squabbling. Sasha slipped in to restrain the rowdy Rebecca, while Maine hooked an arm around Pilar's neck, wrestling him away. It took a solid minute before the chaos settled. All right, so what's the gig exactly? The fixer wants us to snag some Biotechnica data. It's inside the Biotechnica building at Corpo Plaza. Everyone stared at Maine for a moment. Dorio spoke up for the group. And that's it. Nothing else. Maine spread his hands, looking a bit embarrassed. Yeah, that's all the intel we've got. El Capitan usually gives you more to go on, Sasha muttered. Since they'd started working with this fixer, whom Maine referred to as El Capitan, he'd always provided thorough details so the team could prepare. A bare-bones briefing like this was unusual, more like the old days with their previous fixer. Ahem. Maine coughed awkwardly, avoiding everyone's gaze. He wore sunglasses, making it hard to read his eyes, but the rest of him radiated unease. Normally he was the dependable older brother figure. Nobody questioned him. Dorio, though, knew him too well. Maine. He looked away. Maine. He stared at the floor. Maine. He turned toward the booth's entrance. Maine. Dorio's final shout made him flinch. All right, he said, sighing. I spaced out for a second. It's nothing major. Dorio moved closer, her expression stern. Maine shifted sideways to make some distance, but she kept moving in. The sofa was only so big, eventually, he'd run out of room. Chapter 123. Maine found himself pushed all the way to the end of the sofa, Dorio's face drawing ever closer. Maine, she said quietly, be straight with me. This job, was it El Capitan who set it up? Maine's voice wavered. Does it really matter who posted the job? If someone's paying, we take it. But if you all think it's too risky, I can turn it down, no problem. Dorio drew out his name, sounding suspicious. Maine. All right, I surrender. Maine raised both hands in a half-hearted display of defeat. This gig didn't come from El Capitan. Dorio's eye twitched. Just as she suspected. El Capitan would never hand them such skimpy intel. But she wasn't letting Maine off the hook just yet. Well. If not El Capitan, then who? Maine's cheeks burned a little. He lowered his voice. It's Faraday. What? All around the booth, Sasha, Rebecca, and Pilar gawked at him in disbelief. Maine squirmed under their stares. What's with the overreaction? It's not our first time working for Faraday. We used to run gigs for him before El Capitan showed up. But we're with El Capitan now, Dorio cut in, sounding exasperated. Why would you run off and, gah? She jabbed a finger hard into Maine's temple. What's going on in the head of yours? It looks high risk, Maine admitted, but it might not be so bad. I scoped out Corpo Plaza myself, around 1 or 2 in the morning, it's practically a ghost town. All the Corpo drones clock out. Dorio refused to be convinced. What about the NCPD that patrol the plaza, or the building security? Maine answered with calm confidence, as though he'd rehearsed every point. Sure, the NCPD's there, but it's minimal. Ever since Johnny Silverhand nuked the plaza in 2023, it's been quiet for decades. The cops think the same. They're on a set salary, why risk their necks on patrol? And about corporate security, well, there's practically no on-site personnel at Biotechnica's building. All for the same reason I just mentioned. A flicker of doubt crossed Dorio's face. You know that for sure. You've been inside. Maine folded his arms. I know a guy who works at Biotechnica. Slipped him a little cash, and he told me everything. None of it's top secret, it's not like he was worried about NDAs or anything. He walked to the corner of the booth and leaned against the wall, meeting the others' unsettled gazes. You think I like working with Faraday? That I'm some big oaf who doesn't see a trap when it's dangling in front of my nose? No. I look huge, but I'm not dumb. Sasha, seated next to Rebecca, suddenly piped up, so how much is Faraday paying? Everyone turned in surprise. Sasha. 1.8, Maine said. 18,000 total. Sasha lowered her head, doing the math under her breath. If Falco joins us, that's roughly $3,000 each. Falco was the team's driver. Strictly speaking, he wasn't an official member of Maine's crew, but whenever they needed a top-tier wheelman, Falco was the one to call. He was so good that they nicknamed him Night City's Takumi Fujiwara. Guessing Sasha's train of thought, Maine added, Nah, we'll each take 2,000. The rest is yours. Maine, you can't be serious. Dorio's eyes widened. There's no on-site security staff at Biotechnica, but they do have automated defenses. Out of all of us, Sasha's the only net runner, she's the key. She has to go in alone. Are you hearing yourself, Maine? Dorio fumed. Maine shook his head. I'm not strong-arming anyone. If Sasha's not comfortable, we drop this job. I'm just asking. He drew a quick breath. I've already got a plan, though. I made contact with one of El Capitan's underlings, Juliet. She specializes in hacking into Zetatech, Biotechnica, you name it. She got me a jammer that'll knock out Biotechnica's auto-alarm system for 5 minutes. If it triggers a real alarm, their security bots will respond in about 2 minutes. Meaning we have just enough time to grab the data and get out. You'll have about 2 minutes to reach the office, 1 minute to bypass the ICE and transfer the data, and a minute or so to bail before the jammer shuts down. Even if you run a few seconds over, we'll still have time to slip away before the bots show up. Maine took a slow breath and met Sasha's eyes. So, Sasha, are you in? Dorio started, but Sasha spoke over her, voice firm. I'll do it. 2 a.m. A single car rolled into Corpo Plaza and eased to the curb. It was every bit as deserted as Maine had promised, eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. Even the lights in the towering corporate buildings had gone dark, leaving only the illuminated walkways and the perpetual golden and blue holographic koi that drifted around the central plaza. Sasha, if you want to back out. I'll be out soon. Before Dorio could finish, Sasha popped the door, bag slung over her shoulder. Without hesitation, she hopped out and hurried toward the Biotechnica building. Maine, Dorio growled, that plan of yours better work, or you're dead. Relax, Maine muttered. As long as Sasha follows it, we'll be fine. The front doors of the Biotechnica building were sealed tight. Most floors were dark inside, same as the rest of Corpo Plaza this late at night, nobody was around to keep things running. People needed sleep, even Megacore had to let their wage slaves rest for a few hours. Which meant if no one was around, Sasha only had to worry about security cameras. As she thought it through, her feet never stopped. She reached the doors, pulled a pink personal link cable from a port on her wrist, and jacked into the terminal next to the entrance. Less than a minute later, the sealed doors slid open. Inside her bag, the jammer Maine had mentioned kicked in, silencing the system's automatic alarms. Maine called it. This thing actually works, she murmured in relief, taking a cautious peek into the pitch-black first-floor lobby. Flashes of gold light shimmered sporadically in the darkness, the scanning beams of the security cameras. Watching constant surveillance feeds was exhausting and boring for human personnel, so the company that made these cameras, Fuyusuki Electronics, had developed a built-in scanning device. Rather than rely on a board guard to spot trespassers, the camera beamed a detection line across the room. Anyone caught in that beam without the proper authorization triggered an alert. Sasha timed the rotating gold scans, waiting until the beam swung away before darting into the lobby. She vaulted over the front desk in one smooth motion, ducking behind it with just a second to spare. Slipping out another personal cable, she plugged into the desk's port and disabled every camera on the first floor. Only then did she allow herself a quick breath. Maine's voice crackled over comms, tense. Sasha, you in? Hurry it up, that jammer won't last forever. She didn't bother replying, even a second saved could be critical. She rushed into the elevator and pressed for her target floor. While the elevator ascended, Sasha pulled a piece of gum from her bag and popped it into her mouth, a personal ritual she found calming before any netrunning job. By the time the doors opened, she checked the timer, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the jammer. Racing through the dark corridor, she hacked and deactivated any cameras along her path. She reached the correct office with 3 minutes to spare. The lock took mere seconds to crack. Sasha slipped in and headed straight for the terminal, the office's lone swivel chair waiting behind the desk. Chapter 124. Sasha set her bag down first, then shrugged off her jacket. Extracting crucial data in under a minute couldn't be done with just a personal link cable, that was too slow. Personal links were designed for quick, low-volume uploads and downloads. They were portable and discreet, but for deeper netrunning and higher transfer speeds, one had to rely on a cyber-optic interface, perceiving and connecting to the network through a 3D visual overlay. The drawback, however, was that connecting so directly posed an exponential increase in physical risk. Nerves overloaded quickly, pushing body temperature to dangerous levels. Typically, people used an external cooling setup, an ice bath or a few modded freezers, to bring temps down. Sasha had no such option here, so she stripped off her jacket. Even a bit of extra cool air might help. She didn't need to stay in cyberspace for long, just enough time to exit before things got too hot. With that in mind, she pulled a cable from her bag, plugged it into the terminal, and slipped on her cyber-optic goggles. Closing her eyes. Link start. When she reopened them, she found herself in cyberspace, total blackness all around, still in the posture of sitting at a desk, yet floating in weightless emptiness. Before her rose a thick ICE wall. She didn't need to break it, just used the temporary authorization Maine had borrowed from Juliet, one of El Capitan's people, to bypass the ICE and slip inside. Biotechnica's trove of data unfurled before her eyes. Being a professional netrunner, Sasha found Faraday's requested files in no time, transmitting them to Maine. His excited voice rang out in the team channel, "Perfect, get out of there before they notice anything." She nodded automatically, though Maine couldn't see her. Just as she was about to log off, a pop-up window flickered in the corner of her vision. Her gaze landed on it by chance, and once she read the words, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Classified. Securison. Warning, requires LV1 access or higher. If you do not meet this requirement, you must stop reading immediately and report your violation to superiors for disciplinary action. Securison. As Sasha took in those letters, a long-buried memory re-emerged. A pristine end-of-life ward. Her mother lay in a bed, barely clinging to breath, tubes and monitors in every limb. On the small bedside table sat a glass of water and a bottle of painkillers. The label read Securison. Biotechnica had launched this potent new painkiller, claiming it could numb even the agony of being decapitated. But, according to reams of internal trial data, it carried severe side effects. Although Securison's pain relief surpassed everything else on the market, it also caused progressive nerve degeneration. Biotechnica had hidden that fact, never issuing a recall, never warning consumers, just touting its great results. Sasha's mother, like so many in Night City, had worked endless hours under brutal strain. Pain was the body's way of saying, stop, slow down, see a doctor. But in Night City, how many could afford decent health care? Painkillers were the more realistic option, and her mother, swallowing Securison daily, had fallen gravely ill. She died in that sterile ward, tubes everywhere. Sasha had always assumed her mother's death was simply the result of overwork. Now she realized it was a deliberate cover-up, a tragedy caused by corporate greed. Even worse, inside those restricted files, there were bold red directives. 1. Do not disclose side effects to the public. 2. Continue selling the product, no recalls. Raw anger, sorrow, helplessness, Sasha couldn't even name the storm in her chest. She only knew she'd made a decision. One that might cast her into the abyss. She logged out of cyberspace, pulled off her goggles, and plugged a pink personal link into the terminal. In seconds, the entire Securison file was on its way to News 54. NCN, along with WNS, was one of Night City's top media outlets, an arm of Melee Tech, no friend to Biotechnica. Sasha assumed if anyone would risk crossing Biotechnica, it might be them. However, what Sasha didn't know was that Melee Tech and Biotechnica shared deep ties in the shadows, collaborating on a covert Nightingale project. The two corporations worked so closely that expecting an exposé on Biotechnica by Militech as News 54 was almost impossible. But Sasha had no clue about Nightingale or the hidden alliance between these megacore. Time's up for that jammer, get out now. We have what we need. Maine's frantic voice echoed in her earpiece, but no reply came. Out in the plaza, he frowned at the empty doorway of Biotechnica's building. Where the hell is she? She should have been here by now. Dorio tried hailing Sasha, but received only silence. Even Pilar, perpetually flippant, wore a grave look. You think something happened? Shut that crow's mouth. Rebecca glared at her brother. She's probably stuck with a busted elevator. Maybe she's taking the stairs. I'm going in. Dorio reached for the door, but Maine stopped her. No, Dorio. You're not a net runner. One wrong move and you'll both be stuck. We can't just sit around. Their argument was cut short by a rumbling noise overhead, reminiscent of a jet engine. Everyone in the car lurched forward, peering skyward. What they saw shook them, a hulking aircraft with bright blue exhaust soared into view, a Zetatech Surveyor-class heavy AV. Since the day the first AV rolled off the line, people had speculated which corp would pioneer the heavy-lift model. Zetatech had won that race, unveiling the Surveyor. It could ferry entire squads behind enemy lines with impressive speed, loaded with a self-defense missile system strong enough to beat back most assaults. That huge airborne behemoth headed straight for Biotechnica's tower. Chapter 125. Heavy AV boosters rumbled loudly as it hovered outside the same floor where Sasha was located, clearly visible even from the vantage point of Maine and the others. With its hatch open, a swarm of security drones poured into the Biotechnica building. Maine's heart sank. Damn it, Sasha, where are you? At last, a single line of text popped up from Sasha. Sorry. Then she disconnected from the team channel. Sasha. Damn it. What are you doing? Sasha. Maine kept shouting, but it was pointless. Sasha wouldn't hear, she was gone from the channel. Without a second thought, Rebecca threw the car door open, ready to charge in. Maine jumped in alarm. Dorio, stop her. Dorio was already moving before Maine even spoke. She grabbed Rebecca around the waist, lifting her right off the ground. Let me go, Dorio. Put me down now. Rebecca struggled frantically in Dorio's arms, but their size difference was enormous, and Dorio's forearms were equipped with the powered bracers she purchased from Leo. No matter how hard Rebecca fought, she couldn't budge. Don't go, Rebecca. You'll be killed. Sasha. Sasha. Rebecca kept struggling, tears rolling down her cheeks. But eventually, she slackened, overcome by the harsh reality. Only then did Dorio risk lowering her to the ground. Pilar left the car and hesitated before gently placing his large palm on his sister's head. Rebecca smacked it aside at first, then paused, and finally buried herself in Pilar's arms, sobbing against his chest. No matter how much they bickered daily, they were still siblings who'd survived countless hardships since childhood, losing their parents early and having no means to attend school. The only way they knew how to get along sometimes was that rowdy, roughhousing style. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rebecca's mind, a single person's image. She froze, then realized there might be one individual who could help Sasha now, her last desperate hope. Like a drowning person seizing a life preserver, she dialed that number. Rebecca. You're crying. Leo stood inside an elevator in the Glens mega building, staring at the hollow display of Rebecca's tear-streaked face. What happened? Who bullied you? Though Rebecca wasn't an official member of Leo's team, he'd always been fond of the feisty little spitfire, an affection akin to a big brother watching over a baby sister. No one's picking on me, it's Sasha. Sasha's picking on you. Leo was puzzled. He hadn't spent much time with Sasha, but she reminded him of a quiet cat, hardly the type to bully anyone. Possibly just a misunderstanding. No, that's not it, Leo. Sasha's in trouble, please, help her. Between stifled sobs, Rebecca quickly recounted what had happened. In truth, even she didn't fully grasp why she'd called Leo. Sure, he was strong for a merc, but like the legendary Andrew Wayland or Johnny Silverhand, even legends who stormed Megacorp towers ended up memorialized at the afterlife with a cocktail in their name. Was she really expecting a miracle? Maybe it was just an instinct, like a child believing their father or brother could do anything, only to realize later in life that they, too, were ordinary people, scrounging to survive in Night City. Yet Leo calmly listened to her story and replied in a steady voice, "Got it. I'm on my way." It might have been a simple reassurance. Still, Rebecca felt an inexplicable wave of relief as she heard his answer. "Rebecca," Maine asked, noticing the faint blue glow in her eyes, "who were you just talking to?" She turned, blinking away the last of her tears. "Leo. He said he'll be here soon." Maine and Dorio traded a look of uncertainty. "Leo's coming alone. What can he possibly do?" Normally, anyone else would assume he was just dropping by to commiserate, maybe toss out a few useless opinions and regrets. But they knew Leo better than that, he wouldn't bother unless he had a plan. "You think he's planning to save Sasha?" "How?" "That's impossible, right?" Maine couldn't imagine how Leo, or anyone, could barge into Biotechnica's building and manage a rescue. "Who was that on the call?" Vi asked as she and Lucy both glanced over at Leo in the elevator. It was Rebecca. She and her crew have a problem. Both Vi and Lucy perked up, obviously ready for action. "Need us?" "I'll handle it alone." Leo noticed Vi about to protest and cut in. "She specifically asked me. I can't drag you two into it." "But," Vi started. Lucy touched Vi's arm, shaking her head. "We trust you, Leo." Ding. They reached the ground floor. Leo stepped out, turning back to them with a quick smile. "Enjoy the rest of your night." Lucy didn't move from inside the elevator. Instead, she pressed a button on the control panel, and as the doors began to close, she spoke quietly. "We'll be waiting at home. Come back safe." A gentle warmth filled Leo's chest, as if stepping from a cold wind into the glow of morning sun. The feeling of knowing someone was waiting for him, worrying about him, caring for him, it was wonderful. Quickly collecting himself, he pulled up a contact number on his phone and called Roger. The call connected almost instantly, and a gruff but good-natured voice spoke. "Kid, what is it this time?" "I need an AV." "And what for?" "To get into Corpo Plaza and rescue someone." Leo knew the request was more than a little out there. Chapter 126. Even with years of AV, aerovehicle, advancement, flying cars remained far from common. Even the top fixers in each district rarely owned an AV of their own. Still, if anyone in Night City could get Leo an AV, his money was on Rogue, the so-called Queen of Fixers. 1 minute costs €10,000, she told him over the line. "I'll rent it for an hour. If we go over, same rate per minute." "Deal. Since you're so direct, I'll toss in 2 elite gunners for free. Send me your address. It'll be there in 3 minutes." Leo hung up, doubled back through the Glens mega building, and took the elevator all the way up to the rooftop. Rogue said 3 minutes, but in less than 2, a silver-bodied Rayfield Excalibur descended before him, its reflective surface gleaming under the rooftop lights. The hatch slid open upward, revealing a comfortably luxurious interior fitted with 4 high-end leather seats. 2 of them were already occupied. One of the passengers, a merc captain named Emmerich, inclined his head toward Leo. "Rogue says you needed our help." The other passenger, Crispin Wayland, Rogue's private guard, checked his weapons magazine with a grin. "Me, I never ask how many enemies there are, just where they're standing." Leo nodded to them both, then climbed inside. "Let's move." Crispin gave a half salute. "Your call, boss." The hatch sealed with a hiss, and the Excalibur rose smoothly into the sky. Its thrusters flared bright blue, propelling them toward Corpo Plaza in an instant. A few minutes later, a steel jungle glimmered through the windows, colored by the neon haze of Night City's sleepless skyline. Under the glow of swirling holographic ads and shifting rainbow lights, corporate towers dominated the scene, a spectacle some hailed as humanity's greatest triumph, though in reality, it was just the agonized wail of exploited masses beneath the megacorporation's iron grip. Down on the ground, Maine and his crew caught sight of the Rayfield Excalibur approaching from above. Look at the sky. Another AV's coming in. That's the Rayfield Excalibur model. Could it be Biotechnica backup? No, they're not flying in formation with the other one. Hey, that heavy AV looks like it's locking onto them. Boss, Crispin said in a half-joking tone, gesturing through the window, tell me that's not our destination, right? He pointed straight at the Biotechnica tower, its alarm lights flashing red, and the massive Surveyor-class AV, Biotechnica's heavy military hovercraft, hovering menacingly nearby. Ah, man. That beast's from the Fourth Corporate War era. We're basically a civilian party bus going toe-to-toe with a tank. His banter was so constant, even Emmerich couldn't help commenting. You talk in rhymes, Crispin. You planning on going back to college to finish your arts degree? If Crispin weren't under Rogue's employ, plus being the son of none other than the legendary Andrew Boa Wayland, Emmerich would have shut him up ages ago. Their carefree chatter died when the surveyor noticed them. A missile pod rose from the top of the heavy AV, rotating to aim. Crap! Crispin exclaimed. I almost forgot that thing's got an automated missile defense system. No sooner had he spoken than thick white smoke spewed from the tube. A missile streaked through the sky toward them. Evasive maneuvers. Emmerich barked, though the Excalibur's onboard AI was already pivoting hard and releasing a cloud of chaff. The missile detonated in the chaff's wake, bursting into a dazzling fireball some distance away. But it didn't end there. Another one incoming. Crispin shouted. Eyes narrowed, Emmerich slid the door open. Bracing a Militech Mk.31 heavy machine gun, he squeezed the trigger. A thunderous volley of shells ripped into the approaching missile, shredding it in midair before it could collide with them. The resulting shockwave buffeted the Excalibur violently, jostling everyone inside. This isn't gonna work, Emmerich growled. Not as long as that monster's got a working launcher. We can't even get close, let alone rescue anyone. Crispin rummaged through the storage compartment. Emmerich, you told me to keep it low profile today, so I didn't bring any rocket launchers. Now you want one. It's too late to ask questions. Leo pushed Crispin back into his seat. Tell the AI to close in. I'll handle it. You got a bomb or something? Don't ask, Leo snapped, just do it. Fine, fine. With a rush of thrusters, the Excalibur shot straight toward the heavy AV. Immediately, the surveyor unleashed 2 missiles at once. Chaff, everything we've got. Emmerich yelled. Pop, pop, pop. A cloud of white smoke billowed around the Excalibur as dozens of flares and chaff filled the air. The twin warheads slammed into the decoys, erupting in twin blossoms of flame. Clouds of black smoke momentarily swallowed the Excalibur whole. Down below, Maine and the others watched this high-altitude duel in horror. They'd glimpsed Leo inside that civilian AV and watched it charge headfirst into Biotechnica's heavily armed craft. There was fire, smoke, and then the Excalibur vanished in a fiery plume. Maine's heart seized. He couldn't believe Leo would just die like that. But Night City was a place of cruel surprises, where the impossible happened daily. Rebecca stumbled to her knees, feeling guilt crash over her. If Leo was gone, it was because she'd dragged him into this. Look. Pilar gasped suddenly, jabbing a finger upward. The Excalibur burst from the smoke cloud, battered but still very much in one piece. Scorch marks streaked its hull, but it was flying. The hatch slid open wide again. Emmerich leaned out, gauging distances carefully as they neared the surveyor's hovering silhouette. When the Excalibur was almost level with the military AV, Emmerich bellowed. Now. Throw the... He was cut short as he realized Leo wasn't about to throw anything. Instead, Leo leapt clean out of the Excalibur. Holy shit, Emmerich, he just jumped. No time for that, Crispin. Focus. Thump. Leo slammed down onto the heavy AV's roof, leaving shallow dents under each foot. Dropping into a low stance, he drew back an arm. Straight punch. Boom. A fist slammed into the missile pod's base, leaving a huge, crumpled dent in the metal. Leo's strikes continued in a punishing flurry, the powered gauntlets on his arms hammering the base until it finally sheared off. Ripped loose, the pod went spinning across the air, smashing into the building's concrete wall in a massive explosion of debris. Leo bounded off the heavy AV, landing on a nearby ledge of the Biotechnica tower with both feet planted firmly. Chapter 127. Leo glanced at the disabled missile pod and the smoke billowing from the Surveyor-class heavy AV, then keyed the comm channel. I'll leave this Zetatech surveyor to you too. I'm heading inside to find the person we came for. With its automated missile defense gone, the heavy AV was basically a declawed tiger. Experienced mercs like Emmerich and Crispin had no trouble taking it on. Over the comms, Leo could hear Crispin whooping and both men firing relentlessly at the surveyor's thrusters. Boss, these powered gauntlets of yours, what do you even call them? They're insane. Leo moved toward the office Sasha was located, conversing over comms as he ran. They're called powered arm bracers. You like them? Sure do, Crispin replied without hesitation. Hearing such a straightforward answer, Leo just named the same, friends and family price, he'd given Maine and Dorio back when he sold them gear. That rate was already below market, at least 20% cheaper than usual. Still, Crispin groaned. Boss, any chance you can go a bit lower? Too expensive. Leo paused, then shifted gears with a seemingly random question. Hey, mind me asking, your folks still around? Crispin went blank, not seeing the connection. They passed on, actually. Got a spouse? Crispin's brow twitched. No, still single. So who are you saving all that money for? Crispin clutched his chest, as if shot through by multiple arrows. Fine, I'll buy them. Happy now. Meanwhile, outside Sasha's office, a squad of security drones detected Leo's presence. Their targeting sensors locked on, but before any of them could pull the trigger, Leo vanished from their lines of sight. A moment later, the power core of one drone burst into electric sparks. That was the signal. One after another, the drones shorted out or exploded, never even glimpsing their attacker. When the last drone dropped in a shower of sparks, Leo's figure finally reappeared. After gaining the Time Zero talent, he could practically switch on cleanup mode whenever he faced enemies without a Sandevistan. Without it, these robots had no shot at even brushing his coat. Sasha. Sasha. Leo called. A startled cat-like face peeked over the desk. Seeing Leo, Sasha's eyes went round, caught between shock and puzzlement. Leo. How did you get here? Rebecca called, said you were in trouble. Leo's gaze dropped to her thigh, where her pants were stained dark red. You're hurt. He dug out a pneumatic injector and handed it over. Here. Thanks, but I already used one. Use another. Mine's better. Leo knew that, at best, Sasha's own injector would have been some Tier 2 formula. His Tier 3 was far more potent. Sasha didn't argue further and pressed it to her leg. A sudden coolness wrapped around the wound, quickly staunching the bleeding. You good to walk? Let's get out of here. And no, I can't leave yet. Why not? Instead of answering, Sasha's gaze darted to 3 separate computers on the desk. Uploading to N54 News tip line. File, securison.dtb. Upload in process. Securison. Leo couldn't parse the specifics from the name alone, but he guessed it was some new Biotechnica compound or drug. What's that? You're sending data to News 54. It's the reason I have to stay. You should go, I don't want you getting killed over me. A distant chime echoed from outside, the sound of 2 elevator cars arriving at this floor. Clattering metal footsteps soon followed, reinforcements of security drones fanning into the hallway. They'd overrun the corridor in under half a minute. You know something? Leo said, drawing Murasaim and heading for the door. I hate tragedies more than anything. Hey, wait, where are you going? Sasha tried to follow, but she was still tethered to the terminal via her pink personal link cable. Leo simply shut the office door behind him. Stay put. Don't move. I'll be back soon. The next moments brought a cacophony of blasts. Gunshots, metal clashing, bullets thudding against ballistic armor, the crunch of powered gauntlets ripping a mechanical head clear off. A chaotic barrage of sounds clanged and echoed like a symphony in the hallway. Gradually, the onslaught thinned, then died away, punctuated by a final heavy crash. Silence. Sasha's heart pounded painfully. With her computer still uploading, she couldn't hack into the hallway cameras, so she had no idea how the fight had ended. She could only hope Leo had survived. When he finally re-entered, completely unscathed, her eyes flooded with relief. Leo, she gasped. I'm fine. These drones are about as tough as those from some old holo flick. He glanced at the screens. How's the upload? Just a bit more to go, Sasha admitted. Leo saw the progress bar was still a quarter short of completion. They definitely didn't have that kind of time. Without thinking, he yanked the pink data cable from the terminal. Sasha froze, stunned speechless. By the time Leo scooped her up in his arms and headed out, she snapped back to reality. Hey. Do you realize what you've done? Put me down. Do you know what I'm trying to upload? Nope. I just know you'll die if you stay. Life matters more. There are some things more precious than life. Maybe so, but if it's that important, you can upload it later. The city's not exactly short on net access, silly cat. Sasha stiffened at the nickname and stopped flailing. Right, Night City wasn't some archaic backwater with no electricity or networks. She really could just upload the file after getting out. Then she remembered with a jolt, she hadn't copied or backed up the Securison data. Out in the city, there'd be nothing to send. Leo ignored her crestfallen look. Outside on the tower's platform, Emmerich and Crispin had already finished off the Surveyor Avenue. The Rayfield Excalibur hovered near the ledge, AI pilot guiding it in. As soon as Leo and Sasha climbed aboard, the Excalibur's engines roared to full power, propelling it like a comet away into the night. Down below, Maine and the others watched in stunned silence. Did he actually just rescue Sasha? However, Biotechnica's reinforcements were far from limited to a single heavy AV. Chapter 128. As soon as Leo and Sasha flew off in the Rayfield Excalibur, Biotechnica's backup arrived at Corpo Plaza. 2 military trucks, loaded with yet more security drones, barreled onto the scene. Maine couldn't imagine how Leo had fought his way out with someone in tow, especially against that kind of firepower. "Boss," Pilar said, glancing back at the looming towers, "shouldn't we go, too?" Maine nodded, snapped from his thoughts. "Right, everyone in the car. Let's get out of here." They sped away, leaving the skyscrapers and neon behind. Gradually, the surroundings transformed into the worn-down architecture and deserted streets of a less policed district. Only then did they begin to talk. "Looks like we're clear," Dorio muttered, checking the side mirrors. "For safety's sake, let's lay low for a while," Pilar added. "Once things cool off, we can plan our next move." Rebecca took a quick glance out the window. "Wonder where Leo took Sasha. Should we call?" Sasha's absence gnawed at her, but she also didn't want to pester. Maine shook his head. "Probably the same place Leo always recommends, Victor's clinic. He calls him Old Vic sometimes, says it's the best medical help in Night City. That's gotta be it." Rebecca gripped the headrest of the driver's seat. "Let's go there." The Rayfield Excalibur touched down on top of an apartment building adjacent to Victor's clinic. Leo hopped out, carrying Sasha over his shoulder like cargo, while Emmerich and Crispin remained inside. "That was insane," Crispin said, giving Leo a cheery wave. "We should team up again sometime." "Give Rogue my regards," Leo replied. He made his way downstairs, Sasha draped over him with all the grace of a bundle of contraband. Victor's clinic was still locked at this early hour, iron shutters drawn tight. "Old Vic, wake up." Leo pounded on the door. "Vic." No one came. Frowning, Leo gripped the iron grill with his powered gauntlets. Metal shrieked as he pried open a gap large enough to squeeze through. Stepping inside, he nearly collided with Victor, who just finished dressing for an early start. They stared at each other in awkward silence, until Leo cleared his throat. "She's hurt," he said. "Fix her up, I'll pay for any damages or upgrades. And don't worry, I'll have someone fix your door." Victor regarded the mangled shutters but waved a hand dismissively. "Put her on the operating chair." Leo set Sasha down. A bright overhead lamp flickered on. "Need anything else?" Leo asked. Donning a specialized mechanical exoskeleton, Victor adjusted the overhead lamp. "Go wake Misty. I need her assistance." Leo nodded, understanding. He left the clinic and headed for Misty's Mystic Esoterica upstairs. She'd barely heard emergency surgery before splashing water on her face, grabbing her coat, and rushing down. With nothing else to do, Leo loitered on the clinic's front steps, thinking he might pick up some late night or early morning food for Victor and Misty when they finished. Just as he rose to go, his phone buzzed. Rogue was on the line, despite it being nearly 3 in the morning. "How's that cat of yours?" Rogue asked, voice even. "She's still alive." "She's in surgery now," Leo answered. "Thanks for asking." "No, I'm the one who owes thanks. You netted me a tidy sum tonight." "Tidy sum? I figured you'd rake in at least $1 million or $2 million for the AV and everything else." Rogue paused. "Let's just say any repair costs are on me. Consider it a favor. Next time you need something, give me a call." Leo smiled inwardly. In Night City, a big favor from Rogue was invaluable. "I appreciate it. By the way, I have a question. How much do you know about something called Securison?" "You mean that painkiller Biotechnica released a while back? I've got plenty of files on it if you're willing to pay." "Send it all. I want every bit of intel." Rogue's tone sharpened. "Who's backing you here, Arasaka or Kong Tao?" "No corporation. Just a friend who lost her mother to that drug. She nearly died over it herself tonight." "Understood. If you want the data, come to Afterlife in person. Can't risk sending something like that over the net." "Fine. We'll settle the total, including the AV fees, when I see you." "Sure. As for the intel fee, maybe I'll waive it. The girl's been through enough." "Of course, I have my reasons for that, but they don't concern you right now." She paused, then added, "But between you and me, any halfway decent fixer poking around Biotechnica would have known those files were sitting in that terminal. Hell, even Faraday should have seen it coming." Rogue hung up. On her end, in an Afterlife booth, she opened a channel to her associates. "Dump all Biotechnica shares this instant. Anyone who holds on for a miracle can jump off Arasaka Tower when this goes south. Then wipe the security footage from Corpo Plaza, contact the city's sanitation department, and have them do a deep cleanup right away. This place needs to be spotless. Back at the Mystic Esoterica, Leo was in the middle of buying a late-night meal for Victor and Misty when a car screeched to a halt outside. Maine and his crew burst in, looking winded and a little frantic. "Sasha, how's Sasha?" "You've got some nerve asking that," Leo replied coldly. Before Maine could react, Leo decked him hard. Caught off guard, Maine staggered into a display shelf laden with incense burners and decorative statues. They toppled onto him with loud clatters. "Hey! Enough!" Dorio rushed over, trying to wedge herself between them. "Leo, stop." Rebecca and Pilar intervened too, though they were more shocked than anything. Maine stood up, hand over his bruised jaw. "What the hell, man? Why?" He trailed off when he saw Leo's expression, shadowed with anger. Chapter 129. I should be the one asking that question. Maine, you're a total pig, you know that. Actually, calling you a pig is an insult to pigs, they're better than you. Seriously, Maine, what are you even doing? I introduced you to El Capitan, got you the latest weapons and gear on an interest-free payment plan, and this is how you lead a team. Tonight's operation was definitely not assigned by El Capitan, was it? You like being Faraday's lapdog so much. Is he your real daddy or something? You can't function without him. Leo, this isn't Maine's fault, Rebecca interjected, grabbing Leo's arm. The data Faraday wanted us to steal, Sasha sent it to us almost immediately. According to the plan, she was supposed to leave Biotechnica's building before the security drones arrived, then regroup with us. But for reasons we still don't understand, she chose to stay behind. Leo, do you know why? Leo paused for a moment, then said quietly, Securison. Everyone looked puzzled. What did you say? Securison. Sasha stayed because of that. She tried to send it to News 54. Their tech specialist, Pilar, scratched his head. I've heard of it. Isn't that some painkiller made by Biotechnica? But what does that have to do with Sasha? Why would she risk her life over it? Dorio cast Leo a sidelong glance. Could it be a family member of hers died because of that drug? Leo shook his head. I don't know. She's still in surgery right now. We'll have to wait for her to wake up and explain. With that, Leo shrugged off Rebecca and Dorio's attempts to hold him back and stepped up to Maine. Leo. The three looked on warily. Maine had been furious and resentful after Leo's punch, but now he understood why Leo was angry. As the team's leader, Maine had a responsibility to protect everyone. Hearing that he'd basically dragged Sasha into life-threatening danger had killed his indignation. If Leo wanted to hit him again, he'd take it. But Leo didn't raise a fist anymore. Instead, he extended a hand. Maine blinked, and then let Leo help him to his feet. Leo tossed him a box of tissues. Wipe the blood off your nose. Dorio and Rebecca exchanged confused looks. They'd just been at each other's throats, but now they seemed fine, maybe not a pleasant moment, but at least they were no longer fighting. So did Sasha manage to upload the data, someone asked. She uploaded it, and didn't. Leo sighed. We couldn't wait for the progress bar to finish. Things got too dangerous, so I yanked out her personal link. The upload was cut short. And I'm guessing Sasha didn't make a backup of the files. Under the circumstances, he couldn't see any other way. Sasha would never have agreed to leave otherwise. She was a good kid, letting her die and there would have been a tragedy. Still, he intended to help her finish what she started. In a city like Night City, no one matched Rogue's reach in digging up intel. What Sasha risked her life to obtain might be redundant anyway. Leo suspected Rogue probably had even more sensitive info than what Sasha had found in that corporate terminal. Like how, back in the day, even the President of the United States knew less about the Manhattan Project than Stalin halfway across the world. For now, let's leave Sasha's situation aside, Leo said. She needs time to recover. But what about Faraday, Maine? How do you plan to handle him? Faraday set up the op without telling the crew everything. Specifically, he knew about the Securison files and their potential exposure of Biotechnica, but withheld that info to keep the team focused on stealing the less sensitive data he claimed was the objective. Sasha, being more idealistic or simply curious, discovered the hidden Securison logs and realized their value, something that should have been part of the mission brief. She chose to stay behind to send it out, risking her life, because Faraday never planned to leak that kind of info. In fact, he may have wanted it buried, possibly because he was being paid under the table to ignore it and never spread that info, or he feared corporate blowback that could jeopardize his fixer status. So in Leo's eyes, Faraday manipulated the crew, endangered Sasha, and withheld information that could have saved time, lives, and maybe spared Sasha from nearly bleeding out on a clinic table. Handle, Faraday. Maine repeated blankly. The question sounded like it went far deeper than a mere shouting match. Are you saying? Do you folks really think Night City needs so many fixers? Especially a backstabbing vermin like Faraday. You're planning to kill Faraday. Mercs might cross corporate interests without a second thought, but they rarely made a point of openly killing fixers. Doing so could have huge repercussions. Leo's plan, however, was to quietly make Faraday disappear without leaving any trace. Inside Tom's diner, two men sat facing each other. One was Faraday himself, though a fixer, he always dressed like a corporate stooge. The other wore an Arasaka uniform without shame. "You've disappointed us, Faraday," said the Arasaka employee. "We respected you as one of the city's top fixers, but you botched the simplest of tasks." His words didn't echo through the diner, they spoke over a private comm channel. The Arasaka employee didn't even move his lips, his meaning resonated directly in Faraday's mind. "And you call breaking into Biotechnica, stealing data, then leaving silently, the simplest of tasks?" Faraday retorted. A mocking sneer coated the Arasaka man's mental tone. "What else? Did you think Arasaka was paying you top dollar just to track down someone's missing cat?" To Arasaka, fixers and mercs across the city were little more than dogs sniffing for scraps. Even the so-called living legends were just meaner dogs, still dogs all the same. Faraday could sense the man's scorn, but in Night City, scorn was a daily constant. What worried him more was losing this chance to curry favor with Arasaka. "Just give me another shot. I promise I'll get you the data you want. This is your last chance, Faraday. Don't blow it." The Arasaka man's eyes flashed blue for a moment, then dimmed. He stood and left Tom's diner without a backward glance. Faraday grabbed his paper coffee cup but didn't drink. He slowly clenched it in his hand until the dark liquid spilled out onto the table, dripping over the edge. A second later, his eyes glowed with digital light as he placed a call to Maine, the men who had made him look so foolish. "Why the hell didn't you pick up yesterday? Where were you?" Being left in the lurch had humiliated him in front of Arasaka. Faraday's usual corporate-style outfit came from his mindset. In his opinion, latching onto a megacorp was the only real future in Night City. To him, real cunning meant never sticking to one tree. He served Militech while simultaneously flirting with Arasaka if it maximized profit. Just a question of hedging his bets for the biggest gain. Arasaka had promised that if he got hold of the secret data Biotechnica and Militech were developing together, they'd give him an operative position, an actual rank. It might not sound like much, but it was a major step up. It proved that if Faraday played his cards right, Arasaka might eventually groom him as a genuine insider or even an executive someday, far better than the "we'll see" hush money Militech had been tossing him for the past 2 or 3 years. But last night, everything collapsed. Maine and his crew ghosted him. Faraday was furious. "Something came up yesterday," Maine replied over the line. "But we've got what you wanted." "Then bring it to me right now." "We can't, the car's totaled, and one of our teammates is badly injured. We're all holed up in a Ripperdoc clinic. How about this, tonight, come meet us at this location, and we'll hand over the data." Chapter 130. Night fell again. A Villafort Cortez V5000 Valor, 2040 model, cruised along the roads of Santo Domingo. This was the most valuable model produced by the Villafort factory. The Cortez featured a streamlined, elegant design, attracting plenty of interest from corporate types, politicians, and criminals alike. Built using the same main frame as the Alvarado but fitted with only 2 axles, it was more prone to major mechanical failures. Yet its unforgettable engine gave the Cortez lightning-fast acceleration, and the reinforced chassis, developed in collaboration with Militech, provided extra security on Night City's perilous, ever-changing streets. The sedan drove into an abandoned industrial park in Santo Domingo, descending into a dusty, web-filled underground garage. The overhead lighting flickered on and off, barely illuminating the area. Maine's crew was already there, just Maine, Dorio, Rebecca, and Pilar. Sasha wasn't present. A few meters from the group, the sedan rolled to a stop. The door opened, and Faraday stepped out. His polished shoes left a deep print in the dust. One hand stayed in his trouser pocket, the other swayed at his side in time with his steps. He stopped a short distance away from Maine, scanning the 4 with his 4 cybernetic eyes, then fixing his gaze on Maine. "Where's the data I asked for?" "Hand it over." His tone was strictly business. He didn't even remark on the missing team member, typical Faraday, a fixer who not only dressed like a corp but acted like one, cold and pragmatic to the core. "We don't have it," Maine said flatly. "No." Faraday's brow furrowed, his face growing more hostile. "Then why call me here? You think I'm as idle as you?" Maine's own expression darkened. "Faraday, how can you say that? You've got some nerve. Do you have any idea how much you've screwed us over?" Faraday's 4 lenses narrowed. "What are you getting at, Maine? Go on, say it again if you dare." A lowly merc like Maine had never spoken to him like this before. "Don't pretend you don't know. We've worked jobs for you for how long now? Every time, you gave us minimal intel. We still got them done, one way or another." "Done?" Faraday sneered. "How many times did I tell you to keep a low profile, only for you to make a scene so huge all of Night City knew your names?" "Bullshit," Maine barked. Maybe we wouldn't have raised such a ruckus if you actually told us what we needed to know. You withhold details, then blame us for any problems. The less you know, the lower the risk, for me. I pay you to follow my instructions, not to think for yourselves. I give the orders, you obey. That's how this works. That's a load of crap, Faraday. You like treating me and my team like idiots, huh? If every fixer in town pulled stunts like you, the merc death rate would be triple what it is. Dangerous work is exactly what you mercenaries do, Faraday retorted, voice dripping with contempt. If you'd rather sit around sipping tea all day, go ahead, but don't waste my time. Maine sighed, then suddenly smiled. Faraday, you still don't see why you can't compare to El Capitan. Faraday's face stiffened, as though Maine had stabbed a raw nerve. Maine, don't you dare mention that name in front of me. You think siding with that corporate dog puts you on easy street. He slammed a fist on the sedan's doorframe. Let me tell you something. Muammar Reyes isn't half what you think he is. Luck got him where he is, and luck's no substitute for real power. Only strength matters in this business, got it? He glowered. That so-called El Capitan will fall sooner or later. Then you and your so-called crew will come crawling back to me, begging for forgiveness. Huh? What are you smiling at? Maine was indeed smiling, a smug grin that perplexed Faraday. He'd expected Maine to rage, not grin. What was going on? Faraday, you think I don't know your backstory? Maine held up intel Leo had dug up from Rogue. You weren't even originally a fixer in Santo Domingo. You started out around Pacifica but couldn't cut it there, so you slinked over here. You wanted to monopolize Santo Domingo's business for yourself and then latched onto Militech so you could become a corporate lapdog, hence the suit you wear all day. The real reason you hate El Capitan so much isn't just competition. You despise that he doesn't know how good he had it. If you'd been in his position, you'd never have left a corpse embrace. Maine slid down his shades a bit, revealing a scornful look. Am I right, Faraday? You're playing a dangerous game, Maine. Faraday advanced a step, and Dorio, Rebecca, and Pilar immediately drew their weapons, 3 barrels leveled at him. Don't move. What the hell? Faraday's eyelids twitched. You're actually gonna kill a fixer? You want your merc reputations destroyed? Once you break the code, do I have to explain the consequences? Hurt me, and no other fixer will ever hire you again. That's Night City's rule. Maine drew his own Crusher power shotgun. Yeah, those are the rules. But rules can be bent, and people are clever. If no one sees it, who's to say we did it? This is Night City, legends die all the time. One more dead fixer is hardly news. Maine had never felt so free. He'd wanted to off Faraday for ages. The guy was no different from them, both lived under the megacorp's thumbs, yet Faraday insisted on acting like a corp himself, lording it over them. If they'd had better options, they wouldn't have stuck around him so long. Hey now, let's talk. Raising his hands, Faraday feigned compliance. I admit, I was out of line. I can pay all your teammates' medical bills, yeah. Should have done that from the start, Faraday, Maine said coldly. You brought this on yourself. I realize that. Let me make amends. I promise this will never happen again. Before he finished, a slit opened across his abdomen, revealing a built-in mini rotary gun that began firing frantically. Maine and his crew dove for cover, gunfire lighting up the parking garage. Muzzle flashes illuminated the dusty space, tracer rounds streaking across the dark. Faraday backed toward his sedan while spraying bullets, the strobing flashes turning everything chaotic. He didn't jump into the car to flee, 3 androgynous sex dolls stepped out to flank him. Strictly speaking, these dolls weren't male or female, but each had a masculine physique while identifying as female. All 3 possessed the latest marionette chips, technology typically used to upload service scripts and erase memories for specialized sex workers, but it could also turn them into highly trained combatants at the flick of a switch. The downside was catastrophic brain damage over time. Their lifespans were short, but in these few fierce minutes, they performed like elite soldiers, pinning Maine's group down with relentless gunfire. Crouching behind the car, Faraday retracted his belly-mounted rotary gun and drew a Yukimura smart pistol. He grinned, picturing Maine's crew pinned under heavy fire. You thought meeting me in some deserted place meant I'd come alone, unarmed. You really underestimated me. Faraday, Maine yelled, ducking behind a pillar, you think 3 sex dolls can take us all out? Not by themselves, no, Faraday called back, but I've got 2 more vehicles of backup waiting outside. One call from me, and they'll rush in here to finish you off. Gunshots boomed, ricocheting through the concrete. The air filled with dust and smoke, muzzle flashes casting stark shadows. In my eyes, Faraday went on, every merc in this city, yes, all of you, are trash. I've never once respected you. Even those so-called living legends are the same to me. Maine, I said before I wanted to see your regret once El Capitan fell, but I've changed my mind. You dared raise your hand against me, so none of you gets out alive. You hear that? Get in here and kill these worthless mercs already. he shouted into his comm channel, brimming with arrogance. Chapter 131. Yet the channel stayed eerily silent, no one responded. Frowning, Faraday tried calling out again, but he got the same empty silence. At that moment, the hail of gunfire in the parking garage ceased. Maine and the others, crouched behind abandoned vehicles for cover, lifted their heads to peer across the dim space. The 3 sex dolls who had been pinning them down with steady fire were now on high alert, suddenly aiming at some other threat. What the hell is going on? Faraday scanned them in confusion. The chips they'd been implanted with, marionette chips, weren't supposed to malfunction. He'd paid good money for a guarantee. Before he could do anything else, a hush fell across the garage. It was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Footsteps approached, steady and clear, echoing in the still air. A young man carrying a long blade came into view. "No use calling for backup," he said calmly. "Those 2 truckloads of reinforcements outside are gone. That just leaves you 4 in here." Faraday felt an icy chill run down his spine. "Kill him." A torrent of bullets roared toward the newcomer, weaving a lethal net. Talent, ×0. The incoming round seemed to freeze in midair. Leo slipped seamlessly through the gaps between bullets and reappeared in front of the startled sex dolls. He lifted his arm in a single, seemingly effortless swipe of his blade, a bright flash of steel followed. Time resumed. The 3 sex dolls, eyes bulging in horror, dropped their guns and clutched at their necks, trying desperately to stem the crimson gushing between their fingers. One by one, they toppled over, mortally wounded. Watching his guards collapse, Faraday recoiled, quickly lifting his gun to shoot, only to find Leo's reflexes were much faster. A single round from the tech revolver blew apart Faraday's right hand along with his Yukimura smart pistol. Arg. My hand, my hand. Faraday fell and rolled, shrieking in agony. Leo looked to Maine. "He's all yours." Then he turned on his heel to leave. Faraday's eyes darted with murderous resolve, his abdominal minigun whirred out again. But before it could spin up, Rebecca's Kenshin smart pistol barked, shattering it. 2 more bullets blasted into Faraday's remaining left arm, guaranteeing he had no means to retaliate. He writhed pathetically on the floor, trying and failing to crawl away. Maine, Dorio, Rebecca, and Pilar surrounded him. Maine, come on," Faraday pleaded, "we've worked together." Maine cut him off with a slow shake of the head. "In your next life, go sell fried chicken or something. Don't be a fixer." Boom. The thunder of a shotgun echoed through the parking garage. Leaving the parking garage behind, Leo hopped onto Fenrir and headed to the afterlife. Familiar territory. Emmerich, who was still manning the entrance, recognized Leo instantly and let him pass. Leo slipped into Rogue's private booth, where after a brief greeting, a black merc stepped in, set a chip on the table, and slid it toward Leo. "Thanks, Nix." Nix inclined his head, then left. Rogue took the chip, slotted it into her neural interface to confirm its contents, then popped it back out and placed it in front of Leo. "This is everything you asked for. Have a look if you want." Leo, trusting her, inserted the chip into his tactical goggles. A flood of data scrolled past his vision. His brows knit. Nightingale Project. What's that? Rogue crossed her legs, resting one hand on her knee. It's a secret experiment that Biotechnica's running for Melee Tech, an R&D initiative designed to create antibiotics strong enough to resist bioweapons in a future corporate war. The key players are Joe and Koch and Diana Kuno, who tested their bioweapons on a nomad clan called Red Ochre, killing more than 70 people. Their entire research team is in on it, except Amelia Morton, a genetic engineer who opposed the plan but didn't leave, so she's just as culpable. Securison is basically a side product of the Nightingale Project. She gestured to the chip. All the intel you need is there. Do what you want with it. Leo left the afterlife and headed straight back to Victor's clinic, surprised to see Maine's team waiting there. After they had finished off Faraday at the grimy parking garage, they'd come to check on Sasha. Leo's first question, "Faraday's taken care of?" Maine nodded. "Yeah. No chance in hell he's coming back." Leo raised a brow. "Completely finished." Maine snorted. "Trust me." We turned his head and heart into puree. The bastard even had a trauma team platinum plan. Once we blew his head off, the card auto-contacted them. By the time they showed up, it was only to collect a corpse. Leo didn't look surprised. Platinum membership is for the so-called elites, after all. But it can't save someone whose head is gone. Damn right, Maine agreed. If I had more money, I'd think about some top-tier plan too, but I guess it's not that helpful for folks always risking their necks. Not if your whole body's shredded. They spoke for a moment, then Leo moved to Sasha's bedside. She was lying on the operating table, resting. "Sasha. How are you feeling?" She blinked up at him. "Better, thanks to you." Her wounds weren't quite as severe as those that had nearly killed Chihiro, so with Vic's skillful care, she'd be okay, though he still insisted on a few days' rest. Her expression clouded. "It's just. I wish I'd gotten those Securison files out. That data. I lost it all. Leo shrugged. If you're worried about not having a backup, don't be. Huh. She stared, eyes widening as Leo produced the chip. Take a look. Sasha examined it, and her jaw dropped. The others came over, curious. What's on it? Asked Maine. See for yourself, said Sasha. Maine grabbed the chip, studied the contents. His eyes went just as round. He handed it off to Dorio, who scanned it, then passed it to Rebecca. Finally it landed with Pilar. And so on. Chapter 132. Once everyone finished reading the chip's contents, they were all at a loss for words. Nightingale Project. Maine murmured, unsure whether to feel thrilled or rattled. He'd never imagined accessing information on something of this caliber. So that's what Faraday wanted us to grab. From what they'd collected in Biotechnica's corporate server, Maine's crew only had the tip of the iceberg, far from the full story. But on this chip from Rogue, Leo had the entire Nightingale dossier. Sasha, he said, you get now why I forced you to leave that building. Sasha nodded in gratitude. She couldn't help reflecting, if the Nightingale project was a secret partnership between Militech and Biotechnica, then News 54, Militech's mouthpiece, would never have gone public with Biotechnica's dark secrets. If she'd stayed behind that night, she would have died for nothing. Just another body in a city full of them. Still, as relieved as Sasha felt to be alive, a wave of helplessness settled over her. Before, she'd clung to the idea of uploading the Securison data to News 54 like a faint light in a sea of pitch black. But now, Leo had told her that light was nothing but a deep-sea anglerfish's lure. The real truth was even darker. Maine noticed her glum expression and took a deep breath, a flicker of resolution crossing his face. Leo, would you sell us the intel on this chip? The whole thing. Leo studied him quizzically. You want to buy it? Yes, Maine answered, voice unwavering. Leo's lips curved in a faint, ambiguous smile. You realize how much this intel is worth? I can pay in installments, whatever it costs. All right, suppose I agree. What do you plan to do with it? Maine glanced at his teammates, finally settling on Sasha, who still looked dejected. The others, curious, also turned to him, puzzled over his intent. Maine drew a deep breath and laid his cards on the table. I'll call the main researchers, Joe and Koch and Diana Kuno, the heads of this Nightingale project, from an anonymous line they can't trace, and tell them we've got their dirt. If they don't want WNS News to get it, they'll do exactly what we say. Hearing that, Leo couldn't help a wry shake of his head. You plan to blackmail them? He didn't mean to moralize, it was just that in Night City, corporate bigwigs seldom folded so easily. Anyone who thought they could leverage high-level corp managers with some documents usually ended up facing the corp's armed strike teams. No, Maine corrected, I want revenge for my teammate. Without Leo's help, and this intel, they'd have considered payback far too risky. Now, though, they felt they might at least try. Leo doused that hope with cold reality. It won't work. That kind of plan might intimidate average citizens, but high-level executives don't get cowed that simply. Maine blinked. Aren't they worried I'll just hand everything to WNS? Leo sighed, choosing his words carefully. They are, but here's the thing. They'll drag it out, making excuses and stalling. It's a game of cat and mouse, corporate negotiation. They know you wouldn't even be talking to them if you meant to release everything right away. You're counting on them to respond, so they'll exploit that. In the meantime, they'll find out who and where you are. Never underestimate a major corporation's resources in Night City. They'll sniff you out. In the end, you'll all be in deep danger. Damn, Maine muttered, flabbergasted. These corp types have endless ways to screw us. Maine, that's enough, Sasha said softly. I appreciate it, I really do. But don't do this for me. It's not worth endangering the whole team. She'd tried to sacrifice herself at Biotechnica HQ so the crew wouldn't share her burden. Leo's point rang true, in Night City, Megacorp were practically gods, even City Hall bowed to them. If Maine gambled everything in a bid for justice, she'd rather abandon the idea than see them all destroyed. Damn it. Maine lifted a clenched fist, half ready to punch the wall, then stopped short. This was Victor's clinic, after all. Normally he wouldn't care about wrecking a place if he could just pay for the damages. But since meeting Victor through Leo, Maine's crew had gotten so much help here, free checkups, better-fitting cyberware, even small spare parts at no charge. Grateful, he lowered his fist with a heavy sigh. Everyone stood around in frustrated silence, stung by the irony of holding a huge corporate secret yet not truly free to wield it. They had the corp's weak spot on a chip, but it felt more like the corp had them pinned. Leo nudged Maine's shoulder. Look, man, I see where you're coming from, and I respect it. Maine flashed a bitter grin. Yeah, thanks. That's a real comfort. I mean it. Leo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If you really want to do something, maybe hear my plan first. 2 days later. An opulent mansion in North Oak. Dr. Diana Kuno awoke in a lavish bed, a comforter so plush you could practically sink in. She stretched languidly, then said to the room's system. Change the window display. Instantly, the big floor-to-ceiling windows turned transparent. Beyond them, swathes of manicured greenery and azure skies spread out. Satisfied, Diana showered, then went to the balcony, where a servant had arranged her favorite breakfast set. She savored her morning meal, gazing down at the city below, particularly the messy sprawl of Kabuki, Haywood, and Santo Domingo. This was her routine, a daily dose of schadenfreude, a smug sense of superiority. She inhabited a world of spacious villas and real, organic food. The people below choked on cramped tenements and bland synthetic bites. Even the best cyber optics couldn't really see all the squalor in detail, but she'd witnessed it before anyway, so her imagination filled the gaps. It gave her that little thrill, like a miniature goddess surveying those unfortunate mortals. Her moment of self-satisfied bliss didn't last. A panicked cry broke the morning peace. Dr. Kuno. Dr. Kuno. You need to see this. Chapter 133. Her servant, panicked, rushed onto the balcony with a tablet in hand. Diana felt fury spike in her chest. She had given explicit orders never to disturb her during meals. How dare this lowly servant ignore those instructions? Dogs like you aren't, she never finished. Her wrath snuffed out the moment she glimpsed the news feed displayed on the tablet. The WNS anchor, Arif Iqbal, was in the middle of a major report detailing the Nightingale project. He called out both Biotechnica and Militech by name, accusing them of using more than 70 lives from a nomad clan as test subjects for a ruthless experiment. Diana's heart seized up in terror. What's going on? This can't be real. No, wait, could Arasaka have an inside man in Biotechnica? After all, everyone knew News 54 was Militech's mouthpiece, just as everyone knew WNS was backed by Arasaka. Militech and Arasaka were nemesis, bitter rivals since the Fourth Corporate War, when Arasaka was forced out of Night City, through the Unification War, where Arasaka returned, bolstering the Free State's fight for independence. If anyone had reason to blow the lid on a Militech Biotechnica secret, it would be Arasaka. This is a disaster, Diana realized. Fear replaced any smug delight she felt earlier. Now she had no inclination to mock beggars or punish her servant. She and Joanne were the leads on Nightingale. If their superiors caught wind of this, heads would roll. No, no, no. I can't just sit back and do nothing. If Arasaka and WNS frame us for all this, Biotechnica is done for. She quickly called Joanne. Joanne, where are you right now? At Biotechnica Tower. Last night, the place was breached. An entire platoon of security drones got wiped out, plus a Zetatech Surveyor Heavy AV was destroyed and stolen. The building even had a chunk blown off. What? Diana's mind reeled. Yet, true to her standing as a team leader, she forced herself to remain calm. All right, look, put that aside for a second. Did you catch this morning's WNS broadcast? Yeah, I saw. Don't worry, Dr. Kuno. Even if WNS did get hold of our classified intel, the PR team already has a plan. Relax. Diana exhaled in relief. Joanne, practically her protégé, had moved swiftly, contacting corporate PR, good. Still, as a seasoned executive, Diana worried Joanne's approach might be too naive. If it's just your PR response, that might not be enough, Diana warned. The fallout is huge, Joanne. To keep one leak from turning into a flood, we may need scapegoats so the rest of us stay safe. Strangely, Joanne went silent. Diana frowned at the comm channel. The line was active, but Joanne didn't speak. Joanne, you there? After a long pause, her colleague finally replied. Something about Joanne's tone struck Diana as off. You're absolutely right, Dr. Kuno. We need scapegoats, or our PR will be weak and pointless. Diana noted the faint shift in Joanne's voice, but since the younger woman seemed to agree, she let the unease slip away. You have anyone in mind? If not, I've got suggestions. For instance, your gene engineer, Amelia Morton, she's been a thorn in your side, right? Always disagreeing with you. Kick her out now. But she alone might not be enough, her position is too low to quiet the public uproar. Diana's mind raced. The Nightingale project touched not just Biotechnica's internal secrets but could also threaten Militech's entire relationship with Biotechnica, potentially undermining Militech's trust. They'd need a scapegoat with a high enough rank, someone who could fill the hole left by the fiasco. But the only ones at the top were Diana and Joanne. Not me, she thought. That's out of the question, and that left Joanne. She pushed the idea aside for now. If they reached a point of no return, maybe she'd offer Joanne as the sacrificial lamb. But it didn't have to come to that yet. Perhaps there was another way to ride out the crisis without throwing either of them under the bus. Before she could say more, Joanne's next words froze her brain. Truly, Dr. Kuno, I'll always cherish your noble sacrifice. Working under you has been my greatest honor, and I'll never forget you. Ice shot through Diana's veins. Joanne, what the hell? Wait. Hello. The line cut out. Diana frantically tried to call back, only to find she'd been blocked. Diana stared at the phone in stunned silence. She hadn't expected Joanne not only to grasp the scapegoat plan but to beat her to the punch and target Diana. Nor had she imagined Joanne would be capable of such ruthless betrayal. A wave of dread churned her gut. In a panic, she opened her bank account app and checked her Trauma Team Platinum plan. Both were terminated. The bank account completely closed, the membership revoked. Even the mansion's soft ambient lights abruptly switched to a harsh red glow. Warning. Unauthorized intruder detected. Notifying Biotechnica security forces. Estimated arrival, 5 minutes. Intruder. Diana raged at the empty air. This is my house. Mine. She ranted for a good 10 seconds, but it didn't help. Her domestic staff knew exactly what was happening. When that red light hit, they sprinted away, ditching their jobs on the spot. Working for the rich in Night City demanded certain instincts, and that included not getting caught in crossfire if your employer became persona non grata. Realizing this, Diana stopped ranting. She left behind everything she didn't have time to grab and raced into the garage, jumping into her sports car. Thankfully, the car had been purchased illegally via public funds she'd siphoned off, rather than through Biotechnica's official channels. Engine revving, she sped out of the mansion gates and onto the street. She gripped the wheel with white-knuckled hands, steering north as fast as she could. Where to go, she had no real plan, but she did know she couldn't remain in North Oak. Gritting her teeth, she swerved onto the highway heading for Santo Domingo. Chapter 134. She wasn't actually heading for Santo Domingo itself, she only needed to reach the closest border checkpoint, located in that district. Staying inside the city was a death sentence now that Joanne had pinned her as the scapegoat. Just fleeing Night City wouldn't be enough, though. Diana made a hurried phone call to someone in the hopes of securing a safer exit. Come on, pick up, pick up. Finally, the line connected, and before the other person could speak, Diana started rattling off words like a machine gun. I need help, Biotechnica is in deep trouble. The research Joe and Coke and I have been running just got exposed by WNS News. Yes, that's right, Arasaka's mouthpiece. Now Joanne wants to make me take the fall for everything, dumping all the blame on me while she and the others walk away squeaky clean. And it won't stop there, they want me dead, so I can't defend myself or leak their wrongdoing to the public. I'd know, this is exactly how we handled messy problems in the past. I want out of Night City, today. Price is no object. In Japantown, inside a pachinko parlor. From the outside, it looked like any cramped pachinko joint among dozens, if not hundreds, of similar establishments. But only a select few knew it was far more than a mere gambling den. Okada Wakako lounged in a wooden chair, the image of poise and composure, phone in hand. A screen on the nearby wall played Biotechnica's PR broadcast, in which their comms team tried to spin or deny any wrongdoing about the Nightingale project. They promised to bring the main culprit, Diana Kuno, to justice, restoring peace and order to Night City. Here's my answer, no, Okada Wakako responded calmly into the phone. You're in too deep, and I'm not about to soil my hand saving you. She could have hung up then and there, but she remembered Diana had once been a valuable client who brought her profitable jobs. Reluctantly, if only for old time's sake, she offered a short piece of advice. I will say this, if you want any chance of seeing the sunrise tomorrow, run. Now. Immediately. Diana tried to speak again, but Wakako ended the call with one decisive tap. Shit. Seething with rage and helplessness, Diana slammed a palm on her steering wheel. Screw fixers. Screw Wakako. Useless, all of them. They're never around when you need them. Ugh. In truth, Diana had always known fixers were hyenas who flocked only when they smelled profit. They were fair-weather friends, never joining a losing game. She had called Wakako anyway on the off chance the woman might make an exception. But as usual, no miracles. Joanne, you bitch, Diana muttered, flicking on her hazard lights as she sped down the road. Think it's that easy to set me up? Joke's on you, I have plenty of dirt on you too. Once I'm out of the city and holed up in the Badlands, I'll make sure you regret this. Other megacore will be very interested in what I have to sell. She clenched the wheel, her mind whirling with plans. Right now was too hot, no corp would openly take her in. Once the scandal calmed, though, she'd approach someone else, maybe Arasaka, and trade them her knowledge. The very idea helped clear her head and calm her nerves. If she were Joanne, Diana mused, she'd definitely plant a security team on the roads out of Night City and wait for her target to pass by. Right then, a black armored SUV pulled alongside her. The large Biotechnica logo was unmistakable. Diana felt her heart plummet. No, wait. She watched in horror as a window slid down on the SUV, revealing several long barrels. There was no time to react. Gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes strobing the night. Shell casings scattered across the asphalt with an ear-splitting rattle. Bullets punched through her sports car, tearing it full of holes. Losing control, she veered off the road and skidded across a patch of grass before smashing into a spruce tree, finally lurching to a halt. Even then, the SUV continued its pursuit, parking some distance behind. A squad of Biotechnica security troops hopped out, forming a tactical wedge as they advanced on the wreck. No, let me go. Diana rasped from the driver's seat. She was riddled with bullet wounds, barely alive, but still trying to bargain feebly. The troopers gazed at her, impassive. A moment later, they raised their rifles without hesitation and pulled the triggers, finishing her off. Back at Corpo Plaza. At the entrance to the Biotechnica tower, streams of employees lined up for work, swiping their badges and passing through a scanner gate. When it was Amelia Morton's turn, she held out her ID as usual and stepped under the scanner. But the blue lights abruptly flashed red, emitting a shrill alarm. "Hold up, we've got an issue," the security guard said, grabbing Amelia by the arm to tug her aside. "The scanner's not registering you as an employee. You're not in Biotechnica's system." Amelia's mouth fell open like she'd just heard the entire country of Japan was about to sink into the ocean. The disbelief on her face was palpable. "You see me come through here every damn day, and now you're saying I don't work here? Are you kidding me?" The guard shrugged. "Not my words. The scanner says you don't exist in our database." Furious, Amelia kicked the scanner. "Then your shitty machine's broken." She cursed her superiors, Joanne, Diana, neither of whom ever tolerated tardiness or accepted any excuse. Over the past year, Amelia had never arrived late or left early. She knew they'd happily dock half her annual bonus for something as minor as a 5-minute delay. Now a broken scanner threatened to mess up her flawless record. The guard didn't budge. He knew her face well enough but also knew his job. If the system flagged someone, he had to stop them. Otherwise, he'd be in deep trouble. "I doubt it's broken. You saw everyone else breeze through. Why only you? If you try to force your way in, I'm authorized to use force." He patted the gun holstered at his hip. "Night City Hall granted Biotechnica the right to protect our property and interests with necessary violence." As soon as he reached for his gun, the swagger drained from Amelia. She raised her hands in surrender, stepping back with a glare. That glare promised retribution later, but for now, she wasn't about to get herself shot over a door scanner. Chapter 135. "What do you mean, I'm fired?" Leaving Biotechnica Tower's entrance, Amelia Morton didn't wander far. She just found a spot in the public plaza to sit down. Though technically public, this was still corporate property, so it was a shady, clean, and well-maintained area, nothing like the garbage-strewn corners of other districts. First, she tried calling Dr. Diana Kuno, her team's overall lead, but no one answered. Confused, she next tried Joanne Koch, the R&D director. She was even less successful. Joanne rejected the call outright, then blocked her number. Amelia was totally at a loss. Finally, she got through to a close friend inside Biotechnica. That friend spelled it out: she was officially terminated. "Didn't you watch the news this morning?" "No, I was up late playing Victoria 7 with some friends online. I almost overslept. WNS reported everything about your Nightingale project. Diana Kuno apparently committed suicide out of guilt, shot herself dozens of times, or so they say. Pretty gruesome." Nightingale, on WNS. Diana, suicide. What the actual hell? Amelia's head swam, the anger she'd felt for the security guard dissolving in an instant. She muttered a quick excuse to end the call with her friend, then hurried to a nearby shop, borrowing a computer terminal to check that morning's broadcast. Sure enough, WNS had run a major exposé on Nightingale, painting Biotechnica in a monstrous light. Then Amelia popped onto Biotechnica's official site to see a PR statement. It confirmed that, in addition to Diana's suicide, several of the Nightingale project's engineers were suspended or demoted. But only one engineer was outright terminated, her. Amelia almost had an aneurysm. Suspended or demoted for the others. That was just for show. They'd likely get reinstated once the storm blew over, whereas her situation was final. No second chances. She knew exactly why. She was the only one who'd openly opposed Joanne in the team. Even without being a genius, it didn't take much to see how it all fit. Leaving Corpo Plaza, Amelia headed to Kabuki. She purchased a cheap phone and an eSIM card in a local marketplace. While weaving through the low overhangs, dodging puddles and refuse, she dialed Joanne's number once again. No immediate answer. On her third try, the call finally connected. Joanne sounded cautious. "Who is it? Identify yourself." Amelia wasted no time going off. "Who the hell do you think? You two-faced bitch. I know exactly what you did. You pinned all those files on me. You got me fired. Just because I had the guts to stand up to you, you piece of crap. Did you seriously buy a new eSIM card just to?" "Shut it," Amelia hissed. "You stole my entire career from me. So guess what? I've got nothing left to lose, but you sure as hell do." Joanne's voice took on a wary edge. "What's that supposed to mean? You kicked me out, but did you forget I was part of the project too? I know all about Nightingale. Every last detail. So what? Joanne said icily. Only Diana and I had the original data. None of you had backups. Oh, you sure? You think we're all incompetent just because you never saw a backup? Think again. Silence crackled over the line, but Amelia felt Joanne's panic. She smirked. Remember how you had those mercenaries dump bioweapons on the Red Ochre Nomad clan, but a few of our own guys got infected? Then you handed them poison labeled as antidote. Guess who recorded that in 8K with my cyber optics, you scumbag? I can see every pore on your face. You'd better believe I have plenty of evidence. Joanne said nothing, but her ragged breathing spoke volumes. Amelia went on, triumphant. So here's the deal, either you figure out a way to reinstate me at Biotechnica, or I send every bit of that evidence to WNS to air tomorrow morning. Don't even try the corporate gaslighting on me. I know all your tricks. Now speak up, don't just go quiet on me. After a few seconds, Joanne's rasping voice returned. I need time to think. Ha. Time to think, my ass. You'd better have an answer for me before tomorrow, or you're finished. City Center, Biotechnica Corporate Hotel on Republic Way. Escorted by 2 armored SUVs and 1 armored truck, a sleek corporate sedan pulled up to the hotel entrance. Immediately, squads of Biotechnica security officers deployed, forming a protective perimeter. The hotel staff looked on in shock, uncertain what was happening. A major, indicated by the insignia on his uniform, strode up to the front desk. Who's the manager on duty? Get them here now. A pudgy, balding man in a suit came scurrying over moments later, bowing at the waist. The major wasted no time. The top floor is under Biotechnica lockdown. Director Joanne Koch will be occupying it, and from now on, the entire hotel is in quarantine status. The manager trembled. Why yes, Major. This is a Biotechnica property, so obviously no external guests are allowed. Doesn't matter, the major cut him off. Anyone working or staying in this hotel will undergo a strict screening. Understood. The manager glanced at the heavily armed troopers outside, nodded frantically. Understood, sir. Good. Only then did Joanne Koch exit the sedan, face drawn into a scowl. As she walked inside, several troops moved to escort her, rifles at the ready. Chapter 136. The small squad formed a tight circular defense around Joanne, walking in step with her to ensure no gaps in coverage. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers, under the major's command, took over the hotel's ground floor, establishing a perimeter. Joanne didn't so much as glance at the manager or any of the original hotel staff. Only when she reached the elevator did she turn to the major. Major. Immediately, the arrogant look on the major's face vanished, replaced by deference as he hurried over. Director Koch. Has your optical camouflage drone lost track of Amelia Morton's biosignal? Amelia was the only member of the research team who dared openly defy Joanne. Joanne had disliked her for a long time but tolerated her because Amelia was talented, one of the best in the team. Yet, when the time came to throw out a few scapegoats, she tossed Amelia like a piece of trash. Of course, Joanne wasn't naive. She'd anticipated Amelia wouldn't go quietly. So as soon as security barred Amelia from entering the Biotechnica tower that morning, Joanne used her privileges as R&D director to have the major deploy an optical camo drone. It would monitor Amelia from above, keeping tabs on her biological signature. Through his cyber optics, the major's eyes flickered with a bluish glow, as he communicated via comlink with his squad. Finally, he spoke. She's in Kabuki. Then go eliminate her. She's now a level 2 threat to Biotechnica. You are forbidden from disclosing any of this information to external core or the NCPD. Yes, ma'am. Kabuki, an unsanitary side street. Once Amelia finished her threatening call to Joanne, she wasted no time and ducked into a small Ripperdoc's clinic. The Ripperdoc paused his tinkering to glance her way. Can I help you? Amelia said nothing. She marched to the operating chair, lay down, then connected her personal cable to the medical equipment. Hey, what are you? Startled by her brazen actions, the Ripperdoc rushed forward, half to stop her, half in bafflement. Don't talk to me right now, Amelia snapped, not even looking at him, her eyes instead fixed on the flickering status screen. God, your gear is ancient. Why's it so slow? The Ripperdoc eyed her corporate blazer and stiff posture. She looked very much like a company dog, but she didn't seem here to trash his place. Relaxing a bit, he put his hands on his hips. As long as it works, who cares? New gear costs big money, you know. And hey, if you're a company merc, can't Biotechnica cover your implants? Why come to a back alley doc? Amelia ignored his jab, keeping her attention on the monitor. After a few tense moments, a diagnostic readout appeared, listing her bodily status and all embedded implants. There. She brightened, pointing at one labeled Biotechnica employee transponder. Take this out. You sure? Amelia slipped off one shoe and pulled out a thick wad of Eurodollars, dropping it on the floor. Positive, absolutely, and definitely. 10 minutes later, a squad of Biotechnica soldiers burst into the clinic. Freeze. The Ripperdoc shot his hands in the air, terrified of being riddled with bullets. I'm unarmed, don't shoot. 2 soldiers kept an eye on him while the others fanned out to search every nook of the little clinic. But after a thorough sweep, they found no one else. The squad leader, a corporal, glowered at the Ripperdoc. Where is she? There's no one here, only me. If you mean the woman who had me remove this. He gestured at the small implant soaking in a disinfectant tray. Indeed, it was Biotechnica's standard personal transponder, mandatory for all employees. She's gone. Scowling, the corporal fished the transponder out of the liquid and cursed inwardly. Where'd she go? I don't know. The corporal stared at him hard, evaluating whether he was lying. The quavering fear in the doc's voice sounded genuine. Convinced he was no accomplice, the corporal simply knocked him out cold with a blow from the butt of his rifle. Then the squad hurried outside. Beyond the clinic sprawled a maze of alleyways and labyrinthine passages. The corporal's stomach sank, but he had no choice. Spread out. Search every lane. Move. Time crawled on. Report. Anyone see her? Negative in my sector. No sign here, either. Gritting his teeth, the corporal had to make the dreaded call to his superiors, we've lost the target. An improvised hideaway above the winding rooftops of Kabuki. From her vantage point in a rickety illegal structure, Amelia tapped into the clinic's exterior camera feed. She watched as Biotechnica's security team arrived barely minutes after she'd finished. She exhaled shakily, her suspicion proved correct. She had known Joanne would send someone after her. The Ripperdoc, initially unwilling, changed his mind due to her substantial payment. And while leaving, Amelia had also hacked the camera feed for a quick watch, just in case. Her caution paid off, the in case had come to pass. Amelia slumped against the filthy plywood floor, eyes locked on the monitor's flickering images. Soldiers combed the alley but found nothing, she was already hidden well above their heads. God damn you, Joanne, she murmured under her breath, her legs suddenly weak. She sank down onto the dirty ground, next to a scattering of trash. In Kabuki, garbage was nothing special. This time, she didn't even care. She was out of luck, out of options. Biotechnica had fired her and now wanted her dead, her future seemed bleak. Should she send her incriminating data to WNS? Probably. She had no illusions, Joanne was a viper. Letting the entire world see her secrets was the only real vengeance left. But. Chapter 137. After that, what then? Sure, Amelia could leak evidence that might get Joanne publicly condemned, forcing Biotechnica to abandon her, too. But that wouldn't help Amelia get back into Biotechnica, either. Without the corpse protection, she wouldn't last a month in Night City. As she stewed over this dilemma, a call flashed on her phone, from an unfamiliar number. Who is it? She said warily. A young man's voice answered, Amelia Morton. Yeah. And who the hell are you? If you're not talking, I'm hanging up. If I were you, I wouldn't hang up. I'm here to help. Word is Biotechnica kicked you to the curb, revoked your apartment access, froze your accounts. My guess, you're hiding in some slum right now, scared out of your mind. You bastard. Did that bitch Joanne send you just to rub it in? No, like I said, I'm here to help. How? You used to work alongside Joanne, right? You must have something on her, some dirt, evidence. I want it. Amelia grew suspicious. You want it, so I have to give it. Why should I hand anything over to you? Because then you'd help bring down that bitch Joanne. Isn't that reason enough for you to collaborate with me? He paused, then added, not to mention, I can offer you a job. A job. Amelia's mind raced. She had no clue who this was or how they got her number, but if they thought she'd just roll over, they were mistaken. She let out a cold laugh. I'm not about to go work for some scav. Scav. No, no, no. You're mistaken. I'm talking about working for a fixer. A fixer. Amelia echoed. She'd half expected a gang or scav group, since they were notorious for picking up fallen corp employees. But a fixer. Listen, does the name Rogue ring a bell? The so-called Queen of the Afterlife, the top fixer in Night City. Rogue. Even corporate employees knew that name, nearly legendary. Amelia sneered. I thought you were with a corp, but you're just some merc working under Rogue. She sent you to sweet-talk me. If this is about the phone, buffed. Even so, she felt a twinge of pique. Rogue's formidable, sure, but compared to a megacorp. She doubted that. The voice on the phone chuckled. Amelia, do you really think you're in any position to be picky right now? You're not a department head or lead researcher, just a regular gene engineer. What corporation's gonna swoop in personally to scoop you up? You're overestimating yourself. That made her flinch. True enough, if she'd been someone like Diana Kuno or Joanne Koch, other corps might fight to hire her, since a top-level Biotechnica executive would have inside knowledge worth serious eddies. But Amelia. Apart from blackmail material on Joanne, she had no major leverage. And that blackmail alone wasn't super valuable to other corporations. Her actual skill set, while good, was hardly enough for a corp to bend over backwards just for one mid-level engineer. Fine. I'll work for Rogue, Amelia muttered at last, but only if I can negotiate salary and conditions with her face-to-face. And I want 200k euro dollars up front as a signing bonus. No problem. We'll meet in person and you can work out your deal with Rogue before handing over any intel. But I'd say you have little to fear, this is Rogue we're talking about. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure, Amelia grumbled. Where do we meet? You wanted to talk to Rogue directly, so obviously the afterlife. Unless you want a quiet roadside motel or some out-of-the-way place like Sunset Motel in the Badlands, or Stone Ridge out past city limits. Your call. Fine, Sunset Motel. I want Rogue to come herself, alone. Listen, Auntie, we're all adults here. Could you not say stupid, childish things? Alone. Do you realize who Rogue is and who you are? You're in no position to demand that she walk in unguarded. That's plain ridiculous. Oh, Auntie. Amelia fumed. Watch your mouth. And it's not ridiculous. Sure it is. Are you forgetting you're a powerless ex-corpo with no backup, while she's Night City's top fixer? Come on. You're not a big enough fish to dictate that. Choose a meat spot, but let's keep it real. After much heated back and forth, Amelia finally agreed Rogue could bring a small security detail. They settled on the No-Tell Motel, room 106. In the Afterlife's private lounge. Maine's crew, splayed out on various sofas, listened as Leo finished the call. He patched them all into the same comm channel, so they heard his entire exchange with Amelia. Once he hung up, they exchanged glances. You're really gonna bother Rogue over this? Maine blurted. The rest shared similar astonishment. This was Rogue, the most legendary fixer in Night City. They might have enough clout to be allowed in the afterlife, some grudging respect from the city's mercenaries, but that didn't give them any direct access to the Queen herself. Having a seat at the afterlife's bar was one thing, holding a conversation with its top boss was quite another. And yet Leo not only knew her personally but seemed on friendly terms. It blew their minds. Come on, Maine insisted. We could probably sort this out ourselves, right? Why drag her into it? But Leo didn't explain, his gaze fell on a stranger sitting beside Rebecca, a blonde woman in a crimson jacket, wearing a pink steel half-mask. A half-smoked cigarette stuck out from a gap in her mask. You're Kiwi, right? Leo asked. She nodded. Kiwi was the new netrunner Maine had recruited after Sasha was injured. She wasn't exactly warm and outgoing, but she'd heard a lot about Leo's exploits from the rest of the team, how he'd introduced them to a better Ripperdoc, let them buy advanced weapons and gear on loan, and even sold them high-end tech. Thanks to him, they had an impressive arsenal of tech weapons, Emmerich's custom ballistic suits, and Maine's and Dorio's powered arm bracers. The netrunner was no fool, she knew how indebted the team was to Maine. So when he spoke to her, she promptly extended her hand in greeting, polite and friendly despite her usual reticence. Chapter 138. Leo shook hands with the other person and smiled. I needed your help getting certain things. Me. Yes. A bit later, I was going to set you up with a dedicated hacker's workshop, equipped with the best gear available. All I needed you to do was dig up the dirt Amelia Morden planned to use against Joe and Coke from inside her neural link. Indeed. From the beginning, Leo never intended to introduce Amelia to Rogue. Amelia might have possessed certain expertise and professional abilities, but let's not forget, she was also part of the Nightingale project. Even though she dared to oppose Joanne, when Joanne used the Red Ochre Nomad family as test subjects, Amelia not only stood by and watched, she personally took part. Securison was a byproduct of the Nightingale project, the very painkiller responsible for the deaths of countless innocents, including Sasha's mother. Amelia, who was involved in the experiments, knew all too well how damaging Securison really was. And yet, had she ever anonymously sent any information to the media? Even though she held incriminating evidence on Joanne, she only planned to hand it over after she lost her job, out of revenge against Joanne and to find herself a new patron. In Leo's eyes, Amelia and Joanne were cut from the same cloth, both had innocent blood on their hands. The only reason he contacted Amelia in the first place was to use her as bait, luring Joanne out of the Biotechnica corporate hotel. After all, the hotel was located in a bustling city center. Causing a scene there would have drawn too much attention and backlash. Leo had never considered saving Amelia's life. Joanne, Diana, and anyone connected to the Nightingale project had to die. This time, no one was going to make it out alive. Outside the No-Tell Motel, a van marked with a medical center logo was parked by the roadside. Leo, Rebecca, Pilar, and Kiwi were all inside the vehicle. Both Leo and Kiwi wore yellow jackets from the medical center, looking like temporary employees. Maine. Dorio. Their two teammates on backdoor duty sent a message, "We're in position." Leo nodded, then looked around at everyone in the van. Rebecca, Pilar, once Kiwi, and I head inside. You both stay at the front entrance. If you spot Amelia, grab her. But if you see she's armed, then kill her. While the data in her neural link is important, I don't want you risking your lives. Pilar nodded first. Got it, no problem. Rebecca shot Pilar a glare. She had meant to say that line herself. Feeling a bit competitive, she added, I'm a great shot. Even if she pulls a gun first, I can shoot her hand without killing her. Good, that's reassuring. I'll leave it to you, Leo said with a smile, reaching over to pat Rebecca's head. Rebecca narrowed her eyes in contentment, as though she enjoyed the gesture. Pilar, in the front passenger seat, stared in disbelief. This was the first time he had seen Rebecca act like a little sister. Normally, she wouldn't even let him lay a hand on her head without baring her teeth. So what was going on here? Why did it look like Leo was her real brother? Kiwi, meanwhile, didn't notice the strange atmosphere in the van. She had been about to light a cigarette, but remembering that Leo disliked the smell of smoke, she put it back in the pack. Should we head in now? No, wait a moment. Leo withdrew his hand, much to Rebecca's subtle disappointment, and pressed a fingertip to the side of his tactical goggles. He activated the scan mode, unleashing a ring of invisible red light that expanded outward from his position. Though the surroundings looked the same, numerous red humanoid silhouettes became visible to him alone. He focused on the inside of the Notel Motel and soon located a marked red silhouette, labeled Amelia Morton, on the first floor. However, Amelia was craftier than expected. She wasn't in the agreed-upon room 106 on the first floor but had gone to room 204 on the second floor. Always so cautious. Leo glanced out the window, then jerked his chin at Kiwi, indicating the surveillance camera above the motel's entrance. Shut it down. A few seconds later, Kiwi gave a slight nod. Done. Let's go. They climbed out of the van. Leo handed Kiwi a Yukimura Smart pistol. Here. Consider this a gift to welcome you into Maine's crew. Kiwi looked surprised but accepted it without protest. After offering a quick thanks, she felt her impression of Leo rise once again. Now she was sure he was far more than just some run-of-the-mill merc. Once Leo and Kiwi disappeared into the motel's main entrance, Pilar turned in his seat, draped his long arms over the backrest, and waved his hand around as if shooing away a fly. Carefully, he snuck a glance at Rebecca out of the corner of his eye. She was staring intently at the motel doors, oblivious to his antics. Pilar casually moved his hand over her head, but it was like she had eyes on top of her skull. She turned and fixed him with an icy glare. Pilar's outstretched hand, hoping to mimic Leo's head pat, froze midair. He couldn't decide whether to go through with it or retreat. Eventually, Rebecca broke the tension by speaking first. Bro, what are you trying to do? You're not thinking of patting my head, are you? I hate it when people do that. No one liked being made to feel small, and a pat on the head was the quickest way to do it. Rebecca wasn't about to let that slide. Pilar opened his mouth, wanting to say, Leo can do it, why can't I? But he knew that line would only bring chaos. He clamped his mouth shut, drew his hand back, and scratched his cheek. Rebecca glared at him, muttered something about it being so weird, then returned to watching the motel entrance. In room 204, Amelia jumped up from the bed as though electrocuted. The front entrance surveillance camera had gone offline, which had to be the work of a netrunner. She couldn't be sure if it was Joanne's people tracking her down or if Leo had some other plan, but she knew one thing, she couldn't stay here any longer. Fortunately, she had planned for exactly this kind of situation. Chapter 139. Amelia had agreed to meet Leo in room 106. In reality, once she arrived at the motel, she booked 2 rooms. The one she truly occupied was room 204 on the second floor. She believed she still had a chance to escape. She put on a Hanya mask she had picked up in Kabuki, opened the door, and hurried into the corridor. The hallway was narrow and dimly lit. Ahead of her walked a man and a woman, both wearing temporary uniforms from a medical center. Amelia gave them a quick glance and then looked away to avoid rousing suspicion. Pretending she was just passing by, she tried to slip around them. However, the moment she moved between the two, she felt a sudden jab at the back of her neck. Instinct told her they had done something to her. Before she could react, a sharp pain flared across her neck. Then her strength drained away like a receding tide, and she collapsed to the floor like a limp rag. Leo reacted swiftly, catching Amelia before she struck the ground and made a noise that might attract attention. He gently set her down and took out a body bag. He slipped her inside and zipped it shut. Next, he pulled out a collapsible stretcher, set it up, and placed the body bag on top. Kiwi stood nearby, stunned by Leo's practiced movements. She wondered how he could be so adept at this and how many times he had done it before. Don't just stand there, help me, Leo said. Oh, sorry. Snapping out of her daze, Kiwi rushed over to grab the other side of the stretcher. She had been a netrunner for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen anyone transport a person like cargo. They carried the stretcher down from the second floor, through the first floor lobby, and then outside. Although there were people in the lobby, nobody paid them any real attention because they both wore medical center uniforms. In fact, several bystanders deliberately looked away when they noticed the black body bag, wanting no part in whatever was happening. Before long, they reached the street, opened the back doors of a van, and slid the stretcher inside. Leo and Kiwi climbed in next and shut the door. While Leo told Rebecca and Pilar in the front to start driving, he also contacted the two guarding the rear exit. Main, Dorio, no need to watch anymore. The target is secured. Copy that. We're out too. By the time the van reached a bustling part of Little China, the medical center logo on its exterior had somehow been replaced with the emblem of a logistics company. The rear doors opened, and now dressed as logistics employees, Leo and Kiwi hoisted a large suitcase out of the van. They ducked into a nearby alley, winding through the labyrinth of side streets until they reached a Chinese restaurant at the far end. Want to order something? The waiter asked when they arrived. I am Leo, he said. I already spoke to Rogue. The waiter paused for a moment then nodded. Come with me. He led them through the busy kitchen into the basement. The space was small, but instead of polished chrome or corpo-clean surfaces, it looked like a classic Chinese street kitchen, grimy tiles worn smooth by decades of use, wok burners flaring under seasoned steel, walls yellowed with heat and time. The air was thick with garlic, sizzling oil, and the unmistakable tang of soy sauce. A chef barked in Cantonese while flipping noodles with one hand and swatting a fly with the other. But then came the basement. The room was cramped, windowless, and humming with power, but this time, the scent was ionized metal and warm circuitry. Instead of rice cookers and prep counters, the walls were lined with fiber optic cabling, black ICE dampeners, and a glowing netrunner hub that looked like it belonged in a MealyTech black site. Server stacks blinked with status LEDs, and a medical-grade cryo rig sat humming softly in the corner, surrounded by an array of chrome-drenched tools, quantum decryption hubs, icebreaker shard arrays, Blackwell-tuned signal splitters, and an old but upgraded NetWatch trace diverter wired straight into a reinforced data spine. The waiter bowed slightly, said, "Enjoy," and closed the door behind them. Life support system, low temperature regulator, blood cooling system. Kiwi's eyes lit up at the sight of all the cutting-edge hardware. It was like a gamer stumbling on a room full of 4090 Ti's. She had never dreamed she would get to use such high-end equipment. Normally, she just stripped down and lay in a bathtub full of ice. Leo opened the suitcase and pulled out Amelia, who was curled up inside. After injecting her with a sedative and waiting for her to drift further into unconsciousness, he removed the jammer inserted in her neck. He had used this small gadget once before, when he avenged a TV station pastor. In most cases, unless someone had excellent netrunning skills and top-tier netrunner implants, getting stuck with this device left them paralyzed, like someone who had overdosed on sleeping pills. Still, to be safe, Leo tied Amelia's hands and feet. He had already confirmed she had no combat implants, so she wouldn't be able to break free. All yours, he told Kiwi. From where she lay on the netrunning chair, Kiwi gave him a thumbs up. Leave it to me. An hour later, Kiwi unplugged the cable from the back of her head and rubbed her temples, looking tired. Leo handed her a carton of chocolate milk. Thanks, she said. After a brief rest, Leo asked, well, I got everything you needed. Kiwi knew Leo was eager for those files, so she transferred them immediately without wasting words. He scanned them to confirm everything was correct, nodded, then walked over to the still unconscious Amelia and snapped her neck with a crisp crack. He had always said he would never let Amelia go. Leo considered himself a man of his word. Once done, Leo used Amelia's phone to dial Joanne. The call connected almost immediately. I told you it wasn't time yet. I still need. Leo cut her off. Amelia Morden is dead. I don't know what I'm hanging up. Leo didn't respond. Instead, he snapped a photo of Amelia's lifeless body in the dimly lit room and sent it to Joanne as proof. On the other end, Joanne went quiet. She hadn't expected the woman who had just threatened her to wind up a corpse so quickly. She felt a mixture of relief and anxiety. Relief, because the person who had been planning to blackmail her was gone. One less headache. Anxiety, because she had no idea whether the killer knew about her ties to Amelia. Or to put it another way, if he knew Amelia Morden by name and had used her phone to call, then. Chapter 140. Joanne's mind raced as she tried to figure out what the other person wanted. What was his goal? Amelia Morden is a Biotechnica employee. Do you realize what it means to lay a hand on company personnel? I can trace your address in no time and send a security squad to wipe you out. Leo already anticipated she would feign ignorance, so he cut straight to the point. Joanne Koch, you got that R&D director position through backdoor connections, didn't you? Don't you think this charade is pointless? Why not come clean? Let me be direct, I know all about your dirty dealings, and I also know exactly how Amelia tried to threaten you before. All the evidence is in my possession right now. Joanne's eyelid twitched, but she kept up her act. You're lying. Leo let out a cold laugh and sent one of the video files he had just obtained to Joanne. Do you believe me now? Still think I'm lying? The short 10-second clip showed Joanne ordering Amelia to dispose of infected Biotechnica soldiers who had cleaned up after Joanne's mess. Though brief, it was enough to destroy Joanne's facade. At last, Joanne dropped the pretense. What do you want? I'm a merc. Obviously, I want money. Fine. Send me everything you have, and name your price. I'll pay. No deal. I don't trust you. She wasn't surprised. Then what do you suggest? 1 million. In cash. I won't accept a transfer. A million. In cash. Do you have any idea what that entails? Joanne nearly choked on her words. A million. She only had a little over 300,000 in her account. Her monthly salary was substantial, but her expenses were also huge: a mansion in North Oak, Trauma Team Platinum coverage, a high-tier Delamain subscription, and countless pieces of designer apparel, shoes, hats, bags, luxury jewelry, plus all her private treatments at beauty clinics and wellness centers. It all added up. A person who just makes money without spending it is basically a miser, right? Leo silently agreed. Of course you don't have that much on hand. If, by some miracle, you actually did pay me, that would be troublesome in its own way. Tomorrow at 3 p.m, meet me in Rocky Ridge outside Night City. If you don't show, or if you're even a minute late, your dirty laundry will make headlines on WNS. I know you pinned most of this on Diana Kuno, but think about it, when your scandal hits WNS, won't Biotechnica just cut you loose to protect itself? Before Joanne could say another word, Leo ended the call. As he and Kiwi headed out, he tossed the phone into a bucket of water, making sure Biotechnica wouldn't track them through it. That night, under a star-filled sky with a gentle breeze, Leo rode his Fenrir bike out of Night City. He stopped in a secluded stretch of the Badlands far from the highway. After scouting around, he decided this location would do, then lifted a large case off Fenrir's back and opened it. Inside were several disc-shaped EMP mines. Leo dug multiple holes, buried the mines, and covered them over without leaving any sign of disturbed soil. He wasn't worried someone might wander into his minefield by accident. This spot lay well off the road. People rarely ventured into the Badlands unless they had a good reason, and the area was risky to begin with. Even if someone did stumble in, 2077 mines came with failsafes that prevented accidental detonations unless forcibly triggered by, say, a grenade or gunfire. In that case, it would be on them. Heaven may pardon a sin born of fate, but not one of sheer stupidity. With everything set, Leo remounted Fenrir and vanished into the darkness. The next day, the desert sun blazed, and the high temperature made the air shimmer. The ground felt like a scorching metal plate. On the highway outside Night City, a convoy of vehicles headed toward Rocky Ridge. The place had once been part of a real estate development plan around Night City, satellite towns meant to soak those who couldn't afford housing in the city center. However, that plan, like many others in Santo Domingo and the Pacifica region, had collapsed. People who had invested lost everything, and Rocky Ridge turned into a ghost town. Joanne rode in the center of an armored SUV, having decided to meet Leo in person. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that the only foolproof way to handle the situation was to eliminate whoever possessed her incriminating information. She certainly couldn't produce $1 million eddies in cash on short notice, and she hadn't planned to pay anyway. The demand for cash alone told her this opponent was a pro. Electronic transfers could be frozen or traced. Cash didn't have that problem. Joanne had no intention of risking a payoff and hoping the blackmailer would surrender every piece of evidence, especially if she were in the blackmailer's shoes. She would never completely hand over everything. She'd hold on to the juiciest bits for future leverage, milking the target over time. That was just common sense for maximum profit. So Joanne spent last night tossing and turning. She concluded her only real option was to handle this herself and stop the threat for good. Originally, she could have simply ordered her soldiers to take care of it while she sat in comfort at the Biotechnica Hotel, waiting for good news. But she needed to be sure. It was possible her adversary, being no amateur, would hide and wait to see if she arrived in person before revealing himself. Besides, her major's people had lost track of Amelia once before, leading to all this trouble. Joanne refused to risk another blunder. As Joanne stared out the window at the endless desert, a Brennan Apollo roared up alongside the convoy. Rather than emphasizing sleek elegance or luxurious consoles, the Apollo was built for rough, sandy terrain, complete with an enormous fuel tank, sturdy frame, and resilient suspension. It was a staple among nomads who lived and breathed the harsh climate of the Badlands, able to go for miles without refueling, traverse rock-strewn terrain with ease, and outrun any pack of gear-swinging bandits. The rider wore typical nomad gear. Joanne's expression instantly soured. She despised the way some people romanticized these highway bandits. Chapter 141. From Joanne's perspective, nomads were neither mysterious nor admirable. In her eyes, they were no different from any criminal gang. Calling them a gang at all was already giving them too much credit. She believed they were nothing but anarchist drifters on the fringe of civilization, a band of rowdy opportunists addicted to violence. As far as Joanne was concerned, nomads had chosen bloodshed and rebellion by rejecting the conveniences of modern society. She saw them as outsiders from California or even farther away, living in rusty trucks and trailers by choice, reveling in filth. They survived by raiding the convoys that shipped weapons and food supplies for megacorporations. In Joanne's eyes, each and every nomad was a murderer or rapist with clear-cut guilt, ready to kill for money, taking on the kind of bloody, cruel jobs no one else wanted. It was precisely because she looked down on them that Joanne had used nomads as her test subjects. Even after dozens died, she felt no guilt. Get him out of my sight. Just looking at that trash makes me sick. Yes, ma'am. The driver jammed the horn several times in quick succession. The shrill honking from the armored SUV made it obvious they wanted him gone. Yet the nomad neither overtook the convoy nor fell behind. He kept pace right alongside them. Forget it. If he won't leave, then let him stay for good. Kill him. This is the Badlands. No one's going to care. Killing someone inside the city usually required a bit of finesse. In broad daylight, they had to pin some crime on the victim afterward, anything to justify corporate righteousness. But out in this empty wasteland, there were no cameras, no witnesses, not even ghosts. If someone died here, you just left the body. Joanne already despised nomads. In her mind, they were no different from cockroaches or rats, so she saw nothing wrong with snuffing one out. She announced the man's death sentence as casually as if it were nothing. Only then did Joanne notice the nomad wasn't gripping his handlebars with both hands. He was using only one, while the other slowly pulled a kinetic pistol from his belt. Joanne froze, her mind going blank. She forgot to duck or do anything else to protect herself. Thankfully, the driver had training. He slammed on the brakes, making the tires squeal violently against the asphalt. Thick smoke rose into the air, and the stench of burning rubber filled the SUV. But at least the bullet barrage missed them, carving 3 distinct holes in a Joshua tree on the opposite side of the road and nearly cutting it in half. Director Joanne, are you all right? The driver called out, glancing anxiously toward the back seat as he maneuvered the SUV. If the R&D director got hurt on his watch, there would be hell to pay. Joanne lurched forward with the abrupt stop, then slammed back into her seat. It took her a moment to realize she wasn't injured. Only then did she let out a breath of relief. Her next feeling was confusion and fury. She glared after the nomad, who, after firing a quick 3-round burst, had stopped shooting and sped away, already putting some distance between them. He actually dared to attack us. That filthy, low-life nomad. She could hardly believe it, her voice overflowing with anger and disbelief. An instant later, that gave way to a cold hostility. Go after him. Kill him. Yes, ma'am. None of the soldiers in the convoy, and not even the major who accompanied them, voiced an objection. In Night City, a deep chain of scorn existed. Corporate executives looked down on corporate employees looked down on city dwellers, and city dwellers looked down on nomads. Because of groups like the RAF and Shiv, and the general public's inability to distinguish nomads from those bandits, many people lumped them together in hatred and distrust. Add the endless media fearmongering, and that prejudice spread even further. Though nomads sometimes showed up in urban areas, they usually only blended into places like Watson or Santo Domingo, where people from all walks of life gathered. Districts like Westbrook or City Center didn't allow nomads at all. If the NCPD found any, they were kicked out immediately. And now, one of those despised nomads had attacked the vehicle carrying Biotechnica's R&D director. Alpha, Beta, he's yours. Alpha here, Roger. Beta here, Roger. 2 armored SUVs broke away from the convoy, engines roaring as they sped forward on either side to chase the nomad. Leo glanced behind him. As expected, 2 SUVs had peeled off to give pursuit, but only those 2. Not enough. He twisted the throttle on the Brennan Apollo, the one he'd rented from Padre, and surged ahead. Armored SUVs were fast, but his bike was built for the Badlands, so it wasn't about to be left in the dust. One side pursued, the other fled, and before long, all 3 vehicles pulled far ahead of the main convoy. Back in the main group, Joanne frowned. She had assumed those 2 SUVs would finish off the nomad quickly, yet now the 3 vehicles were nearly out of sight. She opened a comm channel and addressed everyone. Follow them. We're going, too. Director Joanne, the major blurted, startled. He tried to protest, but Joanne had no patience. She ordered the SUV carrying her to veer from the main road and hurry after the distant black specks. The major had no choice but to direct the rest of the convoy to follow suit. At least they were in properly armored SUVs, so the odds of serious danger seemed low. Leo drew the 2 SUVs away from the highway, deeper into the Badlands. After a long chase that felt like some twisted Wild West scene, his tactical goggles showed that the entire convoy was also trailing behind, Joanne included. He grinned, having predicted exactly that. Slowly, he eased up on the accelerator so the 2 pursuing SUVs could close the distance, letting their rooftop turrets line up on him. At the moment the turrets locked onto their target, Leo slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched, kicking up a cloud of dust. A barrage of bullets tore into the ground ahead of him, churning the sand and gravel. What the? The soldiers on both SUVs hadn't expected such a quick reaction. As they swiveled their turrets to adjust, Leo maneuvered the bike to slip between them, then circled around to the right side of one SUV. He flipped his left hand, lobbing a sticky grenade that smacked onto the turret perched on the roof. Boom. Amid the swirling smoke, the turret exploded into a spray of debris. Damn it. A soldier in the passenger seat lowered the bulletproof window and opened fire, sending a burst of hot lead toward Leo. Chapter 142. Right at that moment. Talent, time zero activated. Everything, the bike, the armored SUVs, even the swirling dust in the air, slowed to a crawl. Only Leo moved at normal speed. He accelerated the bike, slipping past the gunfire that cut clear ripples through the air. A few seconds later, time returned to normal. The soldier in the passenger seat blinked, confused as to why his target, already locked dead center in his scope, had suddenly vanished. He instinctively looked around, only to see Leo leveling a pistol at his forehead. Bang. The bullet pierced the lowered bulletproof window and slammed into the soldier's skull. His head whipped back, bursting in a spray of red and white that spattered the rest of the passengers. Horrified, they hurried to raise the window again, while the driver jerked the wheel to the right and sent the SUV lurching. If a car collided with a bike, the bike would obviously come off worse. But Leo drifted smoothly aside, controlling the bike so it cut a clean arc around the charging SUV, narrowly avoiding being rammed. At that moment, the turret on top of the SUV to the left swiveled toward Leo, factoring in his movement and firing a barrage of rounds onto his drifting path. Bullets hammered into the sand, sending plumes of dust into the air. He's done for. Everyone in that SUV shared the same thought. Even if he noticed in time, the bike's momentum would carry him right into the sweep of bullets, unless he had no inertia. But that was impossible, right? Newton would be rolling in his grave. Yet just when they were certain Leo would be torn to shreds, he disappeared again. Whether it was sheer coincidence or something else, the SUV on the right, still trying to ram him, ended up directly in the firing line. The turret's barrage slammed into its side instead. Clang. 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 Reinforced plating held up, at least enough that the exterior just ended up dented and pockmarked. But the windshield was another matter. It was bullet-resistant, true, but that only went so far. The turret was firing large-caliber rounds at a blistering rate, unleashing a fearsome hail of bullets in mere moments. Before long, the windshield cracked like a spider web, then burst apart. Bullets tore through the gap and into the interior. The driver, sweating madly as he tried to swerve, was struck by multiple rounds. His head split open like a watermelon. Soldiers in the back seat fared no better. Meanwhile, having avoided the shots by triggering his talent again, Leo cut in with the bike practically skimming the ground, almost a sideways slide beneath the SUV on the left. At the same moment, he tossed several sticky explosives from his left hand, fastening them to the armored vehicle's undercarriage. Then he braced his armored gauntlet against the ground, pushing the bike upright and speeding clear. Boom. Behind him, the SUV went up in a plume of fire and flipped sideways. With the unarmored undercarriage blown apart, no one inside survived. How is this possible? Joanne and the Major, watching from the convoy in the rear, were stunned. 2 armored SUVs had failed to eliminate a single nomad. Worse still, they got wiped out instead. That's no ordinary nomad. He's using a Sandevistan, the Major realized at once. Those 2 times the men avoided an otherwise inescapable attack. That could only be achieved by a Sandevistan. This is bad, he's an assassin. All vehicles, listen up. This is the Major. Pull back immediately. We're returning to Night City. Joanne was just as shaken, and she quickly caught on that this so-called Rocky Ridge meetup was a trap. The moment she decided to eliminate the one causing her problems, that person had evidently planned the same. She just couldn't figure out who he was or why he wanted her dead. Still, not knowing didn't stop her from fleeing. The convoy spun around, racing back the way they came, with Leo in hot pursuit on his bike. The turret atop the rearmost SUV spat brilliant muzzle flashes, forcing him to stay back. The Major glimpsed this in the rearview mirror and felt a spark of hope. From that earlier skirmish, he could tell the enemy's only way to break their defenses was by throwing sticky bombs from close range. If they didn't let him near, they'd be safe. Keep firing. Even if you can't hit him, pin him down with suppressive fire. That order sent the other SUVs into a frenzy of shooting, no one bothering to aim precisely. It was enough to keep him from closing in. After all, with the help of Sandevistan, he could dodge a single line of fire, maybe not multiple streams of random bullets. Leo seemed wary indeed, holding back on using his ability to approach. Joanne and the Major both felt a surge of relief as Leo stalled out under the hail of bullets. Then, all of a sudden, a ring of bluish-white light erupted from the ground beneath them. Every electronic device in the convoy died instantly. The SUVs lurched as if hammered by an unseen force, continuing a short distance under their own momentum before grinding to a halt. Sparks flared from everyone's neural links, leaving them limp and disoriented inside the vehicles. The Major tried to get up, but even moving a finger felt like a monumental effort. His vision swam with static, and a deafening ring filled his ears. Horror flooded through him. EMP mines. As the name implied, EMP mines disabled electronic systems upon detonation. But since most modern humans had at least some cybernetic modifications, and their brains had been partially converted to neural-ware, an EMP weapon could also harm people directly. It was happening now. Their bodies were racked with weakness, and they had been thrown around inside the car. Cold sweat poured down the Major's back. At last, he realized Leo had never been unable to approach. He'd simply been herding them into a minefield. Someone get us out of here." The driver, white-faced, stammered, "The engines are dead. We can't start them." Another soldier, not waiting on orders, tried to contact Biotechnica, only to find his internal comm implants were also fried. Panic spread through the group. "Major, what do we do?" Chapter 143. The Major acted decisively. "Everyone out, move." He threw open the door and jumped out first, waving frantically at the soldiers in the other armored SUVs. Because the EMP strike had taken out their comms, they had to rely on these basic signals. Fortunately, this was a proper corporate security unit, not some ragtag street gang. They still retained the most fundamental professional discipline. Under the Major's command, the soldiers poured out of their SUVs, using the vehicles themselves as cover and gathering behind them. Naturally, Joanne and the Major positioned themselves in the safest spot, at the center of the formation. "Major, why are we staying here?" Joanne couldn't comprehend it. If the vehicles were dead, shouldn't they be trying to head back to the city on foot? The Major didn't have time to answer before two new vehicles roared into view from different directions. One was a pink sedan, the other was a Delamain taxi. In the pink car's back seat, Maine and Dorio leaned out of opposite windows with rocket launchers, launching explosive rounds at the convoy. In the Delamain taxi, Jackie half emerged through the sunroof, using a heavy machine gun to spew smoke and fire. Gunfire and explosions tore through the air in a deafening uproar. The corporate security troops were immediately on the back foot, not because they lacked heavy firepower but because the EMP minefield had knocked out their vehicles and inflicted damage on their neural-ware and cybernetics. Had they not been outfitted with some electromagnetic shielding, standard for corporate security, that pulse alone could have knocked them unconscious or even killed them outright. Still, even with shielding, their implants were partially fried. Their augmented eyes flickered with static like an old TV losing reception, heavily reducing their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Maine, Jackie, and the others had been waiting safely outside the EMP blast radius and were completely unaffected. Each of them was no ordinary merc, they were armed with advanced weaponry, courtesy of Leo's sponsorship, upgraded gear that set them apart from run-of-the-mill hired guns. It didn't take long before all of Biotechnica's soldiers were neutralized, leaving only the Major and Joanne. The Major's face went pale. Their comms were still down, and there was no way Biotechnica could learn about this in time, certainly not soon enough to send help. He had no choice but to make one final stand. "You, think carefully about this. Whoever hired you, don't you know what it means to cross the company? Biotechnica won't let you people live. If you kill Biotechnica's R&D director, they'll hunt you to the ends of..." Bang. His head exploded, and the corpse toppled over, splattering Joanne with blood. She froze in shock, then let out a terrified scream. Perhaps, to someone unaware of her crimes, she might have seemed pitiful in that moment. But anyone who knew her dirty secrets wouldn't spare her an ounce of sympathy. Leo slid his tech revolver back into the holster. He talked too much. Joanne paid no attention to the blood all over her face. "Wait, please, wait. I don't know why you want to kill me or who sent you, but I'll pay. However much they offered you. I'll double, triple. Didn't you say you couldn't even scrape together 1 million? Now you're offering 2 or 3 times that. Who exactly are you trying to fool?" Joanne turned desperately to Leo. After all, he had been the one on the bike who destroyed 2 armored SUVs and drove the entire convoy into the minefield, single-handedly orchestrating their annihilation. He was clearly the one in charge. "No, no. I only meant I don't have 1 million right this second. But I do have over 300,000 in my account, all of it is yours if you just give me time. I can also secure a high-ranking position for you in the company's security forces. Then you'd..." Joanne felt certain these people weren't working for a rival corporation. If that were the case, a megacorp would have more profitable ways to leverage her existence, ransom or blackmail, rather than outright killing her. So the only explanation was that they were mercenaries, paid by someone with a personal vendetta. She had stepped on plenty of toes on her way to becoming R&D director, so it could have been anyone. But instead of puzzling over who had hired them, she tried to buy them off. After all, in the eyes of most mercs, a cushy position with the corporation promised far more stability and better benefits than risking their lives on each job. A permanent role in corporate security paid even when there was no active assignment. Compared to the constant uncertainty of mercenary work, it was a tempting offer, if he could land a top position and not just become a low-level grunt. Yet the only response Joanne received was the entire group raising their guns in unison. Dawn. A thunderous barrage of gunfire erupted, wave after wave. SMGs, heavy machine guns, shotguns, tech revolvers, smart pistols, everyone emptied their magazines. Joanne was riddled with bullets until her body lay in tatters. Hey there, Night City. This is Josh Kevorkian, back again for all your biz and stock market updates. Let's see how things are looking today. Kiros is up 2%, Gudra down 1%, New Asahi Auto up by 1.5%, and, what's this? Biotechnica is down by 11%. Wow. Hey, who remembers that Redwood Psychiatric Hospital scandal? Once it got out that Biotechnica tested their experimental drugs on those patients, the company's stock took a nosedive, and, boy, did it crash, around 22% total. It made a slight comeback, but now it's down another 11%. Folks, hopefully none of you are still clinging to Biotechnica stock, yeah. This just isn't their year. Between Redwood Hospital, the Nightingale Project, and now another wave of dirty secrets exposed, it looks like their PR team's spin is about as good as toilet paper. Of course, all these corporate intrigues and backstabbing barely affect most of us nobodies in the big city. We just want to know who's going to help us make some eddies, right? If you're looking for a safe, and I do mean super safe, investment, try Arasaka's OSA Protective Plan. Only €100,000 to start, stable and guaranteed returns. It's available today only, so don't miss out. As I like to say, spend a little smarter, not bigger. That's all for now, folks. Your biz is my biz, until next time. Click. The screen went dark, reflecting Leo's silhouette. It had been several days since he and his team had ambushed Joanne's convoy in the Badlands. Biotechnica was now in chaos, too busy dealing with damage control to spare manpower for investigating Joanne's death. After all, once someone was dead, their rank and position no longer mattered. What people really cared about was who would inherit the deceased's assets and power. Sure enough, someone eventually climbed over the pile of corpses and took Joanne Koch's former spot in Biotechnica. That new individual had zero intention of going after Leo and his people. In fact, they ought to be grateful. Without Leo's handiwork, they wouldn't have landed such a prime job. So at most, they'd mouth off in front of the cameras, promising a thorough investigation to bring the culprits to justice, then go right back to business as usual. As for Maine's crew, they simply returned to their usual, laid-back routine. Chapter 144. After her revenge was complete, Sasha found peace and returned to Maine's crew. Now there were two netrunners in the team, Sasha and Kiwi. There was never a rule that limited a merc outfit to just one netrunner, so Kiwi didn't need to leave simply because Sasha came back. Meanwhile, having stayed far away from that piece of garbage Faraday, Maine's crew got along increasingly well with El Capitan. They were helping each other reach new heights. El Capitan drew closer to becoming a top fixer in Santo Domingo, and Maine's crew received more and more gigs through him. Everyone's earnings kept rising, and their future looked bright. Leo, on the other hand, contacted Padre right after taking Joanne down, telling him to stop acquiring components and parts for tech weapons and switch over to materials for smart weapons instead. Leo also dropped by Lizzie's bar to find Susie Q, hoping to borrow a warehouse. The Mox owned in the Northside Industrial District. He had originally considered renting one on his own, but realized the Mox already had a suitable space. Rather than pay rent to some stranger, he preferred giving eddies to acquaintances. But when he brought it up, Susie Q just tossed him the key without charging him a single eddy. "You've done the Mox a favor," she said. "Use it however long you want. Don't bring money into it, cheapens the friendship." It didn't take Padre long to deliver the parts and materials for smart weapons. Leo hauled them to the Mox's warehouse in the Northside Industrial District and got everything squared away. Once everyone else left and he was alone in the warehouse, he brought up his interface and took a quick look. Potential points, 120. He spent 40 points on Gun Repair LV5. Gun Repair LV5, Gun Repair LV9. You can now build and repair smart weapons. Satisfied, Leo set down the Shinjin Smart SMG next to him. The moment he touched it, its blueprint and internal structure became perfectly clear in his mind, like he had built thousands of Shingans by hand. Not just that, an immense amount of firearms knowledge and repair experience flowed into him, as though he'd been making these weapons all his life. He set aside the Shinjin and opened a large box filled with parts and materials for assembling smart weapons. With smooth, practiced motions, he got straight to work. Before long, those parts formed a brand new Shinjin Smart SMG. "That's it," Leo said, grinning widely. From that day onward, he no longer needed to make tech weapons, he was switching to smart weapons. Anytime he got his hands on a new model, Gun Repair LV9 would instantly give him the blueprint and design specs, allowing him to replicate it. Smart weapons, being the cutting edge of firearm technology, were currently dominated by just two major manufacturers, Kong Tao and Arasaka, both based in Asia. This meant market prices were high anywhere outside of Asia. A single smart SMG could easily run over €50,000, more than double what a tech weapon sold for. He planned to dedicate part of each day to making about 10 of these. Naturally, the best ones would go to himself, V, Lucy, Jackie, Maine's crew, and Padre's trusted people. The mass-market models, what he jokingly called the civilian or neutered versions, would go to Padre for distribution. It was safer that way. After all, you never wanted to hand out your best secrets, only to have them used against you. He did some rough math. If he built smart weapons from now on and gave Padre his usual 30% cut, Leo's take-home profit would be about $350,000 a day. Outrageous. Arms dealing really was a goldmine. Still, he decided not to launch into production right away. First, he needed to use his remaining potential points. He'd spent 40 on gun repair, so he had 80 left. From LV1 to LV5, each level cost only 1 point, but from LV5 onward, each new level demanded 10 points, and a jump from LV9 to LV10 cost a whopping 100 points. That was more than he had on hand, so upgrading gun repair further wasn't an option yet. Instead, he decided to boost Fitness LV5. Fitness LV5, Fitness LV9. The moment it finished, there was no dramatic message, no excruciating wash of pain, no vile sludge oozing from his pores. If the interface didn't show fitness at LV9, and his potential points hadn't dropped by 40, he might have believed the upgrade had failed. But soon enough he felt the change in his body. He took off his powered gauntlet and walked to a hanging sandbag. Planting his feet, he sank his hips, then drove a single punch into the sandbag. A visible shockwave rippled through it, spinning the heavy bag a half circle, suspending it briefly in midair before it dropped back down. He'd managed that with raw physical force alone, no mechanical assistance. Even the buffest animal's gang member would be impressed. Some might ask why humans bother training their bodies when they can never surpass steel. But it's absolutely worth it. For instance, the Militech Gila combat vehicle required the pilot to have a certain level of physical prowess. It took 2 people to drive it, and if your body was too weak, you couldn't even handle the strain. Another example was power armor, something you might not see in Night City, but Arasaka's special commando units in Tokyo used it. Only extremely tough soldiers could wear that gear. Next, Leo poured the remaining 40 points into Block LV5. Block LV5, Block LV9. He had always believed that because he hated pain, stacking defense was the way to go. Time flew. A month later, Leo and Jackie had now been in Night City for half a year. He, Jackie, V, and Lucy formed a small team of cybermercs and prowled the city streets. Thanks to their skills, gear, and synergy, they'd never failed a single gig assigned by fixers. Unlike Main's group, which mainly operated in Santo Domingo, Leo's group had worked with fixers across nearly every district, forging connections far and wide. As a result, they were getting flooded with gigs, not just from one neighborhood but from all corners of the city. Today was supposed to be a day off, yet Leo's inbox was full again. Every fixer seemed to have urgent requests. He politely declined them all, saying he wasn't taking jobs today, until he reached the message from Wakako Okada, which gave him pause. He sent her a quick reply, saying he'd accept this one. It was straightforward enough. Some corpo had been kidnapped by scavs and needed a merc team to pull off a rescue. Typically, a wealthy corporate type would have a trauma team membership. If anything went wrong, the TTAV would crash onto the scene in no time. But this time, something was different. Chapter 145. No one knew where the scavs had gotten their hands on a fairly advanced jamming chip, but it managed to block their captive's distress signal. As a result, the Fixer network caught wind of the kidnapping before Trauma Team did. Right now, Trauma Team still had no idea that one of their platinum members had already landed on a scav menu, and so mercenaries were needed for the rescue. Typically, only new or perpetually unknown mercs got stuck tangling with the scavs. However, the victim's family offered Wakako a hefty fee and specifically requested reliable mercs to retrieve their loved one. If they succeeded, there would be a substantial bonus for injuries sustained. When Wakako thought of reliable, she instantly pictured Leo's crew, who had a 100% success rate, which was why she reached out to him. In Japan, within Arasaka's main lab on the northern tip of Honshu, a major incident had just occurred. The relic personally commissioned by Saburo Arasaka himself had vanished without a trace, as though it had evaporated into thin air. Not even a single clue remained behind, leaving the lab's director in a state of panic. For a moment, he considered hiding it, but he ultimately chose to make a truthful report. If he alerted his superiors, he might only need to commit seppuku alone, but if he hid it and they discovered the truth later, his children, also loyal Arasaka employees, would be implicated too. The theft of Saburo Arasaka's relic from their own lab in Japan, rather than some overseas site, sparked huge concern. The upper echelons promptly granted the counterintelligence department at the Japanese headquarters full authority to investigate anyone other than Saburo himself. That included Saburo's children, grandchildren, and the entire Arasaka board of directors. Given the severity, Japan's counterintel department went into full 24/7 overdrive. It didn't take long before they found something. Hacking the terminal of Saburo's second son, Yorinobu Arasaka, they discovered suspicious email exchanges between him and Netwatch. Naturally, Yorinobu wasn't foolish enough to lay everything out in plain text, but his repeated hints and invitations to get Netwatch operatives to visit Yorinobu's current accommodation, Ember Tower in Night City, stood out. Pairing that with the missing relic, the Counterintelligence Bureau pegged Yorinobu as the prime suspect. In the Arasaka family manor on the outskirts of Tokyo, Goro Takemura stepped into a pristine white room. At its center, an organic tissue regeneration chamber slowly opened, releasing an elderly man who looked around 70 or 80 years old, but in truth, he was 158, Saburo Arasaka himself. Saburo-sama. Takemura knelt on one knee, respectfully summarizing the situation. He then offered without hesitation, "Please don't worry, sir. I'll go to Night City in person. I promise I'll bring Yorinobu and the relic back safely." Saburo Arasaka dressed in a kimono with the help of an attendant, then clasped his hands behind his back and walked over to Takemura. "No. I'll go myself." Takemura's eyes widened. "Saburo-sama. But your health." Ever since stepping into the shadows behind the corporation, Saburo almost never left his manor, much less ventured outside Japan. "It's fine. Consider it a long overdue trip." Takemura said nothing more, but he silently vowed to protect Saburo Arasaka with his very life. A bit later that same day, two Arasaka representatives paid an unannounced visit to Mayor Lucius Rhine and Deputy Mayor Weldon Holt at City Hall in the city center. The pair from Arasaka sat across from them, radiating pressure. Lucius and Holt both wore uneasy expressions. "Is there something we can do to help you?" One representative wasted no time. "We need you to seal off Watson." Lucius felt his heart skip a beat. His first thought was that perhaps something serious was about to happen at Arasaka waterfront in Watson. Why? Did something happen? No, this is just a precaution. Lucius hated that word, precaution. It was supposed to mean preventing accidents, but the moment anyone said it, accidents almost always happened. Sensing Lucius's concern, the other rep spoke up. "Mayor Rhine, we don't want to make things hard for you. You know Arasaka always treats its friends well. Name your price." Lucius toyed with the ring on his finger. He was tempted to set a sky-high price, but he worried if he pushed too far, Arasaka might turn on him. "It's not about the money. The election's coming up, and if I seal off Watson for too long, what will people say? That I can't even keep one district under control. I was born there, you know." He played up his difficulties, pouring out his grievances. Meanwhile, he used the team comms to confer with Weldon Holt, who was seated beside him. Holt chimed in at just the right time. 1 week. We can give you at most a week. We hope you understand our position." The two Arasaka representatives exchanged glances. "We'll do our best. We can only promise that much." They felt just as frustrated. Tokyo had sent an urgent request to have Mayor Rhine lock down Watson District without explaining why or giving them a time frame. The two envoys couldn't help speculating that something big was about to happen. Simultaneously, in Japantown, the underground garage of a rundown apartment building looked deserted. Jackie sat in the passenger seat, double-checking 2 kinetic handguns. "The chick we're after is probably in this building, and the scavs who took her are here too. Keep your eyes and ears open." In the back seat, V leaned forward between the front seats. "Hey, Leo, did Wakako mention anything in particular about this gig?" Before Leo could reply, Jackie slipped into a playful imitation of Wakako's voice. "I'm not your mommy. I take money to solve problems. It's not complicated." Leo chuckled at his theatrics. He explained, "Sandra Dorset. Corporate second-tier insurance, lost her biomonitor feed a few hours ago, presumably kidnapped." Lucy, also in the back, frowned. "Second-tier corporate insurance? Then she must have a trauma team membership, right? She's platinum. Damn. And TT doesn't know one of their clients got snatched. The scavs probably used a jamming chip to disable her TT card. That's why they need us." Jackie grinned. "No complaints from me. A little muscle flexing never hurt anyone." Their briefing complete, the 4 of them grabbed their gear and stepped out. They rode a creaking elevator from the garage to the designated floor. A soft ding sounded, and the doors slid open onto a narrow, dim corridor. Trash in black plastic bags was piled in the corners, peeling paint revealed the patchy walls beneath, and cryptic graffiti covered doors and walls. Flickering ceiling lights cast ominous shadows, lending the place a haunted feel. Previously, someone mentioned that a rundown motel in the Northside Industrial District cost around €5,000 a month. Meanwhile, this dump of an apartment in Westbrook cost over 10 grand monthly. Because aside from city center, Westbrook had the nicest environment and strongest economy in Night City. Straight ahead. "Room 1237, Leo said. He and Jackie led the way, with the 2 women following behind. Their footsteps echoed in the deserted hallway. Maybe they'd already been heard. Chapter 146. A door on the left side of the corridor suddenly opened. A woman poked her head out, as if expecting her child who had been out all night finally coming home. But the moment she saw 4 people with weapons, her face went pale with fright. V raised a hand, signaling her to hurry back inside. She nodded frantically and closed the door. The 4 continued deeper into the corridor until they reached the door marked 1237. "Don't rush in. Let me check first." Leo stood outside and activated the skin mode in his tactical goggles. A pulse of light invisible to others spread through the area. Instantly, about a dozen red silhouettes appeared in his vision, most standing, while 3 lay on the ground. Those standing had to be the scavs who had kidnapped their client. The 3 who were lying down included the target they had come to rescue. Luckily, the target was still alive. They weren't too late. Under normal circumstances, the scavs could have reduced a living person to a pile of cyberware and organs within a few hours, probably selling them off to some shady clinic. But evidently, these scavs had also kidnapped 2 other hostages and had been busy dealing with them instead, giving the one they needed to save a brief reprieve. Lucy's eyes glinted red. It took her just 2 seconds to unlock the door from the outside. Then, the 4 eased through. The first room beyond the entrance contained no hostiles. It was a cluttered mess, with items strewn everywhere, trash on the floor, and an overhead light and ceiling fan still running despite nobody using the place. An unfinished pizza sat on a table, attracting a swarm of flies. When they moved closer, the flies took off like buzzing fighter jets. They didn't linger. They headed straight for the next room, which appeared to be where the scavs butchered people for parts. Various devices for monitoring vital signs lined the walls, along with a surgical lamp and an operating table. A body lay on it under a black cloth. Jackie moved first, striding to the corpse and pulling back the covering. The moment he saw what lay beneath, his face twisted, and he nearly gagged. Dios mío. Quickly, he covered the body again. You don't want to see this. Leo had already glimpsed it anyway. It was indeed a corpse, and a gruesome one at that. Everything, implants, organs, even the eyes, had been carved out. This obviously wasn't their target. It looked like one of the other unfortunates the scavs had dragged back here. No one in Night City had truly clean hands. Even Jefferson Perales, who tried to do right by the lower classes, ended up taking shady campaign donations to run for mayor. But this. The scavs were on a whole different level of scum, loathed by other gangs and regular citizens alike. They hunted careless people, law-abiding or not, harvested implants, and sold them on the black market for profit. To them, human beings were nothing but piles of components to be sold. Night City had gangs of every stripe. Tiger Claws prized honor, Valentinos believed in God, and the 6th Street Gang preached justice for their neighborhood. But scavs had no real creed. They cared only for eddies. They were vicious and morally bankrupt. Their methods were crude: attack, kidnap, kill, strip for parts, but it earned them plenty. People who fell into their hands vanished without a trace. If an implant was worth a few eddies, they took it, then dumped or burned what remained. The 4 reached the door leading to the next area. Heads up, there's one inside, Leo murmured, sharing the hostel's position with everyone else. A lone scav stood by a tub filled with ice water, rummaging around as if searching for something. V eased the door open without a sound. Cover me, she whispered. No problem, Jackie responded. Understood, Lucy said. Leo only nodded. V crept forward, making no noise. When she drew close, she slammed the butt of her gun into the back of the scav's neck, nearly knocking him out. She seized his head and shoved him face first into the ice water, forcing her pistol under the surface to press against his skull. Then she pulled the trigger. The water muffled the gunshot along with its silencer, preventing the noise from reaching the others. Nicely done, Jackie joked. Almost as good as me. Leo gave V a thumbs up. Moving past that room, there were only 2 places left in the scav's hideout, a bathroom and a living area. The 2 remaining hostages, including the person they needed to rescue, were in that bathroom. To get there, they first had to pass through the living area, where the rest of the scavs had gathered. They pressed themselves against the wall just outside the living room, listening to 2 scavs closest to the exit having a conversation. Hey, how many did we bag this time? 3. 2 had junk cyberware, but in Watson, there's always somebody who'll take it. One of M's got a reinforced ankle implant we can rip out. The doc'll pay a decent chunk. That corpo bitch is the best one. We'll find a private buyer for her. She's got primo gear that'll fetch a real nice price. Chapter 147. This corpo bitch was no fun at all. The last girl we had was way more entertaining. Donnie skimped on the anesthetic, so she woke up halfway. And then what? We just carried on, obviously. We spent the entire night cutting her open while she screamed the whole time. Bastards, Jackie growled. He was born into this cesspit and had witnessed his fair share of horrors, but he still couldn't get used to it. Or maybe he just refused to let himself go numb. They're all in that living room while the target is in a safe area for now. Let's go in and wipe them out. Jackie had hated these scavs from the start. At Leo's signal, Jackie leaned out from behind the wall first, wielding a heavy machine gun with a savage roar. Bullets raked the living room like a storm. Flooring, furniture, walls, ceiling, everything became riddled with holes. 5 or 6 scavs were mowed down before they even knew what was happening. V, on the other hand, stayed behind the wall, using the feed Leo had shared to line up shots. She crouched, aimed her Ice Storm sniper rifle, capable of penetrating cover, and fired through the wall, picking off 2 more scavs in quick succession. Die. One scav, sprawled on the floor, yanked the pin from a grenade and prepared to lob it. Lucy instantly hacked into his cybernetics, forcing them to malfunction. The grenade slipped from his fingers, landing at his feet. Boom. A chorus of shrieks broke out. They might have been only 4 people, but they were professionals armed with far greater firepower. The firefight lasted barely a minute before the scavs lay silent. The team stepped out from behind cover, surveying the living room now drenched in blood and wreckage. Are we clear? Leo scanned the room again with his tactical goggles. No. There's one more. Jackie, V, and Lucy all dove for cover on instinct. A moment later, a barrage identical to Jackie's thundered through the air. A burly man had crawled out from beneath a comrade's corpse and was now firing the same model of heavy machine gun Jackie used, spraying a relentless stream of rounds at them. But Leo didn't duck. His hand was already on the sword's hilt at the exact moment the gun roared. As the torrent of metal ripped through the air, leaving ripples in its wake, Leo's crimson blade sparked twice in quick succession. Muramasa deflected the first 2 bullets, then shifted to intercept the third and fourth with perfect timing. The metallic clangs rang out as each round bounced off the blade's edge. In the next heartbeat, Leo kicked off the ground, torso low, pouncing on his opponent like a panther. He whirled Muramasa in an impenetrable cyclone, batting aside every bullet that dared approach. The muzzle flash lit up the big man's face, revealing a slack jaw and eyes wide with shock. He had seen people use Sandevistan to dodge bullets or equip subdermal armor that turned them nearly invulnerable, but never before had he witnessed someone deflect gunfire with a sword. And no, stay back. His roar of terror went unanswered. Leo closed in, flashing past him in one fluid motion. The blade sliced through flesh, organs, and cyberware alike as though they offered no resistance. Blood gushed like a fountain. The machine gun clattered heavily to the floor, its wielder stumbling back. He tried to speak, but only thick, dark blood bubbled from his mouth. His eyes dimmed as he collapsed. The last thing he saw was Leo calmly flicking blood from his blade and sheathing it. With all the hostiles eliminated, the team headed for the bathroom beyond the living area, the final room in the hideout. The door slid open. One look inside and their faces grew grim. It was a cramped, dirty bathroom. The toilet had no lid, the tiles were caked in stains, and there were bloody handprints on the walls. An old tub, filled with ice and water, held 2 bodies. One was a man Leo immediately knew was past saving, even though outwardly he looked slightly better off than the corpse in the Scav's makeshift operating room. Inside, however, most of his organs and implants had already been stripped. As for the second person in the tub, that was their target. Lucy knelt on the tub's edge and carefully pulled the woman's naked body out of the ice water. She then unspooled a personal link from her wrist and plugged it into the victim's neural port. A torrent of data flooded Lucy's vision. Biomonitor system booting. Complete. Sandra Dorset, age 29, blood type AB RHD+, platinum TT code NC570442. Life support compromised. Attempting to administer emergency dose. Error, resources depleted. Sending distress signal. Error 238, GPS module offline. Please reconnect the GPS module. Rebooting system. Sending distress signal. Error 238, GPS module offline. Please reconnect the GPS module. Rebooting system. Lucy blinked rapidly. Lucy. Leo asked. You okay? I'm fine. She waved off their concern. That neuralware had a virus. It treated my hack as a threat. And it slammed into my offensive firewall. I wiped it out. Don't worry, she's safe now. Lucy paused. I see what they did. The scavs must have jammed her neural link with a chip to block any outgoing signal. Once we remove it, she should be able to call for help. She pressed gently at the port behind Sandra's ear and found a chip inserted there. Lucy removed it and tossed it aside. All done. Sure enough, Lucy's retinal feed shifted. Distress signal sent. Uploading medical data. Upload complete. GPS signal reacquired. Location confirmed. Signal confirmed. Trauma team emergency evac en route. ETA, 180 seconds. TT will be here in 3 minutes, Lucy announced. Jackie scratched his tied-up hair. Damn, that's fast. Leo smiled. Well, she is platinum, you know. True enough. Let's wrap up. The sooner we're out of here, the better. Jackie nudged them. This job hadn't been physically exhausting, but it definitely grated on the nerves. The filth, gore, and cruelty typical of any Scav nest could send your blood pressure through the roof. Most mercs who made a name for themselves avoided Scav cleanup gigs, too much hassle, not enough pay. I got her. V stepped forward to relieve Lucy and, for safety, jabbed Sandra with a dose from a pneumatic injector. After all, no one wanted her flatlining right when rescue was about to arrive. Chapter 148. After that, V carefully lifted Sandra out of the bathtub. The group made their way to the apartment's balcony. 3 minutes later, right on schedule, trauma team arrived. Their AV, air vehicle, hovered just beyond the railing, and several armed personnel jumped out, guns raised at the group. They relaxed at once, however, lowering their weapons. "I never expected to see you here, Mr. Leo," their team leader said. "You may not remember me, but I've never forgotten how you saved our lives." Leo wore a puzzled expression. In response, both the team lead and a female medic named Nadia removed their helmets. Months earlier, they'd gone to Westbrook on assignment to pick up a platinum member and return them to the trauma team HQ. On the way, they'd been ambushed by a cybermerc known on the streets as the Ripper. Everyone else on the TT squad had died except for the team lead and Nadia, and they'd have perished too if Leo hadn't intervened. After he took down the Ripper, Leo had simply slipped away, leaving no contact information behind. They had assumed they'd never meet again and were thrilled to run into him now. Leo was glad too but kept the exchange brief, since they were all in the middle of a rescue. Once they had exchanged a few grateful words, Nadia administered another stimulant to Sandra and hauled her into the trauma team avenue. Moments later, the vehicle zipped away. They watched the AV disappear among the skyscrapers. Jackie exhaled loudly, obviously relieved. "What's with you?" Leo asked curiously. "I've heard that trauma team only cares about their clients," Jackie explained, "and they tend to be hostile toward any armed individuals nearby. Sometimes it escalates into conflict." Realizing how that sounded, Jackie quickly clarified, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid. It's just, there's no point fighting with them. It would just escalate till we have a whole corpo breathing down our necks." Leo patted Jackie on the shoulder. "I get it." Their rescue was a complete success. The target was safe and unharmed, only the scavs had suffered, which everyone in Night City would consider to be a good thing. They left the scav corpses to whatever medical center cleanup crew eventually showed up. While heading back, Jackie cracked his knuckles, grinning as he told the others about his plans. "Finally got enough eddies to buy myself a new car. I've got my eye on something real slick." Leo was happy for him. "Nice, Jackie. Didn't you say before you wanted a badass bike, though? Bikes are cool, sure, but they're not ideal for dating. If it rains or something, it's a hassle. Besides, if I feel like riding a bike, I can just borrow yours, right?" Leo owned a Fenrir motorbike, chosen by V and Lucy. It was a Japan-only model never exported elsewhere, so on Night City streets, where you typically saw Kusanagi CT-3X, Arch Nazer, or Brennan Apollo, the Fenrir definitely turned heads. "You've really thought this through, huh?" Leo smirked. "Come on, Leo, we're pals. You'd let me borrow it, yeah?" "Sure, why not?" They stepped into the hallway and pressed the elevator button. "By the way, I should call Wakako." The call connected quickly, and Wakako's face appeared in a floating window on Leo's tactical goggles. "So, how is our client?" "Still breathing. She's fine." Trauma team picked her up. Being platinum, they arrived in a flat 3 minutes. "Did you, have any trouble with them?" Wakako asked cautiously. "We're good." "Excellent," Wakako said, visibly relieved. "By the way, Leo, any chance you need to go to Watson soon?" "Why?" "NCPD locked it down. They're sealing it off. If you or anyone else need to slip in there without getting stuck, you'd better hurry." They arrived at the underground parking garage. Noticing Leo's serious expression, Jackie asked, "Something up?" "NCPD sealing Watson. Something must have gone down. Maybe some big shot is paying Night City a visit." Jackie laughed drily. Then he realized their predicament. "Hold up. We only have one car." Ever since the SUV Leo had taken from the Backer family was destroyed at the Eden Gang's hideout, he hadn't bothered buying a new one. Whenever they needed transport for a group job, he'd just call a Delamain taxi. It sounded weird at first, mercs taking a taxi to gigs, but Delamain vehicles were fully bulletproof and arrived on demand, so it wasn't actually a bad arrangement. V and Jackie quickly got used to it after a while. They each lived in different districts, Leo and Jackie in Haywood, Lucy in Japantown, and V in Little China, specifically in Watson, now under lockdown. Leo had picked everyone up in his Delamain, but now if he dropped off V first, they might get stuck inside Watson. If he dropped off the others first, V might not get home before the lockdown. "All right," he decided, "Jackie, Lucy, hold here a minute. I'll get you another cab, and V and I will take the current one to Watson. What if you go in and they seal the place behind you?" Jackie asked. "How are you gonna get out?" "Worst case, I crash in a motel," Leo answered. NCPD rarely seals an entire district. The last time was when they basically cut Pacifica off from the rest of the city. He continued more quietly, "Something serious must be happening in Watson for them to go to such lengths. I don't want V going back alone." Lucy immediately said, "I'll come with you." Jackie scratched the back of his head. "Then we should all just stick together. Don't bother with a second cab." Leo considered it briefly and nodded. In that case, I'll book 2 extra rooms if we have to stay overnight. Don't worry about me. Lucy smirked. I can always crash at Misty's place if needed. Light rain spattered the night sky, the neon signs and massive holographic ads reflecting off the raindrops and coloring the world in bright, pulsing hues. Pedestrians on the sidewalk walked beneath umbrellas or rushed through puddles in the gloom. The Delamain taxi faithfully ferried them toward Watson. Jackie scowled at the drizzle. What the hell is this weather? Forecast was way off. When isn't it? Lucy shrugged. Good point, Jackie said. I'm starving. We should go grab something, huh? Jackie, they're shutting down Watson, remember? Oh, right. Realizing he wouldn't get into Watson if they made a food stop first, Jackie sighed. The rest of the ride passed in silence, broken only by the car radio. Even though Wakako had warned them, and Leo had urged Delamain to drive faster, they arrived at the Watson Bridge only to find NCPD had already sealed it off. Several squad cars were parked in the middle of the road, lights flashing, and even a bipedal mech from Militech was deployed. Clearly, this wasn't just any random blockade. Leo's face grew even more somber. Looks like this is serious, he muttered. Either something happened, or it's about to happen. He also felt relieved he'd insisted on coming back with V. If he hadn't, she might be facing this alone. The taxi slowed to a stop in front of the barricade. A female cop approached and was about to say, Watson is sealed off, please wait for clearance. When she recognized the passengers and froze. Then her face lit up with surprise. Leo. Lucy. Didn't expect to see you too. Leo and Lucy blinked, equally taken aback. This was the second time that day they'd bumped into someone they knew. Hello, Officer Linari, Leo said. Long time no see. Linari was one of the NCPD officers they'd rescued while infiltrating the Eden Gang's hideout alongside Lucy and Rebecca. After recovering, she dropped by the Coyote Kojo to express her thanks. Chapter 149. Leo and Jackie exchanged a few pleasantries with Linari, then she glanced at the rest of the group in the car. You guys just finished a gig and need to get back into Watson. Yeah. Think you could let us through? Of course. That's no big deal. She quickly spoke a few words to her colleagues, and the patrol cars blocking the road pulled back to open a lane. Thanks. You're a huge help. Don't mention it. Have a pleasant night. They crossed the bridge into Watson without further trouble, riding in silence until the Delamain pulled up to the towering mega-building where V rented an apartment. The AI driver started to turn into the parking area, but V spoke up. Just drop me here. It's only a short walk. V got out and, after hesitating a moment, tossed out an invitation. You guys want to come up for a bit? We know each other well enough by now. Jackie grinned. No need for all that. Go get some rest. Tomorrow, then, V said. Sounds good. The Delamain drove Leo, Lucy, and Jackie onward to Misty's Esoterica. Behind the shop, there was a small inn. Tired of running around, Leo and Lucy decided to stay there for the night. After exchanging goodnights with Jackie, they headed inside. The next morning, Leo woke early. Seeing that Lucy was still asleep, he left her undisturbed. He washed up, stepped out of the inn, and bumped into Jackie coming out of Misty's place at nearly the same moment. Jackie froze for a second and then grinned. I was gonna swing by later to call you. You're up early, huh? Early bird gets the worm, Leo replied. Jackie's eyes lit up. So you already know I scored us a real sweet gig, huh? Seeing Jackie's big smile, Leo couldn't help asking, what gig? Don't tell me Padre's grooming you as his successor. Cut it out. Padre's still young, he's got decades left in him. Jackie shook his head. I'm talking about a big job I took on a few days back. He leaned in conspiratorially. Dexter Deshawn, ring a bell. He's the best fixer in Night City. After Rogue of course, anyway the big man at the afterlife. A big, bald, black Jesus rocking gold implants, super legit. Leo frowned. Dexter. Didn't he vanish from the scene a couple years ago? If I recall correctly, he got tangled up with some bottom feeders from Pacifica and got kicked to the curb. Having only been in Night City for about 6 months, Leo didn't actually know Dexter in person. He'd just heard rumors from bar talk, second-hand stories, and general street gossip. Jackie nodded. There was a major gang shootout 2 years back. For some reason, Dex got caught in it. When the dust settled, bodies were everywhere. He got out by the skin of his teeth, then disappeared. But now he's back. Leo snorted. Luck, sure, or maybe he sold out a bunch of other people and ran faster than them. Sounds like a stand-up guy. Jackie shrugged. Hey, business is business, yeah. Who's squeaky clean in the city? Besides, we're all about the eddies, man. He wasn't wrong. Even upright fixers like Rogue, Regina, Padre, and El Capitan had stains on their records. Nobody survived Night City without dirtying their hands. Jackie radiated excitement, so Leo decided not to rain on his parade. So, Leo said, Dex is the client for this big gig. What does he want us to do? Jackie shook his head. He hasn't said yet. Leo raised an eyebrow. Then how do you know it's something big? Dude, it's Dexter Deshawn we're talking about. This ain't Wakako or Padre. Jackie froze mid-sentence, realizing that sounded insulting. I don't mean they're not good, I'm just saying Dex is a top-tier fixer, you know. Not really. Enlighten me. Jackie started ticking points off on his fingers. Look, Wakako's basically holed up in her pachinko parlor, calls you when she's got something. Padre and El Capitan are kind of the same. But Dex, he likes to call you over to the afterlife for face-to-face meets. Meeting in person doesn't mean much. Anyone can put on a good face. Why's that special? You're missing the point. My guess is, if Dex is calling us, it's gotta be big. We do this job, we might not need to take any more gigs for a while. They reached the main street outside Misty's shop. Jackie jerked his chin at a nearby car. See that sedan? Leo followed his gaze. Yeah. So. That's Dex's ride. He's in there right now. Wants to meet you. Right now. He's that eager. Leo was surprised. He'd expected something in a day or two, not an immediate sit-down. Yep. T-Bug did the introductions. She and Dex go way back. Dex said he's already met me, now he wants to talk with you. Leo still looked skeptical, so Jackie tried to reassure him. He's not as shady as you think. Dex is old school, he doesn't just cold call a potential partner, he meets face to face. That's his style. Call it classy. Leo's opinion was less generous, sounds more like a lack of trust. But whatever, just a conversation, right? Fine by me. Jackie beamed. Exactly. We're no small fry anymore. Dex wouldn't come to us for some half-assed side hustle. This bald Jesus might really have something huge up his sleeve, maybe we finish this one job and retire. Dexter's vehicle was a Chevrolet Thrax, the standard ride for mid-level corporate managers, stylish, commanding respect, and above all, safe. Armored plating shielded every inch of the car, from the reinforced frame to bulletproof windows that could stop large-caliber rounds. The flip side was that with such weight, it accelerated like a snail. But, as the saying went, better to arrive late than never, especially in one piece. A hulking bodyguard stood beside the car and reflexively moved to block Leo when he approached. But after verifying who he was, the bodyguard opened the passenger door. It was Leo's first time seeing Dexter Deshawn up close. He was a massive, heavy-set black man with a thick beard and tinted sunglasses perched on a wide nose. His hairline receded high on his forehead, and he wore it in thick dreads. Leo thought, so that's why Jackie likes this guy so much. Must be some kind of genetic kinship. His right arm, apparently lost or damaged in some incident, had been replaced with a gleaming gold cyber limb. On his left wrist, he wore not one but two gold watches. Clearly the guy either loved gold or hoarded it like a dragon. Chapter 150. Dexter's golden cyber limb clamped a lit cigar in his grip. Smoke curled around him, reminiscent of old-time movie opium dens. His status was actually a notch higher than Wakako's. It was just as Jackie had said. Wakako always discussed business over the phone, while Dexter would call you to Afterlife if he had a major gig. The difference was clear at a glance. Despite that, Leo's first impression of Dexter wasn't great. The car interior was already cramped. Now there were 3 people inside, and this hefty man had lit a cigar. Smoke filled the space in no time, and soon the whole car reeked of it. Yo, Mr. Leo, what an honor. Whether it's an honor or not, set that aside for now. Could you put out the cigar? If you want to talk business, let's talk business. I don't like secondhand smoke. You've got personality. I like it. Dexter tossed the barely smoked cigar out the window and said to the bodyguard behind the wheel, drive. The car moved off, merging into the traffic. Dexter seemed casual and offhand when he said, you've caused quite a stir over the past half-year. It wasn't much. We know a few fixers, we're acquainted with Rogue, and we've been to Afterlife. Same as anyone else, just living day to day. Dexter only chuckled at Leo's somewhat distant attitude, he didn't get angry. Looks like you're the strong silent type, Mr. Leo. I can respect that. I'm not a fan of loudmouths either. But before we get down to business, I'd like to ask you a question. Would you rather live unknown, safe and sound for the rest of your life, only to die in bed with a catheter hooked up to you? Or die before you're 30, but go down in history? Leo gave a faint smile. Dexter, that's where you're wrong. Oh. Care to explain? Leo spoke calmly. In Night City, living safely into old age is already a luxury unknown nobodies can only dream of. Maybe you don't know this, but last year there were 7,103 homicide cases in Night City. Note that I'm talking about homicide, not shootings. If we include every body that ended up in a storm drain or was sealed in a drum and thrown into the bay, I wouldn't be surprised if the number jumped tenfold. And even ignoring the terrible law enforcement, the insane work hours and constant grind are enough to break both body and mind. Under that kind of pressure, you still dream of dying peacefully of old age. Dexter was momentarily stumped. He'd been trying to feel Leo out, but Leo didn't follow the usual script. Dexter had no response. Of course, Leo wasn't wrong. Most average people in the city truly couldn't expect to die in bed, and with their financial constraints, even if they lived long enough to see themselves turn frail, they'd be left waiting to die at home. Getting into a hospital room was more than most could afford. Still, this bit of offhand banter let Dexter see something about Leo's character. He hated people trying to pry information from him. Dexter cleared his throat, trying to cover up the awkwardness. Let's get back on track. I've got a major job lined up, light years beyond the standard gigs. Interested? I'm listening. Ah, not so fast. I need to be sure you're up to the task before we move forward. My team and I are regulars at Afterlife. Isn't that enough? I've been to Afterlife too. Doesn't mean much, because the mercs there range from nobodies to top-tier professionals. Only street punks and bottom feeders who can't even get through the door think Afterlife is on a whole other level. Fine, then lay out your requirements. Dexter smiled, apparently satisfied with Leo's response. He took out a shard and handed it to Leo, who plugged it into his tactical goggles. An information display appeared. Same old story, Maelstrom punks bit off more than they could chew. They hijacked a melee-tech convoy and grabbed something they shouldn't have. One of the items was a small combat drone they call Flathead. Leo thought for a moment. Let me guess, this Flathead is tied to the big job you mentioned. Without it, the gig can't go forward. Dexter snapped his fingers. Has anyone told you you're sharp, Mr. Leo? Exactly. Aren't you a fixer? Isn't this anything you handle on your own? Leo only smiled at Dexter's compliment, but he was curious why Dexter needed someone else to retrieve the Flathead. After all, fixers weren't corporate employees, they dealt with every kind of person under the sun. If Dexter needed the drone, he could simply buy it from Maelstrom, right? They weren't scavs, though they were barely better. Still, if there was money in it, they wouldn't reject a straightforward sale. I can and I did. However, there is a new issue. I offered cash to one of their guys, Brick, but Maelstrom's new shot caller is Royce. Get what I'm saying, or do I have to spell it out? You're saying that Maelstrom changed leadership, and the new boss doesn't honor old deals. Dexter waved his hand. I don't know whether he does or doesn't, which is why I need you to step in and get me that drone. Leo had heard about Maelstrom's leadership change. Apparently, this Royce character was Brick's second-in-command until he seized power somehow. Brick's loyalists initially resisted, but Royce wiped them out. Now everyone in Maelstrom answered to Royce alone. Maybe they didn't all swear loyalty to him, but under the threat of his iron fist, nobody dared disobey. Even if Dexter claimed he wasn't sure whether Royce would respect old arrangements, from everything Leo had heard, expecting Royce to honor them was about as realistic as expecting the Megacorps to stop exploiting Night City's average citizens tomorrow. If Brick at least operated by the rules of the street, Royce was basically a scav, he'd burn the buyer if it meant more profit. Oh, right. There's one more piece of intel you might find useful. Militech has a senior operations manager named Meredith Stout. She wants to find out which bastards leaked the convoy route to Maelstrom. She managed to nab a prime suspect, but 20 hours later, the guy hasn't said a word. No traitor identified. That woman must be tearing her hair out. I'm no corporate dog, but I know if they fail to recover that shipment, she's in for a world of trouble. That's all the intel I have. How you use it is up to you. Any other questions? Dexter finished talking and waited for Leo's response, or dismissal, really. He'd given him the data, so it was time to get the job done. Normally, that would have been it. But I do have one question, actually. If we get the drone for you, how much are you paying us? Dexter froze. His fancy shades, donned to maintain a certain mystique, nearly slid down his nose. He hadn't expected Leo to respond like that. Seeing Dexter's dumbfounded expression, Leo cracked a smile. Listen, Dexter. You're not hoping to get this for free, are you? We're not some street punks, we're a mercenary team with a decent reputation at Afterlife. If we go to all that trouble to grab your drone and then you say, I don't think we're a good fit, better luck next time. I'll call you if something else comes up. Leo spread his hands. Wouldn't we have wasted our time? Dexter regained his composure and pushed his shades back up. He instinctively reached for another cigar, but remembering Leo's dislike of smoke, he held back. Interesting, Mr. Leo. You're not worried that being this direct might cost you your chance at a big payday. His words carried a hint of scrutiny, but Leo sounded calm. There's more than one fixer in the city. Whatever you can lay your hands on, other fixers might too. Why should we tie ourselves to you alone? Besides, you won't even reveal what this supposed major gig is. You think I'm some naive rookie who'll chase any pipe dream? Dexter's eyelid twitched. He specifically liked to meet in person so he could test the waters. T-Bug was someone he already knew. Jackie had come by a few days ago through T-Bug's introduction. Sure, Jackie had a solid build and was clearly a capable fighter, but the moment Dexter mentioned a big job, Jackie took the bait, just like every other merc in the city who dreamed of climbing to the top of Night City and wouldn't pass up any opportunity.